Jessica Tandy and Hume Cronin in The Marriage. With the conviction that marriage remains the most popular domestic arrangement between friendly people, NBC takes pleasure in presenting one of the most distinguished couples of the American theater, Jessica Tandy and Hume Cronin as Liz and Ben Marriott, bringing you the love and laughter of The Marriage.
There's a play that you see in summer stock every so often about a kindly old lady who takes a stranger into our house and then just can't get rid of him. He runs her life, holds her prisoner, terrorizes her, and nobody can help her. I think I know now how that lady feels. It started one night for me when my mother dropped in to see us. If I'd known what was coming, I'd have turned out the lights and hidden in the closet. But, of course, I didn't. I gave her tea instead.
You know, Liz, you don't have anything from our old house in Vermont, do you?
No, I guess I don't. More tea, Mother?
Oh, no, thank you. I was telling your Uncle Arnold about it a few weeks ago.
Uncle Arnold? Say, we haven't worried about him in weeks. How is the old boy, anyway?
Very well, considering. He's 2 years younger than I am, you know.
Well, I know now.
He has the comforters, you know. The goose feathers.
Mother, I really don't need anything to help me remember the old house.
Of course, the furniture all went at auction, but I do have a few little things left down at the antique shop.
Really, Mother? You don't have to bother.
No, but it's such a comfort to have something around with memories. Do you remember that lovely little china shepherdess that belonged to Grandmother Walker?
Oh, yes, that was lovely.
I have it on my desk at the shop. It's so delicate. Always reminds me of Grandmother Walker. Besides, it weighs just an ounce, so it's very useful for judging overweight envelopes.
Now, there's a sentimental thought.
Yes, isn't it? I'll send you over something tomorrow, Liz.
Oh, but what?
Oh, I don't know. Don't worry, Ben. Just a little something.
The next day, Ben was home with a cold. By 2 o'clock, we ran out of fruit juice and aspirin, so I went out shopping. When I got back, I found Ben in his robe and slippers in the hall.
I'm glad you're here, dear. A little something arrived for you.
Not that. Ben, what's in that crate?
I'm not sure, but it took 2 truck drivers to bring it in here.
Well, it isn't from Mother.
From the size, it could be Mother.
Oh, maybe it's bone china cups and saucers.
In a 6-foot crate?
Well, Mother always was a careful packer.
Nobody is that careful. Maybe it's Uncle Arnold wrapped as a gift.
I suppose we'd better open it.
I don't know. I feel a little as though I were breaking and entering.
Oh, Ben, look at it. What do you suppose it is?
Well, let's get the hammer and screwdriver and find out. One more, Dale.
Can you get the cover off now?
I think so. Who is it?
Ben, oh, Ben, look. It's Grandfather's clock. It used to stand in the corner of the dining room. Oh, Ben, this is wonderful. Mother's a darling. Don't scratch it.
Ooh, it scratched me.
Oh, Ben, isn't it beautiful?
Yes, goes so well with the room, too. There's nothing like gold-painted mahogany and hand-painted cupids to set off modern furniture.
But it's wonderful. Here's the key. I didn't even know Mother had it in the shop.
She probably had it disguised as a telephone booth. No kidding, Liz. Are we really going to keep that thing?
I've always loved this clock. It has the most wonderful chime.
I'll bet. On a clear day, I imagine it can be heard over in Jersey.
Mother was right. Just looking at that clock, I can remember my childhood so much more clearly. Now, listen.
Isn't it a little loud?
All grandfather clocks tick like that. Don't you just love it?
Oh, yeah. Sure. Gives the room a nice, warm Edgar Allan Poe feeling.
Wait, Ben. Listen.
at exactly 7.5 past 3.
It isn't set yet.
Well, where are you going to put it?
How about in the hall, just outside Emily's room?
Oh, that's fine. We don't really need a bathroom anyway.
It would block the door, wouldn't it?
Well, Pete could squeeze by. We could have him carry buckets of water into the living room.
How about the kitchen?
Liz, darling, it's so crowded in there now that every time you open the refrigerator door, you back into the oven. Seriously, don't you think that we might call up Abby and thank her nicely and just return it?
Oh, no, I love it.
Maybe we could trade it to Uncle Arnold for the goose feathers.
I know. In front of the television set.
Oh, Pete would kick a hole in it around Roy Rogers' time.
Well, in the meantime, we'll put it next to the couch.
Here we go. 1 o'clock. Right on the nose at 3:14 in the quarter.
The clock did have a tendency to split time into awkward segments, although I finally got it adjusted to a more or less regular quarter-hour schedule. Ben was right. It did have a rather loud tick. Our little electric clock in the bedroom just sat there smugly without a sound. The kitchen clock didn't have much to say for itself either, but Grandfather's clock. There was a clock that let you know exactly what was on its mind every minute of the day and night. It was rather comforting having the clock there during the day. The tick-tock followed me round from room to room, and it was always interesting to see what hour the clock would chime. I used to stop carpet sweeping and just stare at the clock and remember the years of life that old face had seen. The hours and days and years of my childhood it had ticked away. Seemed like a sharp-eyed old biographer that had recorded the life of the family. Somewhere inside that case was my childhood, and my father's, too, and now my children's. The gleaming brass weights and chains had been going up and down, measuring the sorrows, the love, the excitement. It was still measuring excitement.
Mother!
Oh.
Mom, where are you?
Living room, dear.
Mom, what are you doing?
Counting. 12, 13,
Mom,
14.
Mother, I'm Portia. I'm going to play Portia.
You are?
Not the one who faces life. The Shakespeare Portia.
I didn't know there was any other one.
It's for the spring play. All the girls tried out today. Oh, Mommy, I sang all the way home. I just wanted to tell everybody.
I think that's very exciting.
Exciting. It's excruciating.
Come here, sit down. Tell me all about it.
Well, first all the girls read the speech.
The quality of mercy is not strained.
How did you know?
Oh, I guess.
You should have heard some of them. Poor Ellie Meyer. She squeaked.
I take it you didn't squeak.
Oh, no. I was very pear-shaped.
You'll grow out of it, dear.
Oh, stop it, Mother. This is very important.
I'm sorry, dear.
The final cast is going to be posted on Friday.
Oh, I thought you said you were it.
Oh, sure. Miss French said I was very good, but they go by the rules. It's narrowed down to 3 girls.
Well, then you don't know that you're Portia.
Oh, sure I do. Helen Torello's a freshman. They won't pick her. Margie played the lead in the Christmas play, so I'm the only one left. Oh, Mommy.
I'm sure you'll be a lovely Portia.
Mom, did you ever want to be an actress?
Oh, daily.
I'm serious. Do you have to be awfully beautiful to be an actress?
I'm told it helps.
Well, wouldn't there be a chance for an ordinary-looking girl?
You mean a pear-shaped girl?
No kidding, really. I'm considering it vocationally.
Oh, well, it certainly is a vocation.
Do you think I should transfer?
From what to what?
To the High School of Performing Arts. You know, the special school for actresses and dancers and everything.
How about waiting till after the Merchant of Venice?
Mom, this is a turning point in my life. You know, you're just going along, and suddenly you're caught up, and you go round and round and round.
Sort of like a revolving door?
Well, there's no reason why I couldn't be an actress, is there? Seriously? Honestly? Huh?
No reason at all.
This is such an important day, really. Mom, I feel so pivotal.
Like Washington at Valley Forge? Or Caesar crossing the Rubicon?
Oh, much more important than that. Like Like Lana Turner being discovered on a drugstore stool.
Emily floated away about 3 inches above the floor. And pretty soon I could hear the quality of mercy being strained through the bathroom door. I sat there and listened to the tick-tock, wondering whether the clock would strike 14 next. Emily was vibrating with excitement. Ben noticed it when he came home.
What happened to Emily? She went past me without seeing me.
She's on her way to the courtroom.
To where?
In Venice. She's Portia.
Portia?
Not the one who faces life, the Shakespeare one.
Did she say that?
It's the school play. Evidently, Emily has a stranglehold on the part.
Well, that's great. I once played Shylock in high school. I was a very tragic character.
I imagine you were. Quite pitiful.
Oh, cut it out.
She's transferring to the High School of Performing Arts. After that, it's discovery on a drugstore stool, Hollywood, and the world is hers.
Big thing, eh?
But very professional. She just burst in on me. I was just sitting here listening to the clock. Ben, do you remember when you could get terribly enthusiastic over anything? When things became excruciating?
Well, they were pretty painful down at the office today.
Oh, you know what I mean. We miss a great deal somehow because we adjust to reality. Things are grayer. You're not listening to me.
Sure I am. Things are grayer.
It's sort of a question of intensity. The things that happen are much more important than they used to be, but you don't feel them as intensely. It's as if there was a gauze veil between you and what was happening. You're afraid to just feel. Do you understand what I mean?
Of course I do, dear. Say, what are we having for supper?
Emily left the school the next morning looking very stark, her hair pulled back in a ponytail and no lipstick. I knew she was being very professionally theatrical, saving her glamour for the audience. I was left alone with Grandfather's clock. Somehow now it was a colder tick, a more ominous tock. It followed me around the house as I worked. I began to think that with every tick-tock a second went by. Time became very thick in the house and very fast. Finally, I just sat staring at the clock. It seemed to be snapping at me now, gulping seconds, shredding the minutes and devouring them. And then it struck. It was a very mournful chime. It tolled. Steadily, inexorably, it marched along while the tick-tock swallowed the seconds. I could feel my heart pounding along with the ticking. Faster, faster. You're getting older. Older. You're getting older. I blew my nose and sniffed a Benzodrine inhaler and pretended I had a cold. That night, after the children were in bed, I sat with Ben and the clock.
Pretty close. 22 after.
Ben...
You know, I could keep my golf clubs in that case.
Ben, don't think about the clock.
I won't.
Let's go out.
When?
Tonight.
Why?
Oh, just to go out. It's a lovely night.
But it's cold out.
But it's lovely. It's much easier to feel things on a cold night. We haven't been out alone just walking for months.
No, we haven't. Say, where's last Sunday's Times magazine section? Ah.
Do you remember how we used to walk along the Hudson River at night? Ben, let's do that.
Liz, for one thing, that was in the summer, and for another, we lived on the west side then. Now we'd have to take a cross-town bus. What's an Aztec sundial in 1, 2, 3, 12 letters?
Ben, we don't seem to look at each other anymore. Not really. Ben, do you really see me?
Oh, is that a new dress or something?
No, it's old. Very old.
Very pretty. C-Z-Y-G. Zygote.
Ben, darling, it's so late. It's so late.
Late? Don't let the clock throw you, Liz. It's really only 20 minutes past 10.
Mother, did the clock always have as loud a tick as this?
Does it seem loud, dear?
I remember when I was a little girl waiting for my birthday party to begin, I couldn't stand the minute hand crawling so slowly. The clock seemed just to be holding time down.
I remember you children used to tease to stay up on New Year's Eve to hear the clock strike 12.
But now it just seems to race on and on and on. Mother, do you think the face has a sneer on it? I mean, do you ever feel as if it's stealing from you?
Well, dear, that depends what you've got that's worth stealing.
Time, I suppose. Do you remember that picture of you when you were 18, the one with the hat?
Yes. Oh, that was a lovely hat. It came down, sort of this way. Oh, I was very pretty in that hat.
But that's gone. That's what I mean. There's nothing left of it. There's nothing left of you from then. Doesn't that bother you?
Well, I wouldn't say there was nothing left of me. As a matter of fact, there's much too much left of me.
Oh, I'm serious, Mother. I don't think you know what I mean.
Yes, I think I do. But there isn't much use in worrying about picture hats of years ago, is there? I enjoyed it then, and I even enjoy remembering about it.
But it isn't the same as having it.
Well, we don't have much choice, do we? Besides, I like the hats today. Oh, it has a lovely tone, doesn't it, dear?
Mother went off and left me alone again. Go ahead, tick. I don't care. You can't frighten me, loudmouth. I won't pay any attention to you. I don't even hear you. You're out of tune. You have a very flat chime. No sense of rhythm. I don't care. Go ahead. Strike 40. I dare you. I don't care. I don't care. Emily?
Hello.
How'd it go today, dear?
Okay, I guess.
The cast for the play was posted, wasn't it?
Uh-huh. Not Portia.
No?
Helen Torello.
I thought she was a freshman.
She is? She... Mommy!
There, darling, there.
They never picked a freshman before, but she was a child actress or something on Broadway, so they picked her.
That doesn't seem fair, does it?
She's a professional child. I hate professional children.
Emily, darling. You couldn't help it.
I memorized the whole first act about the casket. Mommy, I wanted to do it so much.
I know, dear. Here, come on now.
It's the most terrible thing that ever happened.
I know.
I suppose it's just a childish play, but... Oh, Mommy.
I know, dear.
I'll never get over it. I told all the kids I was going to be Portia. Now I'm just Marissa.
Well, that's a good part, too, dear.
I'll have to live through all those rehearsals with that professional child playing Portia.
It won't be that bad after a while, dear.
I know I'll get over it. I just wish I didn't feel things so much. I wish I was old enough so those things didn't matter.
You will be, darling. There. You hear that clock?
It's 8 minutes past again.
I remember once when that clock was on time. And I cried and cried when it struck.
You did?
Uh-huh. I had a date. One of my first dates. And he didn't come. I just sat there in a taffeta dress and listened to the clock chime the quarter hours, and still the boy didn't come.
Mommy, you must have felt awful.
I did. I was broken-hearted. I cried, and the clock just kept on ticking. Mother tried to comfort me, but nothing would help.
What happened?
The boy came the next night. I had the dates mixed up.
Oh, Mommy. It didn't really happen that way, did it?
Oh, yes. I didn't remember that till just now.
Must be nice to be mature enough so you can see things in perspective.
Uh-huh. Or proportion. It is rather nice now that I think of it.
I still feel awful about Portia. It just doesn't seem fair. It's such a terrible thing to happen to me.
Oh, now, Emily, I think you're beginning to enjoy the tragedy a little.
Mother, I'm not.
It doesn't do any good to go on feeling sorry for yourself. It was a very serious disappointment. Now it's time to start thinking about how to play the part you do have the best way you can.
I suppose so.
And you will be good. I'm sure of that.
You are?
You were one of the 3 finalists, weren't you? And you only were beaten out by an experienced girl.
I never thought of it that way. Mommy, you're so mature.
Okay, Liz, let's go.
Huh?
Well, I thought tonight was as good as any night.
For what?
It's just as cold as last night. We can take the car up and park it somewhere and then walk on Riverside
Oh,
Drive.
Ben, for goodness sake, it's freezing out and you're just getting over a cold.
But you said you wanted to feel things or something.
I can feel them well enough the way I am.
Now, wait a minute. Last night you made a big thing about taking a walk along the river. Now I suggest it, and you look at me as if I'd gone crazy. We're going to walk along that miserable river if it's the last thing we do.
How romantic.
What's going on?
I've decided it's more comfortable with a gauze veil between me and what's happening.
Oh. Well, maybe I understand what you're talking about.
Don't worry about it, dear.
I won't. Darling, let's walk along the river anyway.
Do you really want to?
I'll get my muffler and wool socks.
And you can use the earmuffs Mother gave you for Christmas. Loudmouth. So what?
Ben and Liz Marriott will be back in a moment. In the meantime, let us extend an invitation on behalf of our stars, Jessica Tandy and Hume Cronin, as well as the National Broadcasting Company, to all of you to drop by next week at this time for another half-hour observation and transcription of The Marriage, written by Ernest Kenoy, with Denise Alexander heard as Emily and Evelyn Barton as Abby. To those of you who have been so generous in writing either to the network or to the stars to express your appreciation of The Marriage, Jessica Tandy and Hume Cronin extend warm thanks. The Marriage is an NBC Radio Network production directed by Edward King. This is Bob Denton speaking.
Ben, I got Mother to swap clocks.
Oh, let's forget clocks, darling.
No. This one gives me a philosophical approach to life and middle age.
It does?
Yes, listen.
Monday night on NBC Radio means a parade of great musical entertainment. You'll enjoy hearing Gordon MacRae when the Railroad Hour offers The Girl from Utah.
Welcome. I am E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the sound of suspense, to the fear you can hear. What do you think about witches? Not the bony hags and atrocious crones of Shakespeare and legend, or the poor unfortunates of Salem, but witches who are young, witches who are beautiful, witches who even fall in love.
Excuse me.
Who let you in here?
Well, I hope I'm not disturbing you.
I'm only trying to make a deadline.
Well, if you're in the news business, I've got something for you.
It better be good.
I'm going to have to kill my wife.
That won't be news till you do it.
I know. I want you to know why.
Okay. Why?
Because she's a witch.
Our mystery drama, I Warn You 3 Times, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Joan Loring. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. It's one of those miserable, stormy nights in the dead of winter. A thick, clinging, wet snow seems determined to smother the entire earth and everyone on it. You'd think that most people would choose the cheerful indoors, a warming fire, a relaxing drink, a comfortable bed. That's the problem with most people. You can't figure them. For instance, consider that line of cars crawling down Main Street, bumper to bumper, skidding, sliding. Where is everybody headed on a night like this? Have we become a race of lemmings? Do we follow some mysterious, unconscious drive? An interesting speculation, but we won't pursue it. We'd better consider the traffic, which has come to a complete standstill. A car seems to be stuck at the intersection.
Let's go, sister. That light's green.
Oh, officer.
Well, what are you waiting for, lady?
My husband.
Your husband.
The light was red, and he said he wanted to step out and clean off the rear window.
Hey, mister. You finished back there?
He just stepped out. It was a moment ago. Tom?
Well, maybe he slipped in the snow.
Tom, are you all right?
Lady, there ain't nobody around the back.
But he just went out to clean
To clean the rear window. That's what you said.
But what could have happened?
Just sit there a minute, lady. Hey, lay off of that horn. I know you got one.
What's wrong, officer?
Did you see a guy get out of that car up?
Did I see a guy get out of the car?
Yeah. Did you? Huh?
Are the police after someone in escape
Oh,
car?
come on, Buster. Just tell me. Did you see a guy cleaning off the rear window of that car up front?
Well, to tell you the truth, I wasn't paying any attention. I was listening to the radio. Now, there could have been somebody, but then again, I couldn't say there was. It's not that I'm not trying to get involved, officer. I'm a citizen. I know my duty, but...
Yeah. Well, thank you.
Officer, where is my husband? He was just there.
Lady, he disappeared.
How could he disappear?
I don't know. I do know he ain't here.
What am I going to do?
Well, you can't keep blocking traffic, lady. You gotta move on.
Where?
Well, it beats me.
But you must find him.
Look, you got troubles with your husband, that's your problem. But when you hold up traffic, that's my problem. Will you feed her a little gas, please? Come on, let's go.
But I can't.
Lady, you gotta go somewhere.
I can't go anywhere. I don't know how to drive.
Desk, Lieutenant Carroll. Yeah. Nobody wants this guy, you say? Well, technically, that isn't true. His wife wants him. Okay. Well, look who's here.
Lieutenant?
You won't win any Pulitzer Prizes around this joint tonight, Peterson.
I was hoping you might have a little bone to throw me.
Page 1.
I'll settle for 2 inches on the bottom of page 38.
If you promise to remember 2 R's and 1 L. First name Irvin, not Irving. Lieutenant Irvin Carroll. We may have something shaping up.
Ah.
I don't know where it can go. Everywhere or nowhere.
What have I got to lose?
Sitting over there on the first bench.
Ooh, that's nice.
and married.
Well, you win, you lose.
A very, very weird story.
Tell me about it.
No. Let her tell you about it. Why don't you ask her?
Excuse me.
Oh.
My name is Fred Peterson. I'm a reporter for the Union Messenger.
Oh, no, I don't want to talk to a reporter.
Why not?
Because
Because you're afraid? Why?
Could you put Tom's picture in the paper?
Well, that depends. Has Tom done anything?
He's disappeared.
Well, we'd need the how, the when, the where.
The when? About an hour ago. Where? On Route 986 at Main Street. How? I don't know. You see, we were driving south. It was snowing hard, and he said, I can't see out the rear window. The light was red. He stepped outside to wipe it off. He didn't come back.
Where did he go?
I don't know.
Well, where could he go?
I don't know.
In that snow. And there's nothing around there? Could you give me a why?
I can't imagine. I don't know what to do. I sit here waiting. Look, my name is Hetty Parsons. Tom and I, we've been married 5 years. We don't have any problems. I mean, we're very happy. If you print his picture in the story, maybe someone will see it who can help us.
Excuse me a minute.
Well?
Yeah, I think I'll run with it.
I don't blame you. I was always partial to girls with honey-colored hair and baby blue eyes.
Ah, so you noticed, too. Have you run a check on her husband, Tom Parsons?
Well, he's not one of the known bad boys. No record at all.
And what did she say he did?
He's an accountant. He has his own business in the Barstow building.
You looked him up in the phone book?
Checks out.
They were headed south, huh?
That's what she says.
If it was a trip, there should have been bags.
There were.
His and hers?
His and hers.
How does it look?
What do you want from me? I don't solve crimes. I sit here behind the desk.
Come on, Lieutenant.
Now, this is one for you, Fred. How could a guy disappear just like that?
And in that storm. There's no place to go.
He could have had a car following in back of them. A friend was driving it, maybe?
Well, he had to go somewhere. But why?
Right now, we're treating it as missing persons. It's all we can do. He's not wanted for anything. He's a legitimate citizen, as far as we know. He hasn't even done anything to her. At worst, he left her in a car. He hasn't even deserted her. Yet.
Who was driving?
He was. She can't.
Well, that's abandoning her, isn't it?
No. At best, we'd have him for abandoning the car.
Yeah, excuse me a minute. Listen, Mrs. Parsons.
Yes.
Why don't you go home? I've got my car outside.
Oh, no. I want to be here in case they find Tom.
They'll let you know if they find him.
No, I don't want to be home alone tonight. I just want to stay here.
But it may be hours. It may be even days.
Don't say that.
I'm sorry.
I'm just so jumpy and so nervous. I can't believe what's happened to me.
Well, if you're going to sit here, you should have some coffee and a sandwich.
Oh, I couldn't think of food.
I'll be right back. Hey there, Officer Dennis.
Well, look who's here, the friendly reporter.
Yeah, listen, that girl.
Yeah, I was going to ask what girl, but I won't.
Yeah, I want to start at the beginning.
Oh, well, you know, Lieutenant Carroll's got 2 R's, but Patrolman Dennett's got 2 N's.
Yeah. What did happen?
Well, like she said, he went out to clean the rear window, and he was gone.
Anybody see him?
I checked the car and back, but who looks, who notices?
Where could he have gone to around here?
Well, on the south side, you got open fields. On this side, a couple of warehouse buildings locked up.
Night watchman?
Yeah, he's a retired cop. No sign of anybody trying to break in, to hide, or whatever he may have wanted to do.
Okay, so what could have happened to the guy?
Well, it's all very interesting, but in 15 minutes I go off duty, and I won't have to worry about it.
Oh, thanks. I didn't think I could touch a thing, but I must have been starving. Has there been any word?
Yeah, you'll hear the minute they know. Now, listen, Hetty, I can help you, but you have to help me.
I'll do whatever I can.
We have 2 basic roads to explore. 1, somebody was out to get your husband.
Oh, no. No. Tom is the mildest, sweetest, most obliging guy on earth. He has absolutely no enemies.
That you know about.
Tom and I have no secrets from each other.
Everybody has at least one enemy.
Tom is incapable of hurting anyone in any way.
He sounds too good to be true.
If he does have a problem, that's it.
All right. The second road to explore. He wasn't pushed, he jumped.
What does that mean?
It means he walked out on you.
Oh, it's inconceivable.
Why?
I've had a liberal education tonight, Mr. Peterson.
Call me Fred.
No, not yet, or maybe never. I've been introduced to a new world. I've been thrown in with people who basically don't believe in anyone, don't trust anyone, and perhaps they have good cause. Perhaps that's how life is in their world. Perhaps their world is the real world, but it isn't my world.
May I ask, do you come from another world?
It's entirely possible. I won't call you Fred unless and until we become friends. But that's just a little thing. The policeman who brought me here is a confirmed cynic. So is the lieutenant. And so are you.
I must plead guilty as charged.
All of you proposed two basic hypotheses. A, my husband was ambushed by enemies. B, my husband abandoned me. You can't conceive of people who... they simply don't make or have enemies. You can't conceive of people who are completely in love. I'm not a fool, Mr. Peterson. I read these attitudes.
What a wonderful world you live in, Mrs. Parsons. I hope you can stay there always.
We're so dependent on each other, Tom and I. We need each other. We're so complete together.
But we still have the basic fact of his disappearance.
Yes, but all you can see are two alternatives. There is a third, you know.
Really?
Perhaps he was taken ill suddenly and he just wandered off. Oh, maybe I should go back there.
I've already been back there. There's no place he could have wandered off to. Tell me, does he have a history of any sort of illness, amnesia, anything like that?
No, nothing like that.
Well, then, where are we? Nowhere.
Perhaps you are nowhere, Mr. Peterson.
Okay, tell me where you are.
I have faith. I believe Tom will be found, or he will find himself, and he will have an absolutely reasonable and rational explanation.
I hope so.
Hetty!
Oh!
Hetty!
Tom! Oh, Tom, darling. Tom, what happened to you? I was so scared. Oh, darling, you're all right?
Hetty, are you all right?
Yes.
I don't understand. I happened to tune in the news, and there it was. Tom Parsons, accountant, with offices in the Barstow building, had disappeared under mysterious circumstances.
Tom, I was so worried.
Mr. Parsons was driving with his wife. He stepped out of the car to clean off the rear window, and... Hetty, what did you tell them? I wasn't in the car with you. I was at home.
Well, here we have the story of two people who love each other deeply, who trust each other completely. It sounds like the Garden of Eden. But we all know what happened back there in the traffic and the snow. We shall return shortly with Act 2. You've seen these couples, or rather heard of them. They dwell in a sea of perfect harmony, never a ripple of discord. But when they do have a disagreement, well, it's a beaut. Here we have Fred Peterson listening to Hetty and Tom Parsons having a fantastic difference of opinion.
Tom, how can you say that?
Hetty, darling, I was not in the car with you. I was home. Home.
You said, let's get out of this miserable cold and snow. Let's head south for a couple of weeks.
Hetty, when did I say that? How could I say that? You know I'm swamped with work at the office.
You came home this afternoon, Tom. You said, how would you like to leave for Florida tonight? And I said, give me an hour to pack.
Excuse me.
Who's he?
Oh, he's just...
I'm just Fred Peterson of the Union Messenger.
A reporter?
Oh, please, don't be alarmed. I assure you it's a thoroughly respectable profession.
Well, I see no point in emblazoning this all over the newspapers.
Is there anything to emblazon, as you put it?
This is a private affair.
Tom, tell me what happened. What happened to you after you left me?
Hetty, I told you I never left.
Tom.
How could I have left you? I wasn't with you.
Oh, no, Tom. This time I have witnesses. The police officer, he knows you went out to clear the rear window.
How does he know?
Because
you told him.
Mr. Parsons, Now, obviously, your wife seems distraught. I would suggest...
Keep your suggestions to yourself, Mr. Peterson. Don't you dare imply that I'm overwrought or nervous or hysterical. I am completely calm, extremely rational, and absolutely in command of myself. I know what happened this evening.
Mr. Peterson, this is obviously a private matter between my wife and me, and nobody's business but ours.
What did you mean, Mrs. Parsons, when you said that this time you had witnesses? Have there been other times when...
Hetty, it doesn't do us any good to air this in public.
All right, Tom. Take me home.
Let me talk to that officer at the desk there. Find out if there's anything we have to do.
Well?
Well, what?
Friend, husband, Tom. He didn't turn out to be quite as advertised.
And what is that supposed to mean?
He isn't quite the sweetest, mildest, most obliging guy on earth, is he?
He is to me.
I guess it's all a matter of how these words are defined, isn't it? And about this oh-so-complete understanding between the two of you. Won't you at least admit you're having a difference of opinion right now?
I don't have to admit anything.
Okay, don't shoot. I'll go quietly. Are you sure you really want me to go?
Please.
Regardless of what you say to me. You are in trouble. No, don't deny it.
Well, what if I am?
I'd like to help you.
Why?
Because...
Would you want to help me if I were middle-aged and fat and sloppy and ugly?
It isn't 10 minutes ago. You accused me of living in a world where no one trusted the next fellow or believed in him. You accused me of being a confirmed cynic. Is it possible you don't remember what you say from one minute to the next?
I'm sorry.
Don't be. There's a great deal to what you said.
You're kind, but no one can help you.
I could try.
And no one should try either.
Why not?
It's too dangerous.
That was the wrong thing to say to me.
I'm warning you.
You're only getting me in deeper.
Please,
For
Fred.
openers, my business is to take chances and get myself into... Hey, you know what happened?
What?
You called me Fred.
Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have.
But you did. And that means we're friends.
Look, I only want...
You're the one who set up the ground rules for this thing. First names are for friends only.
Please, forget what happened here tonight. I warn you.
You've already warned me twice. It won't work.
I can only warn you 3 times.
Do you mean you keep score?
Please don't joke, Fred.
You keep saying the wrong word, or I should say the wrong name. The wrong name is Fred. You can't call me Fred and expect me to forget everything.
I warn you. I warn you for the 3rd time. Forget all about tonight for your own sake, for your own safety.
And after saying all that, you still expect me to forget about it.
Tell my husband I'll wait for him outside in the car.
Wait a minute, Hetty.
I warned you, Fred. I warned you 3 times. Now, goodbye.
Where's my wife?
She said she'd meet you in the car.
Mr. Peterson, if I were you, I'd forget everything that happened tonight.
Is that a threat?
No. A warning.
That's all I've been getting around here, warnings.
Well, for your own good, take them seriously.
And if I don't?
You'll regret it for the rest of your life, which may not be a long one.
You still insist that you're not threatening me?
I'm only trying to help you.
Really? And why should you do that?
Why? I don't know why. Maybe it's because the last guy tried to help me.
What last guy?
I didn't listen to him.
The last guy? What do you mean?
Nothing. Forget it.
You know, with you and your wife, it seems, everything turns out to be nothing and forget
I don't think it matters now. I have an idea. It's already too late for you. I'm sorry. Good night, Mr. Peterson.
Hey, Fred.
Fred.
Yeah, Lieutenant, I'm coming.
Well?
Well, what?
There's nothing there for us boys in blue. What's in it for the 4th Estate?
Looks like he's trying to drive her nuts.
It could also be the other way around.
I don't think so.
Because of that honey-colored blonde hair?
Lieutenant, you always know where the exposed nerve is.
Just stop and figure it. Couldn't this also be her way of trying to drive him nuts?
As a reporter, I would have to say yes.
But, as a man?
I don't know.
Well, you got a problem, Fred. How are you going to tackle it? As a reporter? Or as a man?
Good morning.
Oh, Fred, what are you doing here?
won't you ask me to come in?
Well,
You could also offer me a cup of coffee. It's been a long drive on a cold morning.
Oh, well, I suppose you might as well come inside.
How gracious.
I'm sorry. I'm still upset, and you should know why. Come into the kitchen. I was just pouring myself a cup.
Thanks. Charming place you have here.
Thank you. I suppose Tom is generous enough when it comes to money and things.
The implication being that he is not generous when it comes to what?
Fred, if you insist on talking about Tom, I'll have to ask you to leave.
Okay, let's talk about you.
No. We can't talk about me either.
What can we talk about?
The weather, politics, sports. You'd be surprised I'm a very well-informed person. We could talk about art or literature.
I didn't come here to talk about those things.
I know why you came here.
Do you?
Fred, I'm a married woman.
But you're not a happily married woman.
I'm happy enough.
Okay. Let me tell you why I'm here. As a reporter, that is. It doesn't happen very often that you get a chance to be in on a story before it's a story. You follow me?
No.
Last night, all I could have gotten out of it might have been a squib on the back page, or maybe nothing. But something's happening here. Something's building. I don't know what it is. But one of you is lying. One of you is trying to destroy the other.
And you think you can stop it?
Oh, no, that's not my job. But there's going to be an explosion. And I want to be there when it blows. Because then I'll have a story.
And that's all this is. That's all I am to you. A story.
I was talking as a reporter. But as a man...
Yes?
As a man, I'd like to help you, Hetty.
Even if it meant losing your story?
Yes.
I'd like to believe that.
Why can't you?
I tried to warn you, Fred.
Look, we had all that last night.
I can't warn you anymore, but remember, I did warn you.
Yeah, sure.
Don't brush it aside, Fred.
Hetty, on the general subject of warnings, I've had a few in my day. From gangsters, from politicians. I mean from people who had clout.
But I did warn you.
Look, if you want me to, I'll sign a receipt. Let the record show that you warned me.
You were right. He is trying to destroy me.
Ah, finally. Why?
I don't know.
Okay, let's go through the standards. Is he after your money?
I don't have any.
Another woman?
I don't think so.
Is he tired of you?
I don't know.
Well, none of this is very helpful.
I'm sorry.
What was this business you were giving me back in the station house about your perfect marriage, about your perfect husband?
Because he is. It's just... Well, now and then he imagines things like last night.
What's now and then?
Oh, every few months. One time he stranded me up in Maine. Another time we were supposed to go to Europe. He told me he would be delayed and to get on the plane he would make the next one. And there I was, all by myself in Paris. He denied everything.
Has he seen a doctor?
Yes.
And?
It hasn't done any good.
Is he overworked?
Oh, yes.
Well, maybe he needs a long vacation.
I'm sure of it.
It all sounds pretty simple to me, except for one little item. Why have you insisted on warning me?
Because it was the right thing to do.
I don't understand. First, you imply that everything is so simple. Then, when I start to believe it, you drop a little suggestion that throws me off balance. I can't seem to get anything definite out of you.
Oh, but you did.
What was that?
A warning.
Lieutenant Carroll?
Hey, Lieutenant.
Yeah, how goes the Parson case?
How did you know I was going to ask you about the
That
part?
honey blonde hair.
Does it really show that much?
Pal, you are hooked.
You know something? That's true. And she may even be playing me like a fish.
So what can I do for you?
Well, no crime has been committed yet, but you can bet there's one on the way.
Well, till then, we're handcuffed around here.
Sure, but you got all the facts.
What fact?
I mean, you can get at them in a routine way. Work up both of them, some past histories.
That's spending the taxpayers' money.
You spend the taxpayers' money every day. Something's ready to blow up there. Just be ready for it. That's all I'm asking.
Actually, Fred, if you want the truth, we've already started.
And?
Keep in touch.
Yeah?
They said you're in this office.
Well, look who's here. Tom, the piper's son. Come on in, son.
Mr. Peterson, I've decided to tell you everything. Because I know you're in love with my wife.
Oh, wait a minute.
Now, there are all kinds of meaningless expressions. Wait a minute, see here, hold on, or a few. Let's dispense with them.
You can't accuse me.
I don't accuse you. I state a fact.
Well, then let's be fair. I only met your wife last night. I admit she's attractive. I don't even know her.
That's what I told him.
That's what you told who?
The last guy. The last guy she was married to. I wish I knew how to start this.
Well, start at the beginning.
Okay. I'm an accountant. You're a reporter. Both of us are men of the world. I mean this world. You live on facts. I live on figures. So how can I tell you? How can I expect you to believe me when I say that Hetty isn't a human being at all?
She isn't?
No. She's a witch.
A witch? Yes, that's what he said. A witch. But how can it be? Wasn't all that witch business over and done with more than 200 years ago? Well, that's what we intend to find out shortly when I return with Act 3. Tom Parsons and Fred Peterson sit in a newspaper office. Both are young, alert, stylishly dressed, every bit the modern, sophisticated men of today. And yet, the subject, the very serious subject under discussion is witchcraft, of all things.
Well, it isn't every day a man accuses his wife of being a witch.
It isn't every day a man finds out he's married to one.
I can only say it's incredible.
I know. That's what I said when he told me.
When who told you?
The last guy.
Tell me about the last guy.
I met Hetty on a cruise ship about 5 years ago. She said her husband had just somehow disappeared. She was distraught. You know, she does the distraught bit to perfection.
I know nothing of the kind. What happened? Had he fallen overboard?
Well, that's what she made everybody think. Till we got a radiogram from shore. He claimed he knew nothing about the trip.
Well, either he had boarded the boat or he hadn't.
Okay, let's get all of that cleared away. There was a ticket in his name. There were some people who claimed they had seen him. The trouble is, there was a pretty drunk bon voyage party. Most everyone was in no shape to remember anything. Oh, yes, the steward did claim to have seen him aboard, but...
But?
I'm convinced the steward was bribed. So I bought her story. I fell in love with her. Just as you did. And I helped her kill him. Just as you're going to help her kill me.
You know what I think?
I know what you think. You think I'm a nut. You could look it up. 5 years ago, Stacy's Mountainville Lodge in the Adirondacks. She called me. She was desperate. Come up here. He's going to kill me. I flew up. I found them. They were near a cliff. She was screaming for help. I started fighting him off. I guess he slipped. He fell over the side. He was killed. Look it up. Coroner's office. You'll see. An accident.
Let's assume I buy all this. How does it make her a witch?
Oh. She told me. She'll tell you afterwards. She's a witch. She falls in love with men, gets tired of them, and destroys them.
I think you must
I know. I'm here to warn you. But I'm going to kill her first.
Let me get you a cup of coffee.
You're a fool. I'm here to save your life.
Sure.
Okay. Look her up. I mean that. See if you can find a trace of her. See if you can find out where or when she was born, who her parents were. She has absolutely no background, I tell you.
Don't get excited.
Lord, this is all so familiar. All of this is what he said to me and what I said to him. Back there, before I killed him.
Now, nobody's going to kill anybody.
I don't know you. But you look like a nice guy. Take my advice. Save yourself. Save yourself.
I'm not sure I should be here with you tonight, Fred.
Well, you wouldn't let me visit you at home.
Oh, it just wouldn't look right.
Yeah, but it's all on the level. I'm a newspaper man. It's business. I'm doing a story.
I had a very proper upbringing.
Where were you raised, Hetty?
I'd rather not talk about it.
Why?
Well, I told you it was proper, but it wasn't happy. I shouldn't say this, but there were times when I thought my parents were ogres. Fred, is something wrong?
No. Gee, I just hope I didn't spill anything on you.
No. I didn't have a happy childhood. I don't like to discuss it.
Here's something we should discuss. I spoke with Tom this morning.
I think I know what he told you.
So far out, I even hesitate to mention it, but obviously he believes it.
I insisted that he see a psychiatrist. In fact, we both went. And it's the doctor's opinion that Tom is riddled with guilt. You see, he thinks he murdered Larry.
Larry?
My first husband. But Larry was a brute. I was very young, and we're really too young to know anything about people. Larry was a drunk. I didn't know that either. And when he had a few, he would abuse me. Well, I shouldn't have done it, but I was terrified. I called Tom, and he came up and got into a fight with Larry, and, well, there was that accident.
But why should he get that far-out notion about you?
According to the doctor, it had to be something... Well, something he could live with, something that could justify what he did, and he really has a vivid imagination.
Strikes me as a very sober-minded person, aside
He was
from...
a lit major at college. He became an accountant because he had to make a living. I don't know what I'm going to do about him, Fred. I've had so much trouble in my life, and he's really a wonderful guy, and I love him. Why does he want to destroy us? Why should he have a guilty conscience about Larry? Whatever happened was in self-defense.
Well, look, everything will turn out all right.
Oh, you're only saying that because you have to say something.
No, I believe it.
Hello?
Tom?
Yes, it's Tom.
But you said you were working late.
Well, I am. I just took a break for dinner. Join you?
Please.
Fred, you obviously didn't hear a word I said this morning, did you?
I heard every word.
Heard them all and listened to none?
Tom, you're not well, and I think we...
Oh, I know what you think. You think we should go away for a rest and all that. Forget it. I know what I have to do, and I'm going to do it. Poor Fred. I feel sorry for you. You're in love with her.
To keep the record straight, I'm a reporter. There's a story here. I aim to get it.
Sure. That's what you tell yourself.
Let's go along with you, Tom. Suppose what you say is true. Suppose she's what you say she is. Why not walk out, get a divorce?
I can't.
Why?
I hope you never find out. You see, she destroys you. She takes away your capacity to love, your feelings, your mind. It's as if you're only just nourishment for her. And when everything you have to give is gone, she discards you for someone else.
Tom, for your own sake, I think you should be under a doctor's care in a hospital.
I suppose I should. But I want to save you. It'll make up for Larry.
I must apologize, Fred, for exposing you to all this. I shouldn't have come here.
But you wanted to expose him to all this. That's why you came here. You knew I always eat here when I work late.
Tom, I'll do anything you want. Just tell me.
Disappear. As a supernatural person, you can arrange that without any problem.
Please, Fred, go now. Leave us alone.
But I don't want to...
He's my problem. I have to live with it. And if you stay, well, an audience always excites him.
Now,
look who finally showed up. What happened to that Nobel Prize for journalism you were working on?
Lieutenant, there is no Nobel Prize for journalism.
Oh, well, what happened anyhow?
I got off it all. Couldn't make heads or tails.
Well, we're still on it. As a matter of fact, information keeps pouring in all the time.
On her?
On him. Funny duck. He was always interested in spirits, that kind of thing. He wrote his master's thesis on something called demonology.
Well, there's nothing there for me.
As a man or a reporter?
Both.
You know, I've been married 10 years, and I've never been tempted. But if I could be, she could do it. Oh, that dame is something.
I'm surprised at you, Lieutenant.
But there's hope for you. If what you say about the husband is true, he winds up in the loony bin, and after a respectable interval, she could be yours. That's what's in your mind, right?
You are the most cynical person I know.
Come off it. We're two of a kind. I'd even wait for her myself. Lieutenant Carroll.
Is Fred Peterson there, please?
Hold on, I'll see. It's the girl you love.
Cut it out.
Okay, the girl we love. You hear?
Yeah, I guess I'm here.
Take it.
Hello?
Fred, I'm scared.
What's the matter, Hetty?
Don't ask any questions. Just come to my place. Quickly. Come in, Fred. Oh, darling, I'm so glad you're here.
Hetty, why are you shaking like that?
I'm frightened. I'm so frightened.
Please, Hetty, calm down. I'm here. Everything is going to be all right.
I know it. I know. It's wrong for me to talk to you like this, to feel like this. But I can't help it.
No, we'll work it out. Somehow we'll work it out. Now. Why are you scared?
He asked me to take his suit to the cleaners this morning, and I found this in his pocket.
It's a receipt.
Read it.
From Carrington's, 1 double-action Danforth Wilson revolver, caliber .32.
He bought a gun. Don't you see? He bought a gun.
All right.
Why would he buy a gun if he didn't want to kill me?
Well, I think we have enough to interest the police now.
Are you sure about that?
Tom?
Well, answer the question, Fred. What do you expect from the police? I have a permit for this gun. I have every right to own it.
Look, Tom, I get very nervous when people point guns at me. Maybe it's unreasonable, but do you mind putting that thing away?
Well, I will. After I use it.
No, Tom.
Don't be a fool. You're not a killer.
I always thought that. Till just now.
Tom, listen. Let's say you're right. That she is a witch, okay? Don't you see? You couldn't kill her anyhow. You'd empty the gun at her. It wouldn't mean a thing.
Fine. Why don't we find out?
I won't let you.
Get away from me, Fred.
Up.
Come on, step aside.
Behind me, Hetty. Behind me.
Fred, give me that gun. If you move, I'll kill you.
Gun. Just lower it. Drop it.
Take it. I'm going to kill her.
No, drop it. Drop it.
Tom. You did it. Again, Eddie. It did it. Again.
Call a doctor, Hetty.
What for? You poor sucker. You think she's not worth it. You think she's paradise? She is. She is. But it doesn't last. It doesn't last. And then she'll kill you. She'll kill you, too.
Tom.
He's dead.
Tom.
You saw there was nothing I could do.
I know.
Better call the police.
Lieutenant Carroll.
Lieutenant, it's Fred.
Hey, Fred, I got news for you. What I mean is I have absolutely no news for you.
Lieutenant, listen to me.
You know, we drew a complete blank on that dame. We traced her back to St. Louis City Hall, where she married a guy named Larry Bellows. She gave her home address as Charterville, Illinois. But there's no such place.
Listen, Lieutenant.
It's as if this dame just materialized out of thin air. No background at all.
Wait a minute.
Hetty. Who are you?
Hello? Oh, Fred. Fred, why did you call?
Who are you, Hetty?
Fred, what's on your mind?
Hetty.
I warned you 3 times, Fred. I warned you 3 times.
And how many warnings would you have needed? Or heeded? That's the trouble. When they have honey blonde hair, it's so hard to take them seriously. A mistake. You should always take every woman seriously. We'll be back shortly. Are there really witches? Everyone must keep his own counsel on the matter. However, if you should happen upon a damsel in distress, and she has honey blonde hair and baby blue eyes, remember, we warned you 3 times. Our cast included Joan Loring, Mason Adams, Tom Keena, Alan Manson, and Sam Gray. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Judy Garland and John Hodiak in The Clock. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeling.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. A popular magazine now on the stands describes New York as one city in America where dreams come true, where the fabulous and the improbable are ever present. An example is a clipping which I have here, dated January 19th. It reports that as a result of seeing Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's screen success, The Clock, scores of servicemen are riding up and down escalators in the Pennsylvania station looking for romance. The reason they give is, that's how a soldier met Judy Garland in the picture. In tonight's Lux Radio version of The Clock, we show you how it happens. As we bring you Judy Garland playing her original screen role, co-starred with John Hodiak. The Clock is the tender story of a boy and girl who meet in the heart of a teeming and relentless city. I'd like to tell you another boy and girl story that ended as all such stories should. In a small village in France some months ago, a young French couple invited troops of our occupation forces to be present at their wedding. The man who told me this story said he felt that he should bring a gift, and he could think of nothing better than 2 cakes of Lux soap for the bride and groom. As he describes it, their gratitude and appreciation were as great as if he'd brought them jewels. He adds, I thought they'd never stop thanking me. Well, an American bride might not consider Lux soap such a rare and costly gift, but I'm sure she'd understand the enthusiasm and appreciation of her less fortunate sisters overseas. It's time now for the first act of The Clock, starring Judy Garland as Alice and John Hodiak as Joe.
Department of Overwhelming Statistics. Subject, New York City.
There are 5 boroughs in New York. Population 7,454,995.
So many people. Too many people, you might say. Almost too many people.
The above population lives in an area of 299.0 square miles.
No place for a stranger in New York. Too big. And everybody hurrying. Just rush, rush, rush.
Trains and ferries, buses and taxicabs, subways and L's. Who are they all? What are they doing? What do they want?
It's Sunday morning, a spring morning, and in New York's Pennsylvania station, a young soldier gazes in awe at the swirling, bumping crowds that mill about him.
Oh, pardon me, sir. Could you tell me how to get out of this place?
Just use that escalator, Corporal.
Oh, well, where does that take you?
7th Avenue, in from camp, huh?
That's right.
Well, you'll like it here.
Oh, well, what are some of the things to see? What do you think would be good on a Sunday?
Oh, gosh, I don't know. I work here, but I live in Jersey. First time in 11 years I've been here on Sunday. You'll find plenty to keep you busy. Goodbye.
Oh, thanks. Oh, say, where... Oh!
Oh!
I guess I didn't look where I was going.
No, I guess you didn't.
Well, you're going up, soldier, or aren't you?
Young man, would you mind if I use the escalator?
Oh, I beg your pardon.
Hey! Mister! Soldier! My heel! My heel!
Who, me?
No, behind you! My heel!
Well, I'll be right up. Wait for me. What's the matter with your foot? You sprained your ankle?
No.
Hey, look, you want to stay off that foot. If you twisted it, I'll see... Here, I better take a look at it. Hey, the heel's off your shoe.
Yes, that's what I've been trying to tell you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll go down and find it for you.
What, in that crowd?
Oh, I'll find it. What was it, just a little heel?
Well, yes, but it's all
right.
right.
No.
Really.
I'll find it all right. I'll be right back. How does your shoe feel now? You sure he fixed it all right?
Oh, it's fine.
I never thought a shoe repair shop would be open on Sunday.
Well, I go that way. Thank you for carrying my bag.
Oh, that's all right. Oh, do you mind if I go a little way with you, sort of look around?
Well, no. Not if you want to.
Oh, thank you.
I get a bus on 5th Avenue.
A bus, huh? Oh.
What's the matter?
Well, the buildings. I've never seen buildings like that in my life. And wherever you look.
If I'm going to catch my bus, maybe
I'm sorry. Let's go. I guess I've got a nerve all right getting on the bus with you.
Well, that's one way of seeing the city.
But this is the first time I ever rode on a double-decker bus. Sure nice in the open like this.
Mm. Excuse me.
Too breezy up here?
Oh, no.
Hey, there goes your handkerchief.
This is certainly my day to lose things.
Here, mine.
Thank you. Oh. This city must seem very strange to you.
I'm green as grass. I suppose you've lived here all your life.
No, just 3 years.
Folks here?
No. That's Radio City up ahead.
You mean you live all alone?
No, Look, there's St. Patrick's Cathedral.
You're not married, are you?
No, I live with another girl.
Oh. Well, what do you do, if you don't mind my asking?
I'm a secretary.
Oh, I see. What kind of an office do you work in?
Just an office.
I guess I'm pretty nosy.
Yes, you are.
I'm sorry.
Well, it really doesn't matter.
Gesundheit. You're not catching cold.
Oh, no. It's the sun. It always does that to me. I always sneeze exactly twice, and then I'm all through.
Oh.
Here's your handkerchief.
Well, hadn't you better keep it?
No. I'm all finished. Say, don't you think you better get off soon?
Well, I didn't have anywhere to go, but if I bother you...
Oh, no, of course. I didn't mean that. You don't bother me.
You sure?
Well, certainly. I I just meant that this bus only goes as far as the park.
They got a park here? With trees and grass?
Yes, I think you'd enjoy it. There's a lake and a children's
Well,
zoo.
you wouldn't care to walk just a little with me in the park, would you?
No, that's out of the question. I've got to get home. You see, I've been in the country, and where is it?
Here.
Thank you.
Gesundheit.
Thank you. I never get tired of watching the seals. They're such comedians.
Did you ever think how much some animals remind you of people?
Yes, I know exactly what you mean.
You take that seal there. I've got an aunt in Minnesota looks just like that. They used to tell me I look exactly like an owl.
An owl? Oh, that's ridiculous.
No.
You don't look... You do. You look exactly like an owl.
What is it you remind me of?
Never mind. I don't want to know.
Hey, look at that.
What?
Kid with a sailboat. Kids are a great study when you get to know them.
Yeah.
Hiya, Skipper.
Well, mister.
Let's see. 3 masts, huh? Say, will you look
Get
at
your
it?
big mitts off of my boat. Who you think you are?
I don't get it. Kids usually like me.
Oh, what a rude little boy.
They hardly ever kick me in the shins. I don't understand.
Joe, I've really got to get home.
Oh, yeah. Well, goodbye, Alice.
Goodbye. What are you going to do?
Oh, I don't know. Over there, that's 79th Street, huh?
Mm-hmm. The museum's over there.
Yeah. Well, it's an idea.
I've only been there once or twice myself. It's a shame. I ought to go there more often.
Really? Museum, huh?
Well, I'll show you where it is. I've got time for that, I suppose. Come on.
Of the period 1411-1375 B.C., or during the 18th dynasty, you will notice there's...
We could go out and see the paintings, Joe.
How are your feet doing?
Well, they know they've been walking.
Let's just let you guys here for a while.
All right. Oh, look. There's Rodin's Thinker.
Yeah, I've been thinking, too.
What?
How lucky I am.
Oh. Well...
I was also thinking I could never get used to this city. No, this isn't what I want.
What do you want?
A little business of my own out home in Mapleton.
Why?
Well, because it's my home. Not that I don't want to get around and see things, but I get to thinking sometimes, like in the spring in the evenings. I can almost smell the grass outside the house. Dad used to mow the lawn before dinner. He'd never let us kids do it.
Did you have a dog?
Dog? No. Did you?
No.
Why'd you ask that?
Well, I just wondered.
No, I didn't have a dog. After the war, I'm going to be a builder.
You mean a contractor?
Well, more like a carpenter. I want to put up houses myself.
Well, they say that houses are all going to be alike, made out of plastics and things.
Oh, not in Mapleton, they won't.
Oh, why do you want to be a contractor, Joe, or a carpenter?
Oh, I like working with wood, I guess. I like the feel of it and building things with my own hands. You know what I mean?
Yes, I do, I think. Oh, is that the closing bell? What time is it?
5 o'clock.
5 o'clock? Oh, I've simply got to go.
I guess everybody does if they're closing up.
Yes.
You know, you can sure learn a lot in a museum.
Well, here's the bus stop. It's been a nice afternoon.
I suppose you're probably busy tonight.
Oh, yes, I am.
Well, thanks a lot for being so nice. Like a cigarette?
No, thank you. Oh, you're a lighter.
Huh?
Well, that's one of those things that lights anywhere, isn't it?
Yeah, it has a shield to keep the flame from blowing out, see?
Mm-hmm.
Would you like it?
Oh, no, you keep it.
Oh, take it.
Well, I really wouldn't have any use for it.
Well, I just wanted you to have it.
Oh. Thank you very much. Well, here comes my bus.
Yeah. Well, maybe we'll meet again sometime.
Maybe.
79th Street.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
And thanks for the lighter.
Oh, that's all right.
Let's go, lady.
Goodbye. Goodbye, Alice.
80
Goodbye.
seconds. 80 seconds. Fares, please. Fares.
Hey, Alice. Alice.
I think the soldier's calling you, young woman.
What? I'm sorry. What?
Alice.
What?
Alice, will
He's
you...
running after the bus. Something's wrong.
Oh, I don't think so. Joe?
Alice, will you break that date tonight?
Yes.
Where'll I meet you?
I don't know.
What?
Under the clock.
What clock?
Under the clock at the Astor Hotel.
Where?
Under the clock at the Astor at 7.
What?
Under the clock at the Astor at 7.
Oh, thanks, Alice. Gee, swell.
My gosh, Alice, where have you been?
I'm a little late, I guess.
Freddie's called up every 10 minutes. He says you have a date with him.
Yes, I have.
Well, I've got to get going. I'm supposed to meet Bill.
Have a good time.
Al, what happened to you?
Well, nothing. I met a soldier.
Oh, Al, you're not trying to tell me you got picked up by a uniform.
Picked up? Really, Helen?
What's that you've got?
That's a cigarette lighter.
Where'd you get it?
He gave it to me.
What else happened?
Nothing.
Well, I guess it's all right as long as you got rid of him.
Well, I didn't exactly get rid of him.
What?
I got a date with him tonight.
Oh, good grief, Al. You don't even know the man. Well, as far as he's concerned, this is just a pickup.
Helen, I wish you wouldn't keep saying that. Joe's a nice boy. He's just lonesome, that's all.
Mm-hmm. So it's Joe already. Joe what?
Joe...
You don't even know. Oh, look, Al. I don't want to butt in, but it just doesn't make sense to pick up to make friends with a stray soldier. I know they're all swell kids, but a girl has got to look out for herself. You going to use this pin tonight?
No, here, get more.
Thanks. It's different when you meet a serviceman through friends and you know who he is. Listen, you've never done anything like this before, and I won't let you do it now. I just won't let you do it.
He'll be waiting. He's going to be awfully disappointed.
Honey, I won't feel half as bad as you feel after his leave is over and he goes back to camp.
I suppose you're right.
I am right. Anyway, Freddie will be phoning.
Oh, Freddie.
Well, at least you know his last name. Remember what I said, Al?
I'll remember. Night, Helen.
Night.
Hello? Oh, hello, Freddie. Yes, Helen told me you'd called. Well, I'm almost ready now. Yeah, a half hour will be fine. Yes, Freddie.
Excuse me.
Yes?
Hey, is there any other clock here except this one?
Meeting somebody?
Yeah.
Well, this is the clock, all right. This is where everybody meets.
Well, maybe it's a little fast, huh?
Let me see. No, right on the nose. Exactly 20.5 minutes after 7.
Oh. Well, thanks. Thanks a lot.
Oh, there you are. Am I late?
Oh, Alice, oh, no, you...
Hiya, darling. Say,
Oh,
you
excuse
look
me.
cute. Oh, here.
Oh, a gardenia. Darling, it's lovely.
For your hair.
Here, hold my mirror.
There, how's this?
That's fine. Now, how do you like it?
Oh, swell. Well, let's go, honey.
I'd like gardenia, please.
Yes, sir. Put it in a box?
No, paper will be fine.
Be careful of the pin. That'll be $1.
Do you happen to have the right time?
That clock in the lobby's always right. See? It's 7:45.
Oh, yeah.
You're late, huh? Well, don't worry, Corporal. The gardenia will do the trick.
Yeah, well... Oh, your money. Here. Thanks a lot.
Joe.
Alice!
Oh, Joe, I'm so late.
What?
I'm terribly sorry. Some people called just as I was
No, you're not late. I was just worried about you. Here. Here's something for your hair.
Oh, Joe.
Want me to hold your mirror for you?
Yes, please. How'd you know I like gardenias?
I just took a chance. Am I holding the mirror right?
Yes. Just a second. There.
Oh, that's beautiful. Well, let's go, Alice.
Still hungry, Joe?
Oh, I feel fine. I'm sure glad you picked this restaurant.
Well, I just took a chance. I've never been here before either.
Alice, you started to tell me about Helen.
Oh, well, I was just going to say we work in the same office. She's in the sales division. Bill says she's practically an executive.
Who's Bill?
Oh, he's a friend of Alice. Sometimes Freddie and I go out with him.
You like it, don't you? The city and the office and everything.
I love it. I'd never wanted any different.
Never? Well, don't you want to get married someday, maybe?
Oh, that? Well, not for a long time, anyway.
Well, what about this Freddie that you mentioned?
Freddie?
Mm-hmm. What about him?
Well, what about him?
Well, does that suit Freddie?
I don't know what you mean.
Well, I mean not getting married.
I don't think I care to answer that.
Oh, well, I was only asking.
My goodness, I hardly know you. I don't have to answer anybody's questions about Freddie or anybody else.
Well, now, wait a minute. Now, this Freddie doesn't mean anything to me one way or the other.
Well, all right, then let's leave him out of it.
Well, I was only asking.
I don't know why you had to bring him up at all.
Look, you brought him up. I never even heard of the guy.
I think maybe I'd better go.
What are you doing?
Well, your coat, you've got ice cream all over it.
Oh.
Helen was right. She told me what would happen.
Well, look, I'm sorry if I said anything.
If I'd had any sense, I'd have listened to her. It's different when you meet a serviceman through friends and know who he is. Then you know who he is, only sometimes when a girl dates with a soldier, she isn't only thinking of herself. She knows he's far away from home and alone, no one to talk to, and... What are you staring at?
You've got brown eyes.
Well, look, I want to... I think that... Well, let's go somewhere else.
Funny, isn't it? Here we are in the park again. Except it's night.
And it's a different park.
Oh.
That's a river down there.
Been talking so much I hardly noticed.
And look, so many stars.
Yeah. But that's only a few of them.
I know. It's all you ever see. Just a little part where you are.
Well, they're the ones we know up there. Vega, Orion, Big Dipper.
I never knew their names. And all the people in this city, all around us, all the people in the country, and all the people in the world. Out of all that, just those stars. The Big Dipper and what you said. And you and I down here in this park together. It's strange, isn't it?
Oh, I don't know. Doesn't seem strange anymore.
Suppose we hadn't met.
We couldn't not have met.
I know. It's strange, though. My coming home from the country early.
That was only a little part of it.
Your being there in the station.
Well, that was part of it, too. There were other things, like your leaving home, my getting leave just when I did. That's all part of it. Oh, even those ships in the river.
Ships?
They're part of a convoy. That's why I got this leave. Guess it'll be the last one I'll get.
Oh, I see. It's a lot of things, isn't it? Some don't matter and others do.
They all matter. This night, being together.
Yes.
They matter, don't they?
I don't know.
Alice?
Joe, I don't know.
It's quiet here. Almost as quiet as it is at home.
It's never quiet, really. The city's full of sounds, always underneath. Listen. Joe.
Alice, your hair, it's like...
It's late. We have to go.
Yes. Alice, could I see you again tomorrow?
I don't know, Joe.
It'll be my last night. I'll just have today and tomorrow.
I don't know whether we ought to see each other again at all.
I thought maybe you'd want to.
Oh, well, I do, but I just can't think right now. I'm sorry, Joe. Please.
Well, it's all right, Alice. That's all right.
In just a minute, we'll bring you the second act of The Clock, starring Judy Garland and John Hodiak. Meanwhile, here's our Hollywood reporter, Libby Collins. What's the news story tonight, Libby?
Well, I'll give you a lead, Mr. Keeley. Gable's back and Garson's got him.
Oh, Libby, you're talking about Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's new picture, Adventure, starring Greer Garson and Clark Gable.
Mm-hmm, you guessed it. That's just what I meant when I said Gable's back and Garson's got him.
Could be Greer's red gold hair and her lovely smooth complexion.
Could be. There's a reason why 9 out of 10 screen stars use Lux toilet soap, Mr. Kennedy.
Adventure's a very exciting picture. Did you see the preview?
No, not yet, though I was there when they were filming some of the scenes. My, what an enormous place that Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer is.
A city in itself.
Mm-hmm. I visited some of the stars' dressing rooms while I was there.
You mean you actually went into the dressing rooms of those famous beauties, Libby? A lot of women would envy you that experience.
Oh, yes, Mr. Kennedy. Imagine they'd be interested to see how luxurious and well-appointed those dressing rooms are.
And there was one luxury, Libby, I'll bet you saw everywhere.
Now, whatever could you mean by that, Mr. Kennedy? Well, I won't keep you in suspense. I can report that every single dressing room had Lux toilet soap in it.
Must be something about that soap, Libby, when the loveliest women in the world depend on it for daily beauty care.
Screen stars tell me active lather facials are wonderfully effective. They're quick and easy, too. Just cover your face with the creamy Lux soap lather and work it well in. Rinse with warm water, splash on cold, and pat dry with a soft towel. That's all there is to it.
And this gentle daily care does make skin lovelier. Recent tests by skin specialists proved it. Actually, 3 out of 4 complexions improved in a short time.
And, Mr. Kennedy, women might like to know that in these days of... Women would like to know this in these days of shortage. Lux toilet soap is thrifty to use. Each cake lasts and lasts.
If you aren't acquainted with this famous beauty soap, why not get some tomorrow? Let Lux toilet soap give your skin gentle, protecting care it ought to have. And now, Mr. Keeley returns to the microphone.
We continue with Act 2 of The Clock, starring Judy Garland as Alice and John Hodiak as Joe. Only a few moments have passed since Alice and Joe walked slowly and silently out of the park to Alice's bus stop. But in those few moments, midnight has come and gone, and so has Alice's bus.
Well, we can take a taxi cab, Alice.
That'd be awfully expensive.
Oh, that's all right. Here comes one now.
Hey, taxi!
That's not a taxi.
It isn't?
No, it's a milk truck.
Something I can do for you?
Quiet. We thought you were a taxi.
Going to lift? Plenty of room. Got a radio, too. Hear it?
Well, that's awfully nice of you.
Come on, hop in.
Sure we're not crowded?
Nah, plenty of room. You going home from somewhere?
Yes, from somewhere.
Oh, that's good. I'm just starting out.
Here's our next request number, this time from Miss Nellie Green.
Nellie Green, that name again.
Nellie is the premier masseuse, that's French for rubber, at Schrager's All 930 Spa.
Discrimination, then. I'll get a load of what she wants
And
now.
Nellie's request is sweet and lovely.
That's a second request this week. I had a request in now for 3 months. Do I get it? No. Miss Nellie Green? Yeah.
What's your request?
That's how I need you. You know it?
Uh-huh.
Like the roses need their fragrance, like a sweetheart needs a kiss, like the summer needs the... Say, you ever seen them load the wagons?
The milk wagon?
Oh, it's a very interesting sight if you've never seen it.
Well, that's awfully nice, but I think I'd better get home.
Where do you live?
On the east side.
Well, I can take you right back up there.
Well, honestly, Mr.
Henry, Al Henry. You get the ride, I get the comfort.
What do you think, Joe?
Well, I sort of like it here.
Well, the way they load up the trucks, that's something very few people know about. All they care about is where is the milk when they open the door.
I certainly enjoyed watching them load the trucks, Al.
Sure. I knew you'd enjoy it.
Are we going uptown now?
Yes, ma'am. Hey, turn up the radio, huh?
Bring you a request for whispering, signed 6 girls in a pool room. Okay, girls, come out of that corner pocket.
Not mine again.
Whispering.
Well, maybe they played it while you weren't listening. Oh, what's that?
Flat tire, I'll bet. I'll take a look.
Have you got a spare?
That's a flat, all right.
Oh.
I gotta find a phone. Service car, come right out and fix it.
Well, there's a lunch wagon across the street.
Well, that'll do. Let's go. Well, I got him okay. They'll be right over at the service car.
We ordered you a cup of coffee.
Oh, that's nice. Thanks.
And there's a radio. You won't even miss the program. Listen.
Oh, yeah.
Uncanny conduct in this place tonight. The whole country going to the dogs. The whole country... Hey, you.
Huh?
Put down that coffee a minute.
What's the matter?
You just made an unkind remark about dogs.
Who said anything about dogs?
Yeah, what's the matter with dogs?
Here, wait a minute.
Wait, I hope... Oh, how do you do? A pleasure to meet a member of the armed forces. But this civilian, this un-American, the most un-American conduct bully me since Bunker Hill, the Constitution of the United States and the Bill of Rights.
Now, wait a minute. I never said nothing about
Here's a request for That's How I Need You.
What was that, pal?
Pipe down, will you? That's my number.
And the request is from my old pal, Al Henry, the man with a million milk bottles.
My request?
Oh, your request. Well, I got a request, too. This country has got to expand. You hear me? Expand! Expand!
Al!
Oh, now look what you've done.
Well, what did I do?
Well, you threw your arms out like this and you socked him right in the eye.
Al, are you hurt?
Oh, pal, speak to me. Forgive me. When the pal ain't... Oh, that's beautiful.
We better get him out of here, Alice.
Get up, pal.
Fresh air will do him good.
Yeah, can I
What
help?
song like that? You
I've
can
got
take
him
the
all
rest
right.
of it and keep
Come
it.
on, Al.
Give it, hey!
Come on.
What's my pal? They're taking my pal away. You see what I mean? That's the whole trouble with the whole government.
Hey, what's going on here? What's going on here, huh?
How do you feel?
Oh, I'm fine.
Well, the man fixed the tire, and Joe's driving us uptown.
You've been having a nap.
Oh. Say, I got milk to deliver.
Well, why don't you rest, Al? You can tell us where the milk goes, and Joe and I'll deliver it.
Oh, no, I couldn't do nothing like that.
Well, we'll see how you feel when we get uptown.
Caught me right in the wind.
The eye, too. You got a beaut.
Oh, boy, sure feels like it. And I missed my song. I missed the whole number.
What do I do, Alice? Stay on the same street?
Uh-huh. Gosh, I'm tired.
How's Al doing back there?
He's sound asleep.
You know what he said? He said you and I were natural-born milkmen.
That's because we brought back the empties when we deliver the milk. Look, it's getting light, Joe.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost morning.
Yeah.
Back home, I used to see the dawn come up sometimes.
Me too. Up over the Indiana fields.
The morning comes here first, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Before that, it's out at sea. Before that, it's Joe.
Hmm?
Where are they sending you? Do you know?
No. England, I guess.
It's a long ways away.
Alice,
Hmm?
do you like me a little bit?
Mm-hmm. Oh, Joe, I'm sorry. I'm so sleepy.
Why don't you doze off, then? I'll find the way, okay?
Really?
Sure.
Good night, Joe.
Good night, baby.
Out practically cold, like I tell you. They deliver me whole route and bring me home.
I think that's about the nicest thing I ever heard.
Well, I guess we'll be going along.
Going along? Well, breakfast is all ready.
Oh, no, really, we
Never tasted cooking like Mama's in all your life. Why, she can mix you up the finest glass of ice water you ever drunk. Besides, she makes the best corn cakes you ever ate. Now, come on, sit down.
They're all ready, too. Watch yourself now. They're hot. Say, you folks married?
Oh, no.
Well, lots of young folks are getting married these days.
Butter one of these while it's hot, Al.
Thanks. Ow, hot is right.
Well, I think you have to know somebody a long time before you get married. I mean, you don't want to do something as serious as that in a minute.
Well, me, I think you can find out as much about somebody in a minute as you can in a whole lifetime. You know what she was doing when I first seen her?
Now, Al.
No, what? Cooking butter cakes in child's window.
No, really?
Yeah. And the minute I seen her, I knew she was for me.
Well, I don't know, though. I don't think it's fair to the girl. A soldier getting married. Well, how does he know what condition he'll come back in?
Well, Joe, if people ever thought about all the things that could happen, they'd never do anything.
Well, I think if a girl and a boy want to get married, all the talk in the world ain't going to stop them. Never has yet. And if Al.
What's the matter?
Get away from the muffins. Company first.
Well, look, they got some, ain't they?
Just exactly like his uncle. Oh, those Henrys.
It isn't me uncle. It's me cousin, Michael Henry. He's a clerk of the court for Judge Forbes.
Well, your uncle, your cousin, what difference does it make?
It's me cousin is the one that can eat.
Well, I never saw such eating.
And I never saw such a place in my life as this, just trying to get something to eat.
All right, here, take them up and take it.
All right, I will. Thank you. Thank you very much.
How do you like the subway, Joe?
Oh, it's different, all right. They go so fast.
Is that what you've been thinking about the last 5 minutes?
Well, no, I was thinking about Al Henry and his wife.
Oh, they're lovely people.
I was thinking about what he said. About how it really doesn't matter how long a person knows another person.
No, I guess it doesn't matter so much.
What have you been thinking about?
Something you said. About a soldier not marrying because he doesn't know what condition he'll come back in.
Oh?
Well, I think if two people are really in love, that wouldn't make any difference.
Wouldn't it?
Of course, Oh. Joe, I don't want to leave you today.
Alice, what about your office?
Well, I suppose I could find some excuse.
What? Oh, that'd be wonderful. Hey, come on, Alice.
Joe, hurry this way. We have to change trains.
Boy, this mob, even worse than Penn Station.
You're not half as confused as I was my first time in the subway.
Well, I'll just hang on to you. What were you saying about the office?
Well, it won't take long, and you can just wait outside.
Oh, that's swell.
Well, here comes our train.
Red Central train. Let them off, please. Let them off. All right, step lively, everybody, all the way in.
Joe, come on.
Step lively, everybody, all the way in.
I'm coming, Alice. Wait inside there.
All the way
Joe?
in, folks. Step lively. Watch your step. Let's go. All the way in. That's all. Watch the doors now. That's all.
Wait a minute. I gotta get on there.
Oh, you know, next train, buddy.
I gotta get on there.
Stand back, buddy.
Alice! Please, can you tell me what the next station is, mister?
No English, no English.
Lady, could you tell me what the next station is?
The next station? Now, let me see. This is Grand Central, and I'm sure the next station would be... No, it couldn't be that. Now, if this is Grand Central, I'm sure...
Next station? Sure, bud. 14th Street.
14th Street. Thanks. Mister, hey, mister.
Yeah?
I've been looking all over for a girl. Did you see a girl get off the train a little while ago?
I seen 1,000 girls get off, fella.
Well, is this the next stop after Grand Central?
The next express stop, yeah.
You mean there's something else?
Sure, the local after Grand Central. The local stops at 33rd.
How do I get there?
Take the stairway at the end of the platform and go across.
Stairway, end of platform. I've got to find her. I've got to find her.
So we at the U.S.
USO here wants to tell you something about this city of New York. Any of you been here before?
No, I haven't.
Well, it's a big place, boys. Population 7,454,995. Now, these people live in an area of 299.0 square miles.
I beg your pardon.
Yes, ma'am?
Every year...
Is there someone in charge I could see, please?
Oh, there's a receptionist, miss, over there.
Thank you. I'm looking for a soldier. I thought maybe he'd come here to the USO.
Any particular soldier?
My friend. We got separated in the subway. I've been looking all over for him.
What's his name?
Joe.
Joe what?
I don't know.
That's a big help. Or is this a joke?
Oh, no, please. We only just met yesterday, and I don't know. It didn't seem to make any difference what his name was.
Oh, it didn't make any difference.
I know it sounds funny, but the night went by so fast, and I got sleepy. Then we lost each other this morning, and he's only got today.
I don't see how I can help you, young lady, and I don't think I'd go around telling that story either.
Oh, you don't understand. I've got to find him. What am I going to do?
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In a moment, we'll bring you the third act of The Clock, starring Judy Garland and John Hodiak. How many of you would ever think that the job of chaperone would lead to a screen career? It did, though, in the case of our young guest of the evening, Miss Ruth Brady. Tell us how it happened, Miss Brady.
Well, I had my own radio show in Louisville at the time, Mr. Keeley, commenting on fashions and beauty. The bathing beauty pageant in Atlantic City was about to begin, and I was elected to escort the girl chosen as Miss Kentucky.
That would be an interesting assignment.
It proved to be for me, because in Atlantic City I was offered a singing and dancing engagement with a New York nightclub, and that led to a role in a Broadway musical.
And from Broadway, it wasn't far to Hollywood, I take it.
No, Mr. Keeley. A Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer talent scout saw me and signed me to my present contract.
And since then, you've appeared in a number of pictures.
Mm-hmm. Arthur Freed gave me a part in The Clock.
Lux Radio Theater's play tonight.
And more recently, George Sidney directed me in my latest part in MGM's new musical, The Harvey Girls.
As one of the Harvey waitresses, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I pushed my way through the crowds the other night to see the Harvey Girls. John, I'd say that Ruth here would be mighty photogenic.
Well, rather. With that ash blonde hair and...
My Lux complexion, Mr. Kennedy? Thanks for the compliment. You're right. I've been using Lux toilet soap for a long time. Remember, I used to give beauty advice on my radio show, and I believe in practicing what I preach.
Well, whenever you advise women to use Lux toilet soap, you're giving them a real Hollywood beauty tip. 9 out of 10 screen stars depend on daily active lather facials.
I know they do, and I know why Lux toilet soap is a mighty effective complexion care.
Thank you, Miss Brady. Famous screen stars, lovely Hollywood starlets, agree. Only the finest ingredients go into this satin-smooth white soap. Here's how any woman can prove for herself what Lux toilet soap can do to make her skin lovelier. Get a cake of Hollywood's own beauty soap tomorrow. Now, Mr. Keeley returns to the microphone.
Here's Act 3 of The Clock, starring Judy Garland as Alice and John Hodiak as Joe. In the bewildering puzzle of city streets, swirling with a flood of alien faces, Joe and Alice have searched hopelessly for each other, their hearts gripped with the realization, terrible and absurd, that they will never meet again. Not knowing where else to turn, Joe wearily makes his way to the Pennsylvania station.
Can I get train information here?
What do you want to know, son?
Next train for Aberdeen, Maryland.
Aberdeen? 147.
Going back to camp? That's right. Track 14. Thank you. Help you, lady?
All right, fellas, come on.
Excuse me, please. I'm sorry. I beg your pardon. Oh, officer, would you tell me how I can get to... Alice! Where'd you want to go?
Alice!
Well, how do you like
Alice! Alice!
Joe! Oh, Joe!
Alice!
Joe, I thought you were lost. I didn't know where to look.
Quick, what's your name?
Mayberry, Joe.
Mayberry.
I didn't know where to find you. I didn't think I'd ever find you.
Mayberry. Oh, look, Alice, we can't wait. We mustn't. It wouldn't be right.
Joe, are you sure?
Don't you see, we might never have found one another again.
No, don't say that.
I've got to say it. Look, please, will you marry me?
Oh, yes, Joe, yes.
Jackson and Smith, Southwich and Grady, please.
Gosh, I didn't think a marriage license bureau would be this busy, did you?
I guess all we can do is sit here and wait our turn.
We have so little time. Why don't they hurry?
Got your blood test papers? Everybody got your blood test papers?
What's that, Joe?
Well, I don't know. Oh, mister.
Yes?
Mister, what's that about blood test papers?
According to law, applicants for a marriage license must have blood test certificates.
We didn't know anything. Where do we get one?
67 Whitehall Street. Tell him Mr. Swartz sent you. Be quiet, please, quiet. 2 subway stops downtown. All right, Irving, who's next?
How long are you open here?
Till 4 o'clock.
We'll have to hurry, Joe. I can find it.
Everybody got your blood test papers? That's it. Thank you.
Hey, where do you think you're going? Well, we're looking for the blood test department. Got a pass? Well, no, we were told this was the place
You can't go upstairs without a pass.
Well, what do we get a pass?
Lieutenant Druffel, 2nd floor. But you can't go up without a pass. Take a seat over there.
Who does he think he is, Hitler?
Well, he was just once.
Hey, wait a minute. You two getting married?
Yes.
Well, why don't you say so? Here. Use this pass. Room 318.
Oh, thanks.
Well, you get picked up all right?
No.
What's the matter?
They're too busy.
I couldn't get the papers till tomorrow. We had to get them by 4 o'clock this afternoon.
Oh, why don't you go to a private laboratory?
What do you mean?
Well, you can go to one of the approved labs and get the results in an hour or so. I got a list somewhere.
Oh, please hurry.
Yeah, here's one. The L&N Public Health Service Laboratory, 631 Canal Street.
631 Canal. Thank you very much.
Window 7, please. Window 7, Silvers and Skillman. Allen and Mayberry.
Well, we're Allen and Mayberry. Here we are.
Blood test papers?
Well, here, right here.
I just have to stamp it. Here you are.
Silvers and Skillman.
Joe. Look what she stamped on it.
Not valid for 72 hours. Not valid for 72 hours.
There's just one thing you can do, Judge, if the Supreme Court may issue a waiver of the time clause. A little quiet, if you please, permitting the parties to be married at once.
Supreme Court judge.
We can try, Joe. We can try.
A waiver? Oh, but you're too late, folks.
Too late?
Yeah, I'm sorry, but the judge has just left.
Oh, no.
Well, excuse me, but this name on the desk, are you Michael Henry?
Yeah.
Well, then you're Al Henry's cousin. He told us about you.
Well, why didn't you tell me? Say, maybe I can catch the judge after all. Oh, how is Al?
He's fine.
And him?
She's fine, too.
Oh, that's fine.
Say, don't you think you better hurry?
Oh, I will. Just make yourselves comfortable.
Joe, look what time it is.
Oh, we tried so hard. Mr. Schwartz, wait a minute, Mr. Schwartz.
Elevator going down.
Yes?
Oh, we got the waiver, and here's our license, so can't we get married?
Oh, you're the young couple who was...
Yeah. They told us your office was closed.
Going down.
Well, I got through a little early. Just have time to catch the 4:30.
Oh,
Sorry.
please, it isn't 4 o'clock yet.
Make up your mind, Mr. Schwartz.
Oh, well, come along.
You can marry us, can't you?
Oh, yes, we even have a little chapel, potted plants, and a few ferns.
Oh, that's nice.
Irving!
Yes, Mr. Schwartz.
Look me up another train, and it's not 4 o'clock yet. Bernie! Bernie! Turn the vacuum cleaner off. Don't you see there's a wedding? What do you think this is, a factory? And stand back. Oh, stand back there. Now, let's see, young man.
Yes?
The young lady should be on the left.
Oh, yes.
Stay here, Bernie. We'll need a witness.
Sure enough.
Now, your certificate, please. This is a serious and solemn step you hereby undertake. Do either of you know of any reason why you both should not be legally joined in marriage? Then do you, Joseph Allen, take this woman as your lawful wedded wife? Do you promise to love, honor, and both shall live? Well, say I do.
I do. Train out there, I couldn't hear.
Do you, Alice Mayberry, take this man to be your lawful wedded husband? Do you promise to love, honor, comfort, and cherish him for better or for worse?
I do.
Place the ring upon the bride's finger.
I haven't got a ring.
Under the law, it isn't necessary to have a ring.
Oh, I didn't know.
The floors can be waxed later, please. For as you both have consented to wedlock, I do, by virtue of the authority vested in me by the laws of the state of New York, now pronounce you husband and wife. And may God bless your union. Here's your certificate.
Thank you.
Oh, boss, there's a 4:40 train.
That's Sunday, stupid. Looked up weekdays. Oh, good luck, Mr. and Mrs. Allen.
Thank you.
Good luck, lady and mister.
Thank you.
Thanks. I didn't have any flowers.
No.
Well, we didn't have time.
Well, we rushed so. Well, I guess they want to finish cleaning up in here.
Well, we made it, Joe. It's just 4 o'clock.
This sure isn't much of a honeymoon, just sitting in the park.
Are your mother and father living?
Uh-huh. Are yours?
Oh, yes. Yes, they're living.
Do you suppose I should write your folks, maybe?
I suppose so. I suppose I should write to yours.
Oh, yeah, that'd be nice. Oh, would you like to see our house? I have a snapshot in my wallet. Here.
Oh, that's nice.
That's my mother.
I suppose she'll like me?
Oh, sure she will. I should say so.
Joe, what time does your train go?
Well, I don't have to be back in camp till tomorrow noon. Alice?
What?
I guess you're not very glad you married me, are you, Alice?
I'm sorry, Joe. I guess I just don't feel very married.
I know. I don't blame you.
Well, it wasn't your fault. It was just that... It was so...
I know.
ugly.
I know.
It wasn't... It didn't...
I know. It's all right, darling. It's all right. Feel better, darling?
Yes, I'm all right now. I'm sorry, Joe.
I've been looking across the street there. Somebody else just got married, too. Just came out of that church, see?
Well, Joe, I'd like to go into the church. Joe, please.
Oh, I want to go into the church, too. I don't think they'll mind. There's nobody here, only us.
Look, a prayer book. It's opened at the marriage service.
Yes.
Dearly beloved, we are gathered together here in the sight of God and in the face of this company to join together this man and this woman in holy matrimony.
Which is an honorable estate.
And therefore is not by any to be entered into unadvisedly or lightly, but reverently, discreetly, advisedly, soberly, and in the fear of God. Wilt thou have this woman to thy wedded wife? Wilt thou love her, comfort her in sickness and in health, and forsaking all others, keep thee only unto her as long as ye both shall live?
I will. I take thee, Alice, to my wedded wife, to have and to hold from this day forward, for better and for worse, for richer or for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish till death do us part.
Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come,
Thy will be done
Oh, Joe. I love you. I'll love you till the day I die.
Was everything all right, sir? The dinner was satisfactory?
Oh, everything was fine. Yeah, here.
Thank you, sir.
Dinner in our own room at the Waldorf Astoria.
Guess I can afford it. For what night?
Only a half a night. Darling, it's after midnight.
Yeah, I know. I've got an hour to get to the station. Oh. Alice, how can I say it? How can I tell you everything I want to tell you? How much I love you. How I'll think about you every minute, every day. How I'll... Alice, try, will you? Will you try not to worry about anything?
Joe, darling. You're coming back. You want me to tell you how I know? 2 days ago, when you came to this city, you didn't know anyone. You didn't know me, and I didn't know you. And now we're married. And we both know that was meant to be. So don't you see, whoever makes the arrangements for people is doing pretty well for us. That's all we need to know.
Philadelphia, Baltimore, and Washington, leaving on track 4, all aboard.
Down this way, darling.
Don't join me my way around.
Are you sure you can't send me your laundry?
Oh, Ma, don't worry about those things. I'm in the Navy. Are you sure you got everything straight now, honey?
Oh, I won't forget, Gus.
Now, remember, the insurance of the car runs out next month.
Well, that's something we don't have to worry about yet.
Hello, soldier. Where are you?
Well, hiya, Skipper. Oh, I'm just going away.
I like you.
Well, thanks. I like you, too. See, honey? Those you kids like me, they hardly ever kick me in the shins.
Just once in a while, darling. This is it, Joe.
Yeah.
Ticket, please. Show your tickets, please.
Goodbye, darling. Take good care of yourself.
Don't forget to write.
No, I won't. I love you.
See you soon.
See you soon.
We leave Joe and Alice with the hope that they'll be together soon and bring them back together now as they are in real life. One of Hollywood's happiest combinations, Judy Garland and John Hodiak. Judy, there's only one thing that we missed tonight, your singing.
Well, I've always wanted to play a straight dramatic role, Mr. Keeley.
And the clock said it was time, eh?
The clock brought Judy more than fame as a dramatic actress. It brought her a famous husband, too.
Yes, I've known Vincent Minnelli for some years. You should be very proud of him.
Well, Vincent and I have known each other for a long time, too. He directed 2 other pictures I appeared in.
Well, Judy, you and Vincent have earned all the happiness that's coming to you.
Oh, thank you. Incidentally, Mr. Keeley, didn't you meet your wife, Miss Tobin, the same way?
Somewhat. I directed Genevieve in the very first picture that I made in Hollywood.
I'm going to get myself a wife. It looks as if I'd have to turn director.
All you have to do is turn your head, John, with all your fans.
Besides, we need you on the screen, John. You and Judy were great together in The Harvey Girls, and I'm willing to predict that picture will be well at the top of next year's popularity polls.
Well, I think we're all proud that Judy was voted one of America's foremost screen stars in the polls for 1945.
Naturally, we're especially proud of that since Judy is a Lux girl.
Oh, indeed I am, Mr. Keeley. I always have been. Does wonders for my complexion. I've known so many screen stars who use it.
Well, we have one of those screen stars on our show next Monday night.
Oh, what are you presenting, Bill?
Next Monday night is lovely Rita Hayworth, co-starred with Charles Corbin in his first appearance on this stage. They bring us Universal's fascinating drama, This Love of Ours. The deeply moving story of a man and wife who lose each other through misunderstanding and are brought together by a child's love.
Sounds right up to the usual standard, Mr. Keeley.
Thanks, Judy. And before we say goodnight, I think our audience would like to hear some news for which we're humbly grateful. That the Lux Radio Theater has again been voted the best dramatic program of the year by Radio Daily's poll of radio editors from coast to coast.
Congratulations. And good night.
Good night.
Good night. You gave us a delightful hour with the clock. our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Rita Hayworth and Charles Corbin in This Love of Ours. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
You may be wondering why your favorite Lux toilet soap is often hard to get these days. The reason for this is the serious shortage of industrial fats and oils. Our domestic production of these oils since the end of the war does not begin to make up for the amount we used to import from the Pacific. That's why it's important to keep on saving your used kitchen fats. Save every drop and turn them into your butcher. He will pay you 4 cents for every pound. American women did a superb job of fat salvage during the war, and now your government urges you to continue to save and turn in used fats. Remember, with every pound you turn in, you help to prevent a really serious shortage of soap. In response to President Truman's invitation, leading Hollywood stars are on their way to Washington to participate in the climax of the March of Dimes collection. In this drive for the relief of infantile paralysis, the motion picture industry last year collected some $6 million through its studio personnel, its many theaters, and the gratuitous personal appearances of screen stars. Said the president at that time, "My sincere personal congratulations and appreciation for a success beyond all expectations." If you haven't yet contributed to the March of Dimes, join this fight on infantile paralysis tomorrow. This program is broadcast to our men and women overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And this is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear This Love of Ours with Rita Hayworth and Charles Corwin.
Bobby, where are you? Bobby? Bobby, doll. Bobby? Bobby, come to Mommy. It's time for lunch, honey. Bobby, come into the house. Bobby? Bobby? Oh, brother. This country bit isn't for me. I wish I were back on McDougal Street. Bobby! Oh, Lord. The shed. Just like in my dream. Bobby! 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 Oh! Oh, no! Bobby, my baby. Oh, my darling, no. No!
Theater 5 presents Your Time Is Up.
Pretty? Dover Ridge pretty? Well, grass it's got, and trees, green stuff like that. Sure. So's the cemetery. Moving out here was Paul's idea. I want Bobby brought up in the country, Rhoda, like I was, he told me. Well, not if his pop works in the city, I says. Honestly, I should have had my head examined. Me, Rhoda Powers, buried here in the sticks. Away from theaters and concerts and everything. Oh, not that I got to them very often. Pretty. From the first day I came to live here, Dover Ridge gave me the creeps. Lonely? Nuts. It was driving me psycho. Paul, I'd say, I got a feeling. This place is just no good for Bobby.
Oh, Rhoda, that's ridiculous. You're just projecting your own neurotic urban compulsions.
Go fight City Hall. No, Paul, I'm talking about the baby. I told you about this horrible feeling these last couple of days.
Feeling? Delusion?
Delusion schmallusion. Paul, I can't get it out of my head. Like I see Bobby lying dead near that rickety old shed. Oh, Paul, please, take us back to the city, anywhere. Brooklyn, even. We don't have to live in Greenwich Village again.
Rhoda, stop the hysteria.
Hysteria. 2 days later, that was exactly where I found Bobby. Poor little doll. The rusty points of the big hay rake are driven through his body near the rickety old shed. Oh, that train whistle, it's been driving me bats all morning. I must be hearing things. There aren't that many trains a month through Dover Ridge. Paul, it seems to say Paul. Now I understand. It's that feeling like just before Bobby died. The train. Paul, the 5:36 train tonight. An accident. Oh, of course. He's got it coming to him, Paul does. Even after Bobby left us, he wouldn't move back. Leaving me here all alone by myself all day. It's no wonder Arthur and I got together. Arthur at least listened to me. That is when he wasn't telling me about his painting. Arthur. If it happens, if Paul is... Like I have this feeling, we wouldn't have to sneak around like now. Oh, wouldn't that be something? Hey, girls, let's tell him now, huh?
Hello?
Arthur, you busy?
Oh, hi, funny face. I thought you weren't going to call me today.
Listen, Arthur,
You know I have a deadline on this cover, baby. I was painting all last night.
It's about Paul.
Oh, what about Paul? Did he say anything about us? Hey, have you been blabbing?
Oh, for heaven's sakes, no, nothing like that. I've just had a feeling all morning that we won't have to worry about that kind of thing much longer.
A feeling? Rhoda, do you know something that I don't?
Well, something's going to happen to Paul. I know.
You know what?
He's going to be in a train accident today.
What?
Goodbye, Paul.
Baby, if this is your idea of a joke...
No joke, Arthur. It's just like before Bobby. I have the same feeling about Paul all this morning.
Oh, good Lord, not Paul. But, look, Rhodey, it's just a feeling.
Well, with Bobby it happened. And ever since, I'm like clairvoyant.
Well, if you're that certain, Rhoda, you ought to take steps. You know, try to prevent it somehow.
Why? Paul didn't lift a finger to save Bobby. And if it happens... Well, you and I, we'd be free to do whatever we want.
Oh, there. Hold your horses. Rhoda, don't count on me. You know I've never promised anything.
Arthur, you said you loved me.
Oh, now, baby, you've been around. Just because we got kind of thrown together with Paul away all day, why, Paul's my friend. We should have broken off long ago. You know that. Rhoda, I can tell you lately I have felt like a louse.
You ought to. Playing me for a chump.
Look, I got to get back to work.
Goodbye, Arthur.
Come on, no hard feelings. And Rhoda, do me a favor. Call Paul. Keep him away from that train today. Don't forget, Rhoda, you love Paul enough to marry him. Someday you'll thank me.
For nothing. Just like I'd been bounced down the stairs. That's how I felt. Arthur's voice kept coming at me.
Don't forget, Rhoda, you love Paul enough to marry him.
I couldn't remember ever being that cockeyed about Paul. Mostly I remember hating to eat dinner all by myself in some joint.
Someday you'll thank me.
Oh, that'll be the day. It's not like I wanted Paul to die in a train accident. I just knew he would.
Keep him away from that train today.
Now, why should I? Oh, maybe I ought to try. If anything happened to Paul and I hadn't tried, it would be like I did it myself. Now, that kind of a girl I'm not.
Kenmore Advertising, good morning.
Paul Powers, please.
Mr. Powers is in conference.
Well, this is Mrs. Powers. Doris, it's urgent.
Oh, sorry, Mrs. Powers. He can't be disturbed.
Would you please give me Mr. Powers?
All right, Mrs. Powers, but I'm not responsible. One moment, please.
Yes, Powers. What is it, please?
Paul, it's me, Rhoda.
Look, I told that girl not...
Paul, listen, I am very upset.
Rhoda, I can't have you interrupting my work all the time.
Paul, you remember when Bobby was...
Oh, Rhoda, don't start that again, please. I'm late for an appointment. I'll see you tonight.
Paul, please. I called back. They said he'd be out all day. That just left one chance. Almost every day, Paul phoned me from the same booth a few minutes before he got on the train, just so I could mix the martinis and toss the salad. Well, that's the kind of guy he is. He runs his life on a schedule like a train. So all I had to do was sit watching the clock all day, waiting for his call. Hello? Paul?
Rhoda, it's me, Arthur.
Arthur? I got nothing to say to you.
Have you gotten hold of Paul?
No, I couldn't reach him. And don't bother me and don't come round.
Well, Paul would be suspicious if I suddenly disappeared.
Look, if you don't get off the phone, Buster, he won't be alive to be suspicious. It's almost train time. Goodbye. Oh, come on. Ring. Ring. Oh, call, you stupid idiot. Call. Paul, is it you?
Are you expecting somebody else?
No, of course not.
Your phone was busy a minute ago. Who are you talking to?
It was just a wrong number.
Was it? Well, regular time. Have things ready?
No, Paul, no.
No?
No, don't hang up.
Well, if I don't get on now, somebody will take my seat. You know how I hate to sit anywhere else.
Remember when I called you this morning?
Oh, we'll talk about it tonight at 8:45.
No, listen to me, Paul. Don't get on the train, huh? Stay in New York tonight.
Rhoda, I don't want to be in your way or anything. I don't have to come home tonight. I don't have to come home again ever.
Paul, it's nothing like that.
Well, just why do you want to be alone?
Alone? If there's anything I hate, it's being alone. That's why you can't come home tonight.
You're not talking sense, Rhoda.
Oh, all right, I didn't want to, but I'll tell you. All day long, I've had the same feeling I had before Bobby was killed, only this time it was going to be you. And it was going to be the 5:36 train to Dover Ridge.
Oh, now, really, Rhoda, how ridiculous can you get? Look, you took a course in psychology at the new school, didn't you? Can't you recognize a death wish when you see it?
But, Paul, I don't want to see you die. If I did, I wouldn't have tried to call you up. Oh, Paul, please don't be so smug. Please let the train go without you.
Absolutely not. I'm not running my life by your crazy whims. I'm getting my usual seat on my regular train at my regular time.
Well, then go ahead. Just go ahead and do it. Do it. Get on your regular train and take your regular seat. I did everything I could. Now die, do you hear me? Die if you want to. Die. As soon as I told Paul to go ahead and die if he wanted to, I sizzled down. Nobody has a temper like mine. I knew I had to make one more try to stop him from getting on that train. Like I say, Paul always called me from the same booth. And once I jotted down the number so I could call him back. Oh, busy. Oh, someone took the booth. Yes?
Hi, Rhoda, it's me again.
Oh, Paul. I called the booth and the line was busy.
I was dialing you. Look, the train leaves in a minute. I called because you sounded so funny.
I was disturbed. You weren't paying any attention to me. And I guess it sounds like a cockamamie story, but worst comes to worst, you stay in New York and there's no accident.
Well, you say you hate to be alone at night in the country.
Well, one night is better than forever, right?
Well, what gave you the idea that I'd be in a train accident?
I don't know, but didn't I tell you about Bobby before he was killed?
Yes, Rhoda, you did, and I wish to God I'd listened to you.
Well, Paul, will you listen to me now?
But, honey, the whole thing is so irrational.
Oh, for once in your life, admit that there are some things you can't figure out with reason and psychology. Brains I don't have, Paul. So maybe I got something else. Intuition, sixth sense, who knows? Just stay off the train, please.
You really care?
Oh, what do you think I am, Paul? Heartless or something? Look, I tried to call you at the office, and then you were out, and I couldn't do anything but wait.
You really care that much, Rhoda?
Well, what's so strange?
Well, I just didn't know. You've been so remote from me recently.
Well, maybe you've been Cary Grant to me?
What? Oh, there's my train now. I've got to run.
No.
Now, Rhoda.
Oh, please.
I can't figure you out, honey. But tonight I'm going to do what you ask.
You'll stay?
Oh, boy. The 536 is pulling out now.
Oh, Paul, I'm so happy I could scream.
You know how I feel? I'm going to go down to the village and celebrate.
Where?
To Bonvini's. Where else? Isn't that where I met you?
Oh, I wish I were with you.
So do I. You know, I'll never forget that first time. Remember what you said when Luigi asked if I could sit at your table? You said, I'll eat with anybody. Now, was that nice?
Well, how about you? The way you looked at me, as if I were just a thing.
No, Rhoda. I just didn't know any girls like you. The copper bracelet, the dangling earrings, the thongs on your feet, that peasant blouse, so low cut.
You sure noticed that. You almost got tangled up in your spaghetti.
You know, Rhoda, I'd never had so much fun before. You were so lively and so different from anyone I ever knew.
Well, you looked as if you could stand so far. You were so stiff and proper, like you were standing at attention.
I didn't even know your name. You know what I could never figure out, darling?
Sure I know. Me.
I never could figure out why you paid any attention to me.
Now, what's so hard about that? You were a man. Only, sometimes you looked like a boy in his Sunday school suit. Besides, you treated me like a lady, and you seemed to have everything. I don't mean money, though. You had a lot more of that than the village characters I was going out with. But you seemed to know who you were, and where you were going, and why. You had a haircut and a pressed suit, and you didn't laugh a lot, but when you did, it wasn't so that people would look at you. And all the things I sweated to have, like education and poise and distinction, you know, well, they seemed born with you. I guess that's why I fell for you like a ton of bagels, Paul. And when you hinted we might get married, I felt like I was Cinderella after the shoe fitting.
Rhoda, you never told me that.
I didn't think you'd like to hear it. Gee, I thought you liked me because I was kooky and cool.
Your time is up. Deposit 45 cents, please.
One moment, operator.
Oh.
Thank you, sir.
Paul, you're spending a fortune.
Worth every penny. You know, I've learned more over the phone here than in 8 years of marriage.
Well, you could also talk to me sometime when it doesn't cost. You could leave your attaché case in the office some evening. We could have fun like we used to.
I'll bet we could. It's been a long time, Rhoda.
Oh, tomorrow, Paul. You'll see. We'll start catching up, huh?
Tomorrow? Why not tonight?
Oh, but you're going to Bonavini's, and the next train is in an hour and a half.
Oh, what's Luigi's without you, darling? And who says I have to wait for the next train? I'll take a cab.
A cab? All the way to Dover Ridge? You're crazy.
About you, Rhoda, yes.
Oh, darling, tell the taxi to hurry.
I'm on my way before that operator can say your time is up again.
Your time is up. Deposit 45.
Never mind, operator. Bye, darling. In those few minutes, yakking with Paul on the phone, all the rust and cobwebs in our marriage were cleared away. I was looking forward to Paul's coming home. It was a long time since I felt that way about him. Still, that funny feeling I'd had all day still hung around. And it had the same ingredients. Paul, the 5:36 train, an accident. Only now, in my mind, it got all mixed up with the operator saying,
Your time is up. Your time is up. Your time is up.
It made no sense now. Because Paul loved me and he trusted me. So he'd given up the train. He was coming by cab. No matter what happened to the train, nothing could harm Paul. Oh, it was 6 o'clock. I had a lot to do before Paul arrived. As I started to prepare dinner, I had a funny thought. Arthur had said that someday I'd thank him. I thought he was crazy. Well, it was Arthur who told me to get a hold of Paul and tell him to stay off the 5:36. So when I was about ready... Rhoda.
Yes?
I wanted to talk to you.
Look, kiddo, I told you this morning that I didn't want to play games anymore.
Oh, me neither, Arthur. That's over. But I just have a couple of minutes before Paul will be in.
Well, the train hasn't passed here.
He's not coming by train, Arthur. I got a hold of him and I talked him out of it, and you know what? Paul wanted to get home to me so badly, he took a cab all the way from New York.
Paul spent money on a cab? Oh, no.
Anyway, Arthur, you know what you said this morning? That someday I'd thank you?
I think you will.
Well, this is the day.
Rhoda, you're a good kid. Hey, Rhoda, guess what? I see Paul's cab.
You do?
Yeah, on the road. It sure looks funny. A New York City cab way out here. Boy, it's going about 80.
What's that? Is that the train?
Yeah, it's just at the crossing. Oh, no. Rhoda, the cab. Paul's cab is racing the train to the crossing.
Arthur?
No!
Arthur, what was that? What's happening? Oh, never mind, Arthur. I know. I guess I knew all along. Paul wanted to be buried in Dover Ridge. He liked it here. And so I stayed. I hate the country and I'm alone. But I guess I'd hate it and be alone anywhere. We came here because Paul wanted Bobby brought up in the country. Well, now they're both gone. But I might as well stay. I know that no matter what I do, even if I live in a crowded city, I'll never escape my loneliness.
Theater 5 has presented Your Time Is Up, written by Raphael David Blau and directed by Warren Somerville. In the cast, Natalie Priest, Betty Walker, Paul McGrath, and Norman Rose. Audio engineer Neil Pultz. Sound technician Ed Blaney. Script editor Jack C. Wilson. Original music by Alexander Vlastotsenko. Orchestra under the direction of Glenn Osser. Executive producer for Theater 5, Edward A. Byron. We invite and would appreciate your comments. Write to Theater 5, New York 23, New York. This is Fred Foy speaking.
And now at 3:02, it's time for Afternoon Theatre.
All right, Ben. Come on, boy. Out here. Grub up. Hello. Harriet. How'd it go? Oh, tons better. Still on a liquid diet, but... yeah, well, I've got to have some consolation. Yes, Ben's having his supper right now. I didn't forget. Look, and don't worry. Of course I'll be at Gatwick tomorrow. I'm okay now. It's just a 24-hour bug. Yeah. Sure. Give my love to Gay Perry, and don't do anything I wouldn't do. Bye. Okay, belt up, Ben! Oh, hello there. Long time no see. You better come in. It's just me and the hound, I'm afraid. Oh, for God's sake, dog! Harriet insisted we had him. We're pretty isolated here. And, of course, all the bits we keep buying. Investments against the rainy day when the books stop selling. You never know in this game. Now then, what shall it be? Gin, whiskey, vodka, Campari? And if it's not too much to ask, what exactly are you... Huh? Ah.
Long Time No See by Joan Sadler.
with Michael McStay as Inspector Burgess and Jean Trend as Harriet Bell. Long time, no see.
Excuse me, Mrs. Bell? Harriet Bell?
Yes?
I'm Inspector Burgess. I've a car.
Oh, thank you. I can't believe... I was only speaking to him a few hours ago.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Bell. What, through here?
It wasn't raining in Paris.
Oh, I think it's only a shower. My car's just there. Shall we make a dash for it? What time did you speak to him?
Last night, soon after 10. The dog.
Oh, he's all right. He was shut in the kitchen. Did he say he was expecting anyone?
Alan? No. He should have been in Paris with me. If it hadn't been for a stupid tummy bug. How did you... Who found him?
The couple who worked for you, the Pollacks, when they came to the house this morning. He'd been dead some time, before midnight, certainly.
How?
We haven't found the weapon. We're searching. It was a knife. How long have you been living at Longfield?
6 months. We bought the house in March.
Oh, it's pretty isolated.
Ideal, it seemed, for us. We write thrillers in collaboration.
Yes. My wife and I are Harriet Allen fans. We've read them all.
Really? Thank you.
Who else knew you in Paris alone?
The Pollacks, of course, and our agent.
That's all?
To my knowledge. Unless Alan, of course.
Is there anyone who might have had a grievance against your husband?
You think it was planned?
How long had you been married?
10 years. And there was no one, I'd swear, in that time.
How about before?
He never said much about before, except it hadn't been easy.
When did his stomach upset start?
Wednesday evening.
Something he ate?
It's possible. He said a bug.
When you spoke?
Yes.
What else?
Oh, he was feeling better. Certain he'd be all right to pick me up at Gatwick this evening. Where are we going?
I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to identify the mortuary at Barston.
No idea of the number, I suppose. Registration letter? No, of course not. Okay, I'll pass it on. Thanks, dear. Morning, Inspector.
Who was that?
Policewoman Dorothy Weeks. Lives in Longfield Village and off duty on Thursday night. Overtook a light-coloured Mini near the back gate to the Bell's house around 9. Thought it might have been about to pull off on the verge or turn in. It didn't register much at the time. Thought we should know, just in case.
You'll follow it up?
Sure. Oh, and the checkout on Alan Bell has come through.
Already?
Positive, too, here. Manslaughter charge, 1967.
2 years suspended. 67, that's some years back. Still, you never know. I'll want the details.
Underway. I'm leaning on them.
Manslaughter. A rough boy, maybe, Mr. Bell. How's the search?
Nothing yet. The gardener chap went berserk when we went through his flower beds. My God, he's a funny one. Pollack. German, I'd say.
Mrs. Pollack?
That's right.
Inspector Burgess.
Oh. Or perhaps you'd better come in. Though my husband and I told the young policeman yesterday the little we know. Oh, do sit down. Poor Mr. Bell. It's a terrible thing. In the prime of life, really.
I understand it was you and your husband who found him.
Well, just me, actually. Ernest went straight to the garden like he always does. I can't get it out of my mind. The dog had been sick, and worse, all over my kitchen. The downstairs lights were still on. And when I looked in that lounge...
Did you call us immediately?
Well, I called my husband first. I mean, I was knocked all of a heap. It was horrible.
Yes. It must have been most unpleasant for you. Oh, this is a charming little place.
Oh, it used to be a forester's cottage. Of course, it goes with the job. Not too far from the house. Not too close.
How close? 5 minutes or so?
About that, by the path through the wood. We normally take the long way round through the village. You don't get the mud.
You go on foot.
Lord, no. We both got bikes.
Have you seen Mrs. Bell this morning?
No. I give her a ring. We don't work over there Saturdays. But, of course, if there'd been anything we could do,
You were with the previous owners?
The Lamberts. That's right. All of 28 years. They moved to Spain for the sunshine.
Ah.
Laura?
Yes?
Oh, there's so many beans out there. Will you be freezing today?
Oh, my husband, Inspector Burgess.
We said yesterday all we knew.
Yes, we appreciate that. Just a few odd points, Mr. Pollack.
Oh, shoes off then, Ernest.
How was Mr. Bell when you saw him on Thursday?
Well, like we've already said. Complained of stomach pains and didn't want to eat.
Did you see him that day, Mr. Pollack?
Just a few minutes. In the morning.
What about?
The tomatoes. He wanted them up.
Did he know much about gardening?
My husband worked that garden for 28 years, and the Lamberts never once had cause for complaint.
He complained?
He criticised sometimes.
Where do you keep your tools?
Back of the house.
Used to be a stable.
And I'll tell you something. I made all those tool racks myself.
You know, then, if anything was missing.
They asked yesterday. I showed them nothing is missing. Everything is in its place.
You're not from this part of the world, Mr. Pollack?
I was born in Vienna.
Ernest lost all his family at Auschwitz. There was an internment camp here at the end of the war.
But I am British now. I have my papers.
Mrs. Pollack, did you see Mr. Bell before you left?
Just briefly. About 5. He said he thought a good night's rest had put him right.
Did he say anything about expecting a visitor?
By rights, he should have been in Paris with her.
But he wasn't. He was at home. I'm wondering if he invited anyone over for a company.
Not to my knowledge.
Where were you both on Thursday evening?
Here at home.
All the evening?
Well...
Like we always are every evening.
Did you see or hear anything unusual?
No, nothing at all.
From what you've seen of the Bells, would you say the marriage was a happy one?
They worked very hard. I couldn't really give an opinion.
Made any friends here in Longfield?
The Morgans went to dinner there once. Mr. Bell did the cooking, but not the washing up after.
Any guests to stay?
Colonel Ferguson come for a night. He's Mrs. Bell's uncle. At least she calls him uncle. He used to live round this way, knew the Lamberts quite well.
Well, how about people calling in, for drinks maybe?
No, they kept themselves to themselves.
And the Morgans who came to dinner, who are they?
Old Vicarage, that White House by the pond. He's a naval commander, retired.
Let me top you up, Inspector.
Oh, thank you.
An old salt doesn't like drinking alone. Yes, the wife and I had dinner up there with them once. When was it, Hilda?
July the 9th, a Wednesday.
He cooked. Goulash or something.
Very good it was, too.
We invited them back, of course, but there was always some excuse. Too busy, I suppose, all those books.
Oh, what made him invite you?
Wanted to pick my brains, eh, Hilda?
He was quite frank about it.
New thriller was to be about a drug smuggling ring, run by an old naval type like myself. We'll dedicate it to you, he said.
Why, are you au fait with drug smuggling?
Well, my father could have told him a few tales about the Yangtze run years ago. Opium, of course, those days. Not quite what they were after.
How long have you been living here in Longfield?
15 years. Smashing place. Lovely country, not too far from the sea.
Well, do you know Colonel Ferguson? The Lamberts used to live round this way, friend of theirs.
Charles Ferguson? Oh, of course, splendid chap. DSO. Moved away, when was it, Hilda?
78, dear. Late October.
You seen him since?
No, alas. It was through him, I believe, the Bells bought the house.
She's his niece, or something.
Serving officer?
Retired, like yours truly. Making the most of a pension, what?
And where's he living now?
No idea. Dare say Harriet could tell you. Don't suppose we'll ever get that dedication, no.
Charles Ferguson, 2 S's, was a friend of my mother's. All right, Ben. I just call him Uncle, perhaps because I've no other relatives. It was through him, in fact, we heard of the house.
Has he been down?
Just for a night, back in June. He and Alan didn't hit it off very well.
Oh, how was that?
Oh, Fergie's very much the old soldier. His flat's full of war trophies, guns, medals, and so on.
Knives?
Possibly. Yes, why?
Not your husband's scene.
Alan was a pacifist. Quite aggressively so when it came to an argument.
Oh, where's he living now?
Fergie? Tufnell Park. As a matter of fact, he's coming to stay for a bit, till I get adjusted.
How did you meet your husband?
Through our agent. We'd both been clients of hers for some time without much success. She suggested collaboration, thought we might spark off something.
And you certainly did.
Death by Arrangement, our first, really made us. Heaven knows how many reprints. The film.
Must be 10 years now.
10 years next March. We were married on publication day.
A successful partnership.
Yes.
In every way?
Well, marriage-wise, it was second time for us both. You'd think he'd have learnt the snags, but we'd quarrel, quite violently sometimes.
Oh, what about?
Oh, petty things. Alan's grammar, his spelling, the fact the books were published under a woman's name, although the plots were mainly all his.
Your agent, can I get in touch?
Oh, she was off to New York when I spoke to her on Wednesday.
Ah. How well do you know the Morgans?
Hardly at all. They came here to dinner once. Alan had a hunch the commander knew a thing or two about smuggling.
Any reason?
Nothing really specific.
What does that mean?
Alan was a writer. Over-imaginative, exaggerating things, everyone a potential criminal.
That's possibly so. Where was he from?
Oh, didn't you know? Boston, only 8 miles away, where his brothers and sisters still live. All 5 of them and their offspring.
Have you met him?
He preferred not, so I didn't insist. I just know there's a sister, Beatty, who lives on the Hillcrest estate. Beatty Fuller, I think.
Ever speak about his first wife?
He told me her name was Elaine.
Did you have set working hours?
We worked separate rooms every morning till 1. Often I'd go on in the afternoon, but since we've been living here, Alan's preferred to garden.
Well, you've certainly got a superb garden here.
No credit to him. Ernest even designed it, I'm told. But Alan found it therapeutic to mess about with plants and things. Sometimes talked about doing a gardening book.
By Alan Bell?
Oh, of course. I'm no gardener.
Would you know what this is?
Well, I've seen Ernest use one. A pruning knife.
We found it in your drinks cupboard here. It's a strange place for a pruning knife.
Well, perhaps Alan brought it in from the garden. He could be quite absent-minded.
Oh, there's nothing missing from your tool shed.
But where else could it come from?
I don't know. Would he need it for, protection, perhaps?
A knife? Oh, surely not. He had Ben.
Had your husband any other interests?
He liked to cook, when he was in the mood. He worked in a hotel kitchen at one time.
Oh, when was this?
Oh, before we met, when we were both writing solo.
I'd like to have a look at his room while I'm here.
Of course. All right, Ben. Stay there.
You've checked, I suppose, to see if anything's missing.
Well, nothing, I'm sure.
Do you know anyone with a Mini, white, or maybe light grey or fawn?
Ernest has got a Mini. Light grey. Why?
He might have popped over here on Thursday evening.
I wouldn't have thought so. This is his room. As you see, tidiness wasn't one of his virtues, and I haven't the heart yet. All right, Ben. Excuse me.
Louis, pack it in, can't you? Oh, Sharon, get his blanket and shove it over the cage. And turn that damn noise off. It's not proper. Hello? Harriet Bell? Oh, this is Beatty here. Beatty Fuller. That's right. Oh, shattered. Well, Alan was my big brother. I worshipped him as a kid. Wild he was in those days. Never dreamt he'd hit the big time. Not that we've seen much of him since he did. It's about the funeral. I see. Well, when you do, perhaps you'd let me know. Fuller. That's right. We're in the book. OK, Harriet. Of course. Well, as you wish. Well, goodbye, then. Ice cold she sounded. No flowers, he wouldn't have wanted it. What'd she know about him? He used to grow flowers as a boy, buy the packets out of his own pocket money. Alan's the one with green fingers, Dad always said. Pity he turned out such a sod.
Mrs. Bell?
Ben, all right.
I'm off now. If you'd leave everything as it is in his room...
Yes, of course. His sister Beatty just rang about the funeral.
Oh, we'll let you know as soon as possible. Oh, and Donald Stoner. A friend of your husband's?
Stoner. Means nothing to me.
23 Harbourview Road, Barston. I found this letter addressed to him on his desk.
Not much of a letter.
But to the point.
Nothing doing A.B. Donald Stoner. Sorry, can't help you at all.
Mrs. Stoner?
Yes?
Inspector Burgess.
I see. Perhaps you'd better come in.
Thank you. Is your husband home?
No. He's linesman for Barston Reserves. They're playing an away match today.
What time will he be back?
Oh, late. After 10, I expect.
What does your husband do for a living?
Donald's manager of Flynn's Carpets in Broad Street.
Saturdays off.
Every other one. Excuse me for a moment. Martin! Turn it down a bit, love. I've got a visitor. My younger boy. He starts at Kent University soon. The older one's working in London. Do sit down.
Mrs. Stoner, I think you know why I'm here.
I assume it's to do with him. His death, Alan Bell.
What was the relationship between him and your husband?
Him and Don? None.
But your husband knew him?
Not to my knowledge.
You're sure?
Well, he's never mentioned his name.
Is he local?
Don. He was born in this house.
How long have you been married?
12 years.
So your sons...
Are by my first marriage.
Mrs. Stoner, if your husband didn't know Alan Bell, why weren't you surprised to see me?
Thought you'd come to see me. Not that there's much I could tell you about him after all these years.
You're Elaine.
That's right. They're Alan's boys.
How long since the marriage broke up?
17 years.
You knew he'd come to live at Longfield.
News gets around.
Do you ever feel the urge to go and see him?
Why? He's nothing to me anymore.
He was successful and rich. You might feel he owed you something, you and the boys. After all, he's their father.
Some father.
Mrs. Stoner, would you know of anyone who might have had a grudge against Alan Bell? Someone back in his past, here in Barston?
Only me.
Or your husband, perhaps?
I've said he didn't know Alan.
To the best of your knowledge. 1967. Were you in touch with Alan Bell at that time?
I never heard a word since the day he left me in May 1965.
Will your husband be home tomorrow?
Tomorrow's Sunday.
In the morning.
We usually gardens till opening time, weather permitting.
I'll be calling round. Before opening time.
Ice?
Please. It's good to have you here, Fergie.
It's what uncles are for, sweetie. Now, how'd it go in Paris?
Rather well. Thanks for your good wishes. Someone called Henri Benoit has translated our first 3 in one volume. La Rive seemed delighted.
Ah.
And to end like this.
There.
Thanks.
Harriet, as a friend, wasn't it ending anyway?
The writing. Perhaps. We'd started to live on our earlier reputation, though Alan refused to accept.
And not just the books.
He wasn't easy, but this has been quite shattering.
I'm sorry. Forgive me. Garden looks in good nick. Pollack still with you?
Of course.
How'd he get on with Alan?
Oh, all right. They argued a lot. Poor Ernest, he gets so worked up about his garden. And I'll tell you something. I planted those euchres, tended them like children. You don't water euchres.
Who else round here knew he was in the house alone?
Only Ernest and Dora, I'm sure. You're not suggesting... Oh, no, it's ludicrous.
I'll tell you something. 5 years ago, Ernest Pollack nearly killed Clive Lambert.
Ernest, can't you get it a rest?
Oh, I thought you wanted a shelf put up here.
I've been asking 2 years for a shelf put up there, but not now. I'm sorry. I'm not myself.
Nor am I myself. Police trampling over my garden, coming here with their cold eyes, their questions.
I just wish you hadn't lied. Ernest, where were you that evening? Where did you go?
For a ride on my bike, that's all.
You know, 2 nights running now you've got up in the night.
So I drink too much.
And left the bathroom light on. What's on your mind? Has he been needling you again?
Oh, he always needles me, cocky so-and-so, telling me my job. His greenhouse, his shrubs, his euchres. Me, I planted those euchres, treated them like children.
You get too worked up, love. It's only a garden.
Only you know nothing. My brains he picks for his book.
What book?
Every time he picks faults is to find out how. Figs and grapevines and melons and cordon peaches.
A gardening book? Him?
It's finished. He told me. The first, draft, except for the pictures.
Ernest, you went over there that evening?
Maybe. To see my garden.
It was too dark for the garden. To see him. About this book.
My name somewhere, that's all. Some recognition for my knowledge he steals. In any case, someone was there already.
You saw someone else?
No, it was dark. I was at the side of the house. I heard his voice. Hello there. Long time no see. Better come in.
What did he give a name? Ernest, try and remember.
There was an owl, the dog barking inside, but no name.
You should tell them. It must mean something. Tell the inspector.
No, Dora. I tell them nothing. Nor you. Understand? We have said enough.
Harriet? Oh, Henry here. Henry Morgan. We were wondering if you care to come over this evening for a meal. Hilda thought it might do you good. Make a break. He is? Oh, so both of you come. No, of course. No problem at all. We'll look forward to it. Around 7? Fine. And if there's anything we can do to help, I hope you will. Goodbye.
Who's both of you?
The Colonel's there with her uncle.
Oh, Henry, I wish you hadn't.
Why ever not? Can't be rude.
Well, I don't trust the man. There's something shady about him.
My dear old girl, nothing shady about the Colonel.
I always felt you and he were up to something. Clive Lambert, too.
You imagine things, Hilda. Not to worry.
Well, I do worry. I have for some time. Life seems almost too good to be true, materially.
Oh, so how about smoked salmon for starters, and I'll get a brace of pheasant.
Mrs. Bell? Oh, I do apologize. You're just going out.
Only to the Morgans. This is Charles Ferguson, Inspector Burgess.
How do you do? I'll bring the car round, shall I, Harriet?
Thanks. Quiet, Ben!
Mrs. Bell, we've had the post-mortem result. Your husband had had an excellent meal not long before he died. No indication at all of a stomach upset.
So, it was an excuse not to come.
Is that what you thought?
Not till this moment. But I realize now as I put the phone down, I'm almost sure I heard our front doorbell ring.
You probably did, Mrs. Bell. It seems likely your husband had a rendezvous that night with his killer. Good night to you.
What did he want?
Nothing really. Just routine, as they say.
Harriet, my dear, can't you take a
I'm
little...
sorry, Hilda. It's delicious, but...
May I? Just a tiny piece more.
Of course. Hasn't been much of a summer, has it, in spite of the forecasts?
Lucky old Lamberts to be where the sun shines.
Do you hear from them?
Oh, just the odd card. And they are odd, aren't they, Henry? I believe Clive only remembers to write when he's had a glass or two.
Solamente nos recuerda después de tomar un vaso de vino.
Well, you speak Spanish.
Oh, and get by, that's all.
Oh, don't be modest.
Fergie tells me Ernest nearly killed Clive Lambert a few years ago.
It was an accident. Everyone agreed.
I didn't.
A storm in a teacup.
What happened?
And he slipped.
Said he slipped.
With the pruning knife.
14 stitches, blood everywhere. What a do.
And it's past history now. Harriet's glass, Henry.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Still, accident or not, he's a lucky man to be alive for the sunshine.
Thank you.
I wonder if your inspector friend knows. Might be worth a mention.
Been up again tonight, I see. Colonel, you?
Never known to say no.
I wouldn't have thought you could see our place from here.
You can with a telescope, my dear. Henry's toy. 3.5-inch lens. You can see for miles, can't you, Henry?
I don't think I'm spying, of course. Bird watching, mainly.
Pity you weren't looking out Thursday night.
Yeah, it's too dark, I'm afraid. Not even a moon. Besides, we were glued to the box, weren't we, Hilda?
I believe we were. Who's the trifle?
Well, not for me, but fetch the cigars while you're up.
Fergie, not so fast.
Sorry. Should have said no to that second cognac.
You missed the lane. You'll have to go the long way round.
That's okay. I know my Longfield.
Well, they were certainly very hospitable. And the whole place surprisingly sumptuous. It makes you wonder.
Wonder what?
You know, Alan saw Henry once with a Spanish... Watch it!
Bloody cyclist this time of night. And no damn lights either.
I believe it was Ernest.
Pity I missed then.
Strange. Cycling at midnight.
You were saying? About Henry?
Oh, yes. It was back in June. Alan didn't sleep very well. Sometimes took a walk around dawn. And there was this enormous lorry, Transportes Gonzales, in a lay-by on the Felsted bypass. And Henry with the driver.
Did they see him?
He didn't think so. Too engrossed in each other. This could be how he gets his rum and cigars.
If it was Henry.
Well, he speaks Spanish. We had them over for a meal soon after. Alan tried hard to pump him about it, but nothing doing.
And second cognac or not, here we are. You left the lights on up there.
I did not. Fergie, it's Alan's room.
How about this casserole thing, Hilda?
Oh, just leave it to soak.
The Colonel certainly did everything justice.
The pig.
Oh, compliment to your cuisine, old fruit.
No, I never liked the man. Why you had to invite him?
Oh, not again. He was there with Harriet. I had to.
Henry, I've never asked any questions.
Best not. Be like the Three Monkeys.
You know, but we've got this lovely place, everything and more we could wish for.
Like a plot in the graveyard?
Oh, look, you're 65. You're too old for dangerous games. You've had enough excitement in your life.
Never. I'll die any way you like, but not from boredom. And worry not. No one has ever suspected.
Alan Bell did.
Nonsense. Looking for a plot, that's all.
In the graveyard?
God, these saucepans. We really must get ourselves a machine.
Henry, where were you Thursday night?
Watching telly with you. That's the scene. And don't forget it.
I'll have that bit when you've finished. Dom.
Have the lot. There's an article on him inside.
On who?
Your late husband, of course. The great Alan Bell. I'll have a go at that back edge before he gets on top of me.
Aren't you going to shave?
Not yet. What's for din?
Roast pork. Or perhaps you cut a cabbage.
Will do.
You'll be having a visitor this morning.
I will.
A police inspector came yesterday. Seemed to think you knew Alan.
What made him think that?
No idea. I told him you didn't.
So why is he coming? Today's Sunday.
Maybe he didn't believe me.
I think I'll shave.
Don, Thursday night, had something happened?
How do you mean?
After training. When you came in, you looked so strange.
Too much wallop, that's all.
You haven't ever been over to Longfield.
Why the hell should I?
He was rich. The boys are his. For money.
Oh, wouldn't do me much good if I had. I just read in the article. Mean as blazes he was.
As you know, it wasn't tidy before. In fact, if the lights hadn't been on...
You haven't touched anything.
I know the rules, Inspector. Other than switching them off.
How about the dog?
Shut up in the lounge. Though I'd have sworn I'd left all the downstairs doors open.
The house was locked?
Of course.
Windows?
It was a warm evening. I'd left a small one open for Ben.
Anything of value up here?
The paperweights, the little antique clock, the radio, all still here.
Where's Colonel Ferguson?
Walked in for the 10 o'clock service.
Ah, that's his Mercedes in front.
Yes. We've a Rover. At least Alan had. I don't drive.
How did you get up to Gatwick?
Ernest drove me, reluctantly. He hated leaving his garden.
Who else knew you were at the Morgans?
I told Dora, en cas de malheur.
She has keys to the house?
Yes.
Did you see anyone on your way to or from their place?
On our way home, there was a man on a bicycle. I'm almost certain it was Ernest.
Oh, it's a pity I missed the Colonel. I'd have liked a word with him. Perhaps you'd ask him to call in at the station tomorrow. You'd better give me a ring first, and you know the number.
My husband's in the garden. I've said you're coming. Don!
That's a fair-sized bit of ground you got there.
Don's quite a keen gardener.
Like your first husband.
Alan? Really? I didn't know that. Of course, we only had a flat then over Moore's the greengrocer's. Not even a window box.
Here in Boston?
That's right.
Oh, Don, Inspector Burgess.
Oh.
If you'll excuse me. We have roast on Sunday.
Good match yesterday?
So-so.
I used to play up to 10 years ago. Devon Police. Mr. Stoner, how well did you know Alan Bell?
I didn't know Alan Bell.
Well, you never met him or corresponded?
Why should I?
Well, you married his ex-wife. The 2 boys are his. You might feel he owed you something, especially after he became rich and famous.
I suppose I might, but I didn't.
Well, you're a local chap. Must be around the same age. Didn't you know him at school? Play football together? It's not a very big town.
Big enough. 15,000. Quite a few schools.
You're in carpets, your wife says. Always been your line?
For the last 14 years.
And before?
I was trained as a butcher. My father had a shop in Broad Street.
You've always lived in Boston?
Most always.
Where else?
Oh, around Leeds, Oxford, Bristol.
Oh, what made you come back?
Dad died in '67. Mother had a spell of depression. There was this carpet job going here. I'd done a bit of laying, so I applied and got it.
How did you meet your wife?
At a club called The Unattached. I joined when I lost Mother. We married a few months later.
When was this?
68.
How old were the boys?
4 and 6.
2 growing lads. Quite an undertaking. Not a highly paid job.
Not too bad with commission, and the house is mine. We'd managed.
That's your car outside, the yellow Ford?
Yes.
Where were you Thursday evening?
Thursday's practice night for the team.
You were with them?
Of course.
Till what time?
I got home about 10 or 1:30. We usually have a pint after.
Where?
In a pub.
What pub?
The Anchor, usually.
I'm asking about Thursday night.
The Anchor?
And your wife? Where was she?
Here at home. Like she always is of a night.
Mr. Stoner, in Alan Bell's study there was an envelope addressed to you. A note inside. Nothing doing. What were you after? What did you want from Alan Bell?
Nothing. I don't understand. I didn't know him.
We'll want a better explanation than that, Mr. Stoner. Think about it. We'll be in touch again. Enjoy your roast.
Lovely text that sermon had, about the fields and the grass.
As for man, his days are as grass. As a flower of a field he flourishes, for the wind passes over and is gone.
Oh, you know it.
In the internment camp, I learned all the Psalms. It helped my English and made something to do.
Religion can be a comfort. Good congregation tonight. Suppose people hoped she'd be here.
Yes, a full church. And we sat in our row alone.
I didn't notice.
I tell you, when there is trouble, the Fremde ist immer verdächtig.
Ernest, you went over there last night, to the house, while they were over the Morgans, didn't you?
Just to see no one was hanging around.
So why take their keys?
Inspector, a reporter from the local says you promised a statement.
Oh, hell, so I did. I'll be with him in 2 minutes. I'll concoct something and hope I sound confident.
Okay.
Oh, and Charlie, anything on the search?
Not yet. We've covered grounds, woods, and right across to the river.
Pollack's garden?
Too true. Nothing.
Call it off. Now, I have a feeling now that until we find the killer, we aren't going to find the weapon. Well, how about the manslaughter charge?
I've been on to them. Weekend backlog of work. Always a good excuse.
Yeah, I've used it myself. I'll keep pressing.
Sure.
Hello, Henry. Ferguson here. On my way to see the great Burgess. I'd rather not, but it might look bad if I refused. Seen you? Why? You bet I'll be discreet. I hope you were. Look, I'd like to see you for 5 minutes, sans Hilda. Oh, that's great. No, I won't say now. Walls have ears. Oh, an hour at the most. See you, Henry. Hasta la vista.
Ah, Colonel Ferguson. I'm sorry to keep you. Lovely morning again.
It is indeed. Good to be alive.
Sit down. Cigarette?
Thanks. Won't say no.
Well, it's nice of you to call in.
Harriet said you wanted a word. Always pleased to cooperate.
How long have you known Mrs. Bell?
Heavens, hate to think. I knew her mother.
And her first husband, I suppose?
Not really. It was a very brief marriage.
Oh, divorce?
Killed in a car accident. She hasn't said.
How long ago?
Must be, all of 15 years. Just before I was posted to Cyprus. She was driving. Never driven since. That's why it's useful for her just now to have me around.
I'm sure. Though, of course, Ernest drives. Took her up to Gatwick on Thursday.
Perhaps, but she's safer with me. Pollack's unstable.
Oh?
Violent, too, on occasion.
Well, can you name one?
Well, since you ask, he attacked Clive Lambert with a pruning knife 5 years ago. 14 stitches, nearly severed an artery.
For what reason?
Over the roses. Clive criticised the way he was pruning them.
What, just over roses?
Nothing just about that garden to Pollack.
Oh, were there charges?
Not on your life. People bend over backwards to make allowances for the man, but I know the type. Vicious, paranoiac, murderous.
Mrs. Bell mentioned a man on a bicycle Saturday night.
That was him, and no lights. Nearly mowed him down. And what do we find 5 minutes later? Alan's room broken into.
Colonel, tell me, how was it with the Bells?
Oh, so. Marriage of convenience, I always felt. Literary convenience.
I understand you were instrumental in them acquiring Longfield House.
That's right. Sort of thing Harriet was looking for. Directly I knew the Lamberts were putting it on the market, I let her know.
You're in property?
I dabble now and then, help a friend.
You weren't living in Longfield at the time?
No, but I kept in touch. Known Clive years.
What was his line?
Antiques, mainly.
Well, why did he go to Spain?
Oh, for the sunshine. As simple as that.
And how about the Morgans? Keep in touch with them?
No. Always meant to, of course, but...
You were close friends when you lived here?
Oh, hardly close. Things in common, that's all. Couple of ex-servicemen.
Rubbing along on a pension.
As best we can.
Nice Mercedes you run?
A little inheritance.
Where were you on Thursday evening?
At home.
The Tufnell Park?
Correct.
Alone?
I live alone. Grenville Court.
Mrs. Bell refers to you as uncle.
It's a little thing between us. She's no relatives.
Close relationship?
I'm fond of her. I like to think it's reciprocated.
How did you get on with her husband?
Oh, I couldn't stick him. He was opinionated, bumptious, argumentative, sneered at all the old values. Made out he was a pacifist and one of the most aggressive types I've ever encountered.
You knew him well?
Not very, but I'm a good judge of character. I've met chaps like him. Always land up in trouble.
Do you plan to stay long with Mrs. Bell?
As long as she needs me. At least until this business is cleared up. And for my money, Pollack's your man.
Oh, you think?
He's a kraut. Started 2 world wars. Stop at nothing.
He's Austrian.
All the same, my dear chap, all the same. I've had experience. Been POW and escaped.
That was a long time ago.
Not for me.
Yes, well, thank you, Colonel.
Not at all. Glad to help. Goodbye.
I'm working, I tell you. I have my schedule.
Won't keep you long, Mr. Pollock.
You don't leave a garden. My wife will wonder where I am.
Mrs. Bell? Was that Ernest in the police car?
Yes, Dora. He's just gone down to help them.
But why? He's done nothing. He was home with me all that evening. I'd swear it.
And Saturday? Did he come here on Saturday night?
No, of course not.
While we were out?
At least, well, maybe to keep an eye, knowing
What did he want from my husband's room?
I don't know.
Tell me.
In any case, it's no crime.
What isn't, Dora?
I think he only wanted to read the book.
Book?
Mr. Bell's gardening book.
Excuse me, Inspector.
Yes?
We've got Pollock outside.
I'll let him cool his heels for a bit. Anything yet on Stoner?
He and Alan Bell were in the same class at Eastern Road Primary School.
Well, that's really going back. You're checking out Thursday evening?
Working on it. Seems he left the Anchor soon after 8:30.
Did he now? Burgess? Oh, Mrs. Bell, hello. Really? And you yourself didn't even know? Just to read it? Well, well. Oh, we'll see. Thanks. Yes, of course. Goodbye.
There we are, the best Amontillado. God bless Ramos. What's it all about?
Alan Bell spotted the June delivery. Even got the name on the lorry. Out walking at dawn, couldn't sleep. Pure chance. Harriet told me Saturday.
Oh, well. Dead men tell no tales.
Oh, their wives can. And listen, something else. Clive rang Thursday night in a panic. There's a marked item in the new batch, pinched and possibly traceable. I'm to hold on till he gives the green light.
Still, all adds a bit of spice, I suppose.
Spice be damned. We're not in this for kicks.
We close down then.
At least till the boys in blue depart. He's a ferret, that Burgess.
Well, carry on. Talk about cooling his heels.
All right, send him in now.
In here.
Ah, Mr. Pollock.
Over an hour I have been here with work to do in my garden, and nothing I have done. Just because I am a stranger and don't speak your language too well.
Oh, I'd like to speak German as well as you speak English. Sit down.
I am not German. I was born in Vienna.
Cigarette?
I don't smoke.
How long have you been a gardener?
Since I was 16. I have no other trade.
What made the Lamberts go to Spain?
For the sunshine, they told us.
Antique dealers, I understand.
Antiques, jewels, and all that.
You had quite a stretch with them.
28 years.
No troubles?
They left the garden to me. It was mine.
Other than pruning the roses?
Who told you? It was an accident. Everyone knew. Mr. Lambert tried to take the knife from my hands. I slipped on the wet grass.
Been raining?
It was the dew, a heavy dew. It wasn't your fault, his wife said. Forget it. Put it out of your mind.
Ever pop back to the house of an evening? Have a look at the garden?
No, I have my own garden to do at the cottage.
Last Thursday, did you drive across for some reason?
Of course not. In any case, I never drive to the house.
You use your bicycle?
Yes.
Is that where you were cycling from Saturday night?
No, I was home.
Mr. Pollack, you were seen on your bike around midnight. I'm asking, had you been to Longfield House?
I have told you, no, I was home. I am always home in the evening.
You have the keys to the house. Someone got in. Someone who knew the dog. Left the lights on in Alan Bell's room. Are you forgetful about lights? You had none on your bicycle.
I don't know. You speak too fast.
Mr. Pollack, someone went to Alan Bell's room on Saturday night. We think it was you. Was it you? Yes or no?
No. I was home with my wife. She will tell you. Like I always am, every evening.
The gardening book he was writing.
Who was writing?
Alan Bell. Did he ask your help with it?
I don't know about the book. He tells me nothing.
Do you recognize this?
It's a knife. Pruning knife.
Yours?
How can it be? I showed the young policeman everything there, everything in its place.
Did you leave it at Longfield House? Is that the reason you went back there Saturday night?
I told you, I didn't go there Saturday night. I don't know this knife. I work as a gardener. I do the work I am paid for. I never go in the house. The house isn't my place. My place is the garden.
And this is a gardening knife, Mr. Pollock.
It must belong to another person. That is all I can say. Everything is there. I showed the policeman everything in its place.
What's your car?
A car?
Make?
Yeah, a Mini.
Colour?
Light grey. And I have my license, my MOT, all my papers. Why do you question me like this?
Because I think you're lying. I think you drove to Longfield House the night Alan Bell was murdered.
No, it's not true. I never drive at night, only walk or ride my bicycle.
So you walked there? Rode your bike?
No, I was with my wife. Ask her. Look, why should I want him dead? He was my bread and butter.
So was Clive Lambert.
That was an accident, I tell you. I slipped. The colonel should have said he was there.
Yes. All right, then. That's it.
I may go?
We'll know where to find you when we want you again. In your garden.
Inspector?
Yeah?
You'd sign these sometime.
Oh, sure. And, Charlie, would you get me the address of a Mrs. B.T. Fuller on the Hillcrest estate?
Alan was my big brother, Inspector. I tell you, this has been a terrible blow. Oh, Bluey, pack it in. Well, not that we've seen much of him the last 15 years. Still, he made it, and good luck to him, poor old lad.
Mrs. Fuller, how well did he know Donald Stoner?
Don? Well, when they were kids, he used to come to our house every day after school, almost like brothers they were. Then he got the scholarship and, well, you know how it is. Old Mr. Stoner used to have the butcher shop in Broad Street. Bit toffee-nosed they were.
When he married Elaine, did he know she'd been Alan's first wife?
Sure. I went to the wedding. Elaine and I always kept in touch.
Why did her marriage to Alan break up?
It's something to do with the writing. He needed to be free, so he said.
Have either of them contacted him since he came to live over at Longfield?
I wouldn't know.
And the sons?
Steve's in London. Hardly comes home anymore. Got a lot of Alan in him, Elaine says. The other one's a bit of a dreamer. Wants to be a writer too, I believe.
Did he keep in touch at all after he left the town?
He wrote, now and then.
To you?
Yeah. We used to be close once.
He had a tough time for a bit, I believe.
Well, it wasn't easy.
And what did he do?
All sorts of jobs to keep going. Milkman, hotel kitchen. Father Christmas one year.
Ever ask you for money?
Well, once or twice. I sent what I could.
February 67. He was in bad trouble.
Oh, I wondered if you might know. Well, he didn't mean it. It was an accident, a fight, over a gambling debt.
How about his letters? Have you kept them?
Oh, I believe there's one or two around somewhere.
It might help me if I could read them. I'll return them, of course.
Oh, I'll see what I can find.
Mr. Pollock, hello there. Long time no see.
Long time no see.
What'll it be, sir?
A whiskey, please.
Sir.
Better make it a double.
Certainly, sir.
Indeed. It looks as if they're onto something.
Narrowing their investigation, they say.
They're pretty confident this Inspector Burgess sounded.
My sister works down the police canteen and she says they've got a very good idea who it is.
Convinced their man's still in the neighbourhood?
Yeah, lights left on in the house on Saturday night.
By some mystery visitor.
Likely to make an arrest pretty soon.
Know one thing. Wouldn't want to be in his shoes.
Mr. Pollock, one double, sir. Pound and tuppence.
Hey, watch it, mister.
It's all down my dress.
Oh, I'm blowed. I'll get you a cloth, miss. See who it was?
The gardener up at Longfield. Pollock.
I got the invoice this morning. 15 yards of Brentford cord stair carpet in Bahama Green. Yes, it should be in any day, madam. I will indeed. Goodbye. Sorry, Inspector, you were saying?
You told me you had a few drinks with the team after Thursday night practice, Mr. Stoner.
That's right.
Well, no one remembers seeing you in the Anchor after you bought a round of drinks at 8:30.
Someone said once I was the sort of chap no one ever remembers.
A pity. How long does it take you to get from the Anchor to Harbourview Road?
Depends.
10 minutes? A quarter of an hour?
I've never timed it.
So between 8:30 and, say, 10:15, when you got home, where were you?
In the public bar of the Anchor.
How's business?
Not wonderful. We've had to cut down on staff. Have to go out laying myself from time to time.
What did you want from Alan Bell?
I didn't know him, I said.
Now, let me nudge your memory. You were in the same class at Eastern Road Primary.
That's going back a bit, isn't it?
Good friends, more like brothers, I'm told.
Perhaps. Lots happened.
Indeed. You married his ex-wife, brought up his sons. Where were you between 8:30 and 10:15 the night he died?
In the Anchor.
I believe you were at Longfield House with Alan Bell.
Why the hell should I be?
Because he'd said there was nothing doing. Nothing doing about what? Oh, come on, you've had time to think.
I told you I didn't know him.
Very well. I'd like you to come along with me.
Now?
Yes, Mr. Stoner, now. I've been patient enough. Perhaps we'll get some truth out of you at the station.
Ernest? Oh, I've been worried about you. She let me off early. What you burning?
Nothing. Some rubbish.
You look poorly. What happened? What did they want you for?
Have you seen the paper?
No.
The police expect to make an arrest very soon. In this neighborhood.
Well, it'll be a good thing when they do, won't it?
Dora, I think they mean me.
You? But why? You've no reason.
They want to believe it is me. I'm the what is it? I'm goat.
Scapegoat?
Look, I am a violent man, too. I attacked Mr. Lambert 5 years ago.
That was an accident. Surely you
Oh,
said.
look, when they're told by an English colonel something is so, they're not going to believe the gardener, especially if he's German.
Oh, that man hates you. Always has. Thinks the war never ended. God, and I hate him, too.
I'm scared, Dora. Scared to death. Locked in a cell. The dark, the stench.
Oh, now don't be silly. It's not like that here.
How do you know? People die in cells. I have read. Police brutality.
Stop it. Calm down. Nothing's happened yet.
I thought when I replaced the knife, that would be it. No more questions.
Knife? What knife?
Pruning knife. Missing from its place in the rack over there that morning.
That's why you... But why?
Dora, you're so stupid. I had to show them everything right, everything there in its place. Otherwise, it is me they suspect.
And they do?
Yes. I am a violent man. The colonel says so. It must be true.
Look, I'm going to the inspector. I'll tell him everything. How you felt that night, what you heard.
No. We tell her nothing, you hear? Nothing at all. We have said enough. I can't face them, Dora. What shall I do?
Now stop shaking. No one'll hurt you.
They will leave me in the dark. I shall hear the screams of the others.
Calm down now. Shh. I must answer it.
All right. Tell them where I will be. In my garden.
Right.
Goodbye, little Dora. Auf Wiedersehen.
Yes? Oh, Mrs. Bell. Yes. Well, he's very upset. He's on his way now to his garden. He'll feel better, I think, when he's working.
And she said, I've just seen the Colonel's car outside your house. It's so nice to have him back in the village.
Any biscuits?
Tin's by your elbow. Now, what's it all about, Henry?
Oh, custard creams. I can't stick 'em.
Why was that man here again?
Hilda, you do carry on. I thought we agreed that the three monkeys, remember?
Oh, my God, I've been so naive. I realise now those odd cards from Clive Lambert aren't so innocent. You're all in it. Well, don't treat me like a child. Tell me.
Tell you what?
Is it drugs?
You think I'm crazy?
Alan Bell thought so, I'm sure.
What Alan Bell thought's not important. He's dead.
I know. That's beginning to worry me too. Hello? Dora?
No, I just assumed he was around somewhere. Hold on a moment. Uncle, did you see Ernest this afternoon?
Here? Can't say I did. Why?
Well, he's not home yet. She's worried. He's a man of habit. Dora? No, neither of us have, but he may have been in the potting shed. Look, if he's not home in another hour, let me know. And don't worry. Yes, but things happen. It's not late. I'm sure he's all right. Strange, though.
You know what I think? He's gone on the run.
Burgess. Oh, Mrs. Bell. I see. Oh, but he hasn't had quite a routine day, has he? Ah. Well, it's only what? 6:30? Well, he's in the pub, probably. Oh, you have? Well, all right, if he's not home by 8 or so, better give me a ring and we'll look out for him.
Pollack. Ernest Pollack, 5'7", slim build, grey receding hair, wearing blue denims, checked shirt, blue wool hat, leather waistcoat. Speaks with a German accent. Watch how you go with him. He might be in a pretty agitated state. He's wanted for further questioning in connection with the murder of Alan Bell.
Mr. Stoner, you told me you didn't know Alan Bell, never met him or corresponded.
That's so.
Read the P.S. to that letter from Alan Bell to his sister.
Who do you think I bumped into?
Go on.
A while back, Donald Stoner, of all people. A bit of a rolling stoner, pun, like yours truly these days. But he's been a real friend.
So, you'd been a real friend to a man you never knew. Oh, come on. I'm going to find out, you know. You might just as well tell me now.
I was working in London. I ran into him in Leicester Square one night.
And?
He was pretty well down. No job. Hungry, even. Been in some sort of trouble. I let him stay with me. Share my room. That's all.
How long did he stay?
A while, some months, I believe. Used to write all the time.
Did he pay or help out at all?
I didn't do it for that.
And later you married his ex-wife, brought up his sons. Oh, he had quite a debt to repay.
I told you I didn't do it for payment.
So why the hell not come out with it in the first place? I mean, what's wrong, for God's sake, in befriending your old school pal?
He'd been murdered. I didn't want to be involved.
Well, you are, Mr. Stoner. Yes? I see. All right. Thanks. And that's all for now.
I can go?
Not yet. You're helping us. You stay.
According to a communique just issued, 100 of the rebel forces have been killed. The body of Ernest Pollack, gardener to Alan Bell, the murdered crime writer, was recovered this morning from the river at Barston. His body was spotted by a group of children on a nature walk from Eastern Road Primary School. The strike of air control officers has been stepped up, and now all flights to and from the continent.
Oh, Henry, I feel most upset. Poor Ernest, he so loved his garden.
The matter is being investigated. That's all I can say at the moment.
I told you, didn't I? A kraut. They cause all the trouble.
Get a search warrant. Let's hope we can find the knife over there.
I must go to Dora.
He kissed me goodbye. Said auf Wiedersehen. I didn't even look round as he went out the door. 35 years we've been married. Always together. I don't know what I shall do. It wasn't easy sometimes. He'd had treatment. Didn't help very much. He was always scared of them. Scared of the uniform. Scared of the dark. That's why he wouldn't tell. We said enough, he said. We tell them nothing. And now look what's happened.
Wouldn't tell them what, Dora? Tell me.
The night Mr. Bell died,
He went up there. About the book. He was obsessed by that book.
She's sure that's all he heard.
So she says.
Long time no see. An expression your husband used?
Occasionally. To someone he didn't care for, perhaps. A kind of false bonhomie.
And the knife business, I wonder why Ernest lied.
To avoid questions. Everything in its place. This overwhelming fear of the police.
How soon do you think I can see Dora?
She's still very upset. I doubt if you'll get any more.
Perhaps. It's surprising sometimes. Well, it seems pretty certain now your husband took the knife from the tool rack that evening.
But why?
To threaten someone he didn't care for, perhaps?
My husband had a very quick temper, but he wasn't a violent man, Inspector.
He was on a manslaughter charge in 1967.
Alan killed a man? Good God, who?
Well, we're waiting for the details. You're sure no one else knew your husband was here alone, other than the Pollacks and your agent?
As far as I know.
I see. The note. Nothing doing. Why leave it lying around?
He was appallingly untidy. And if he decided to see the man, Stoner was it, instead?
And persuade him to stop pestering? Could be. Or maybe he wanted to put the fear of God into Ernest. Who knows? Everything's conjecture. Certainly we found nothing at the Pollacks' cottage. Other, that is, than the remains of your husband's gardening book in the kitchen boiler. What? Ernest burnt the lot.
Here we are. February 26th, 1967. Alan Bell, writer, 35, no fixed address. Charged at Bow Street.
With the manslaughter of Ronald Albert Wyman, doorkeeper at the Connaught Hotel, Bayswater, over a matter of a £25 gambling debt. In the ensuing fight in the Barlow Arms, Hammersmith, Wyman fell and struck his head, died 10 days later. No living relatives. Ex-regular soldier, 57th Field Artillery. That doesn't help very much.
File it?
Yes, please. I think I'll see if Mrs. Pollack's feeling up to having a word.
I'll beat her, then, he said. Kiss me goodbye. If I'd known it would be the last time.
Mrs. Pollack, I'm deeply sorry, believe me.
Murderers you are. Hounding him. Believing the lies of that man. You killed him.
But I've a job to do. And if your husband had come to me right away...
You don't know what he'd lived through. He was frightened to death of the uniform, frightened of questions, frightened of you.
Listen now. He went to Longfield House that evening.
I've already told Mrs. Bell.
Did he drive over in the Mini?
He never drives at night.
So he cycled over. Heard Alan Bell's voice. Long time no see. Now, was there anything else? Now, think. Think hard. Anything he even thought he saw?
Well?
Yeah?
He did say... I couldn't tell her. He had a strong feeling. Almost certain he was. It was that man. The Colonel. Her uncle.
Hello? Is Inspector Tandy there? Burgess. He'll know me. Jim? Long time no see. How is it down in salubrious Tufnell Park? Oh, bogged down as usual? I hope so. Look, there's a Colonel Ferguson, 2 S's, lives up your way, Grenville Court. Well, I'm interested in his whereabouts last Thursday afternoon and evening. Yeah, it's just a routine thing, really, probably wasting your time. Oh, I got a strange one here, but you know how it is. I got to turn all the stones. Yeah, perhaps you'd ring me back sometime. Thanks, Jim. Oh, Jean's fine. And Molly? Now, Mr. Stoner, you've got 2 hours to account for after leaving the Anchor that night.
I told you
I'm
I
suggesting you went to Longfield, knowing Alan Bell was in the house on his own,
No.
and killed him.
I'd no reason to kill him.
No? Well, you'd sheltered him when he was down and out, married his ex-wife, brought up his sons, worked your guts out in the carpet shop, and suddenly he's 8 miles up the road, rich as creases.
So what?
So you demand what you think's your right. And because he won't play ball, there's the knife.
What knife?
The one you killed him with.
I didn't. It's not true.
He'd put off a trip to Paris, faked a stomach upset to see you because you'd been pestering the life out of him.
I hadn't.
Long time no see, he said when he came to the door.
You're making it up.
Come in, have a drink, and when he turned his back... Come on, tell me. Where is it?
If I was after him for his money, well, why the hell should I kill him?
Because you knew there was nothing doing.
You've got it all wrong.
Okay. Put me right. You did arrange to meet Alan Bell at his house on Thursday night.
But I didn't go.
Why?
I felt scared. I didn't trust him. I knew he killed a man once.
Well, why not think about that before?
I can't explain. It's just... When I got to the gates, I drove past.
Oh, come off it. You're saying you arranged to meet him that night just to drive past his gates? Well, where'd you go? Not back home. Well, I'll tell you. You drove in those gates and you know it to kill him.
Oh, I didn't. I drove past. It's the truth.
All right, we'll say you drove past. Where to?
I don't know. Yes, I do. Towards Felsted. Pulled off in a lay-by in Hodiak.
And then? Oh, shall I tell you? You thought Alan wouldn't hurt an old pal now, would he? And he's loaded, might never get the chance again, times are hard, and money won, like it always does. You turned back, yes?
Yes.
And?
The lights were all on downstairs. A dog was howling. I rang the bell. I waited. He didn't come, so I walked round the side, the French window. I looked in, he was lying there. Blood. He was obviously dead.
What time?
I don't know. 9:30, maybe.
Before 10?
Sure, before 10.
Why not ring the police?
I knew if you found out I'd had a date with him, I'd be in real trouble.
Well, we have found out. And, Mr. Stoner, you're still lying. His wife rang him from Paris just after 10, and he was still very much alive. Sergeant, the usual arrangements for Mr. Stoner. He's our guest for the night.
You can't. I've got rights. I've done nothing.
You'll probably want to ring your wife. There's a phone out there you can use.
Okay, Mr. Stoner?
No, it's not okay.
You, Inspector. It's a message from Tufton Park.
Well. Well, we'd better see Uncle first thing.
Inspector, this is nonsense. My car was in its parking space all of Thursday, and I was there in my flat.
Yes, the porter said he saw your car, and lights on inside.
So there you are.
Are you engaged in any business activities with Clive Lambert? Property, antiques, buying or selling?
Of course not. Clive's in Spain.
Yes. He rang you from Bilbao Thursday evening. Couldn't get a reply. Finally left an urgent message with the porter for you to ring him.
Sure, I got it. Something personal.
When did you get it?
When I picked it up off the mat, after having a snooze.
Didn't hear the phone?
A bit deaf in my right ear. Guns, you know, I was artillery. Probably sleeping on the other side.
With the lights on?
Often do, after a drink.
When did you last see Alan Bell?
Must have been back in late May or June when I came down.
How did you know he was alone there Thursday night?
I didn't. How could I?
Oh, it's been suggested that his visitor that night could have been you.
Whoever suggested it must be off his head. He was in Paris with Harriet, as far as I knew. And I was home in Grenville Court.
Well, certainly your car was there and your lights on. Did you say artillery?
I did.
What regiment?
57th Field.
57th Field?
Yes. 25-pounders. Was that all?
Yeah, thank you, Colonel. For now.
Sergeant.
57th Field, Charlie. Interesting.
How come?
The manslaughter case. Wyman, same regiment.
Well, life's full of coincidences.
Yeah, all the same, you better look into it. We've certainly got a right bunch here. There's one thing in common, though. All trying to fool a hard-working policeman.
Except Mrs. Bell.
I'm not so sure. She's cagey, holding something back. Probably of no interest when I find out. But I shall.
I thought the damn business was over with Pollack.
They're holding someone. It's in the paper. He didn't say.
Cagey bastard, no.
Fergie, Alan faked that stomach upset.
Faked?
To be here, to meet someone.
Good God. How'd you know?
The post-mortem.
He had a date?
With his killer. That's the theory.
Who the hell, I wonder?
Someone who didn't like him?
Well, I didn't like him. Phony pacifist ideas. And where would they all be if it wasn't for us? The finest men I've ever known.
Fergie, stop listening to the bugle.
Sorry. The thing is, I had a bit of a shock myself last week. Chap used to be my driver, salt of the earth, killed in a stupid pub brawl some years back. Should never have lost touch. Blame myself, really.
Well, let's have a drink. A nice long gin on the terrace.
Overlooking the swimming pool and the 3.5 acres and the stable.
All beautifully isolated that you chose for us.
You know, you really ought to buy some horses. I'd teach you to ride. And Harriet, when you start again, writing, I've had quite a life. We can make an interesting partnership. I'm serious. Think about it.
Henry, have you seen? They're holding a man for Alan Bell's murder. Look.
Oh, not Pollack after all, then?
Oh, I never thought it was. Well, I'm so relieved.
Why? What was Pollack to you?
Relieved it's not you.
Why should I want to kill Alan Bell?
Well, he knew too much. He could have stopped your activities.
Well, he won't now. So let's go on enjoying the good life and leave it at that.
Yes, we have, but no charges yet. Really? When? Well. Oh, sure, but you never know. Thanks, Jim. Keep digging. Yeah, I'll be in touch.
Inspector?
Ah, Charlie. Tandy just called. A Mini. White. J registration has been reported missing by a Major Henderson of Muswell Hill. Last used it Wednesday night. How about this? It's the Major's second car, and he lends it from time to time to an old army pal when his Merc's in for service. Colonel Ferguson. More coincidence?
As I said, the world's full of it.
Anyhow, Tandy's got a search underway. You can't beat a Devon policeman. Meanwhile...
Hello? Speaking. Yes, of course, Inspector. I looked at my watch. It was just after 10. Oh, yes, quite sure. Oh, just a minute. Oh, what a fool I am. It was French time. They're an hour ahead of us. That's right. 9 o'clock over here. Not at all.
Mr. Stoner, you said you drove past the gates of Longfield House towards Felstead, pulled off the road and had a fag. Any other cars in the lay-by? Lovers? Someone doing a peel?
I can't remember. I've things on my mind. Just a minute, though. There was a lorry along the end, a big one. No lights.
Any idea what sort? English? Foreign? Off the boat?
Could have been French.
Could have been French.
Or... no, Spanish. And, hold on, there were headlights. That's right. A car pulled up alongside, a chap got out, oldish guy, small white beard. Good God, we laid carpet there last year. Bertha, good stuff. The attic of all places. Bloody great telescope.
Glued to the box, weren't we, Hilda? 6 o'clock onwards.
Commander, we're holding a suspect.
Yes, so we read.
We don't, as a rule, disclose identity until a charge has been made, but, his name's Stoner. Donald Stoner, Flynn's Carpets.
Stoner? But he laid our carpet in the attic.
Commander, did you pull into Felsted lay-by last Thursday evening between 9 and 30:30?
I just told you, Inspector, I was here.
Donald Stoner maintains he saw you with a Spanish lorry.
Oh, not me, I swear.
Now, look, I don't give a damn if that's your supply of Bacardi and Castellas. I'm holding a man on suspicion of murder, and if what he says is true, it might possibly help him.
I'm sorry.
Mrs. Bell? Burgess again. You said your husband had a hunch Commander Morgan knew a thing or two about smuggling, but nothing really specific. Well, if possible, I'd like something specific. Yes, this is a murder investigation, Mrs. Bell. You know as well as I do that apparently irrelevant information can sometimes be useful and... Yes, of course he's a friend, but... Yes? Go on. Where? Could you repeat that? Transportes Gonzales. Ah. Oh, and Mrs. Bell, the Colonel's still with you? Picking late strawberries. Very nice.
If this Stoner chap's innocent, Hilda, he'll get off without help from me.
But he doesn't reveal anything just to say it was you. And it was, wasn't it? The lorry driver could have been asking the way.
Hilda, we were watching the box. We said so. Think they're daft? If I open my mouth... Look. Do you want to see everything snatched away from us? Visit me in jail of a Sunday for the few years I've got left?
All right. But I have shut my eyes for too long. You must tell me now. What is it?
Diamonds. Uncut diamonds one way, small arms the other. I'm in it up to here. All three of us. Rich, too. More than ever you dream. I can't lose it. Don't ask me.
Where are you going?
To the sea. Look at the boats. Calm me down.
Oh, do be careful, and don't be too long, or I'll worry.
Harbour Police? Burgess. That's right. Look, I'm interested in a Spanish freight lorry. Transport is Gonzales. Arrived at the port, I believe, last Thursday evening. Any idea when it's leaving? Or if it has already? Yeah, I'll hang on. Well, what's on your mind, Charlie?
I'm just wondering if we aren't getting sidetracked with all this. After all, it doesn't really give Stoner an alibi.
That's true, but I can't let it go. Could be a tie-up between this and the urgent message from Lambert, the night Alan Bell was murdered, remember?
Yeah, that's so.
And Alan Bell had seen the commander with the Spanish lorry. In any case, customs will sort it out. Yes? Leaves tonight. Look, there's a possibility it may be carrying illegal cargo. Might be worth your while to investigate. Perhaps you'll let me know any results.
I hope there's not going to be a storm.
My dear, I'll protect you from the wrath of the gods. Here. Dutch courage.
Thanks. I was thinking of Dora over there on her own. She's terrified of lightning.
Don't ask me to go to Dora.
You know, Ernest came here that night. Heard Alan say to his visitor, "Long time no see."
Who told you?
Dora, after he'd died.
Did he see the visitor? Hear anything else?
No, nothing. Just that.
Long time no see. Someone he hadn't seen in years, probably.
On the other hand, the sort of thing Alan might say after 3 days. Or 3 months.
Let's have another.
Not for me.
I'm sorry, Inspector. I thought you were gone ages ago.
Oh, come in. Brooding, that's all. You know, I've never seen them together, Harriet and Uncle. I think it might just be worth our while.
What's interesting about the Wyman affair? I think she knows it was her husband killed him.
No. All the same, I've a hunch she's hiding something. There's a question I'd like to ask her again with the Colonel there.
Is he after her, do you think?
No doubt at all he aims to be husband number 3.
How come he wasn't husband number 2 when they were both 15 years younger?
My friend, she wasn't rich then. Someone's late for bingo.
Reported 4-car pile-up at the Filstead roundabout. Better bring them both in. Be chaos at this hour. Oh, and Harry, you'll need lifting gear, the lot.
Burgess. Jim, hello. No kid. Incredible. We'll get Forensic onto it first thing. Nice work, Jim. Thanks a lot. Bye. Major Henderson's Mini. Found in a back street in Brixton.
Not intact.
Enough, I hope, for our purposes. Now, let's pop over to Longfield. I'll give Harriet a call first.
Hello? Speaking. Yes, Inspector, he's here. I'm listening.
Stop it!
Yes. All right, I will. No, I've got it. I'm to say 2 things. Ronald Wyman's death.
Wyman?
Your old driver.
What the hell's he mean? Happened years ago, dead and buried. He knows that.
But Fergie, surely you said you only found out last week. And you'll be glad to know Major Henderson's Mini's been found. Who's Major Henderson? Fergie? Are you all right?
The storm, perhaps. Or the strawberries. Perhaps I'll get a breath of fresh air.
Easy, we're coming to the roundabout. What a mess. Why are car drivers such lunatics? Hey, look. The remains of a jag.
That's right.
The white beard. Good God, it is. It's the commander. Mrs. Bell, I was hoping to see you with Colonel Ferguson.
He's in the garden. He suddenly didn't feel very well.
You gave him the message?
Yes.
He's hopped it.
Oh, don't be silly. Fergie? Fergie? Well, he can't be far.
We hope. Perhaps it was dangerous to let him know.
Mrs. Bell, I've asked you before. Who else beside the Pollacks and your agent knew your husband was alone here the night he died?
The man you're holding, perhaps?
To your knowledge. Did Colonel Ferguson know? For God's sake, it was your husband.
He phoned Wednesday night to wish me luck.
The Colonel?
Yes. I told him then. Alan wasn't coming with me to Paris.
And you've kept it from us. Maybe cost Ernest Pollack his life? Why?
Because I think all along I've known and didn't want to face. Don't you see? He knew my mother. All my life he stood for something marvellous and fine.
What time does that boat leave?
8:15.
Right, away we go. We'll start the search from there. Transportes Gonzales may well have a smuggled military cargo aboard.
And to station.
Too late. Just about to leave.
Blast! I wonder if the lorry got on. It was just a hunch.
Hey, look over there. Under the lights.
Sorry, mate. Instruction. Open up.
The lorry is empty.
Come on now. Out you get.
Why you cannot do this? I am missing my mom.
There'll be another.
I am empty, I tell you.
Keep your eyes on the back of the lorry. There he is. There's our boy. Ferguson! Colonel Ferguson!
I'll get him.
Well, watch it, Charlie. Go right. But watch it. Oh, good God, the man's crazy. He's heading for... No!
Christ! He'll be in the screws.
Stop engine! Stop engine!
Oh, my God.
In Long Time, No See, by Joan Sadler, Inspector Burgess was played by Michael McStay, and Harriet Bell by Jean Trend. Alan Bell, Steve Hodson, Dora Pollack, Sheila Reed, Ernest Pollack and Ramos, Ronald Herdman, and Fergie by Philip Voss. Henry and Hilda Morgan were played by Michael Miller and Lisa Daniele, Elaine and Donald Stoner by Elaine Mitchell and Hugh Dixon, B.C. Fuller, Miranda Forbes, the police sergeant by Alex Jennings, and the radio announcer and harbour policeman Patrick Keeley. Long Time, No Sea was directed by Margaret Ettall.
Lipton Tea and Lipton Soup present Inner Sanctum Mysteries. Good evening, friends of the Inner Sanctum. This is Raymond, your host, at the squeaking door. Come in, won't you? Well, you're shivering. Cold? Oh. Well, don't let it throw you. Just remember that many are cold, but few are frozen. Well, our story, to be different tonight, is about murder. Murder and a clock. So, if you've got a little time to kill, let's do it now, huh?
Why, Mr. Raymond, nobody can really kill time.
Well, maybe not, but you certainly can frighten it. Didn't you ever hear of an alarmed clock?
Mr. Raymond, someday you're going to choke on one of those puns.
And won't that be nice, Mary? Then you can revive me with guess what, Lipton tea.
Oh, dear. Must this go on week after week? Why must I talk to the only person in the world who doesn't know the proper uses of Lipton tea?
Oh, don't say that.
It isn't used to revive people. At least not in the way you mean it. Of course, lots of folks do find that Lipton's makes the day seem brighter. Yes, it sort of helps them through their housework to sit down now and then between meals, as well as at dinner and supper, and enjoy a cup of Lipton tea. And the reason why Lipton's is so satisfying is because of that one little word, brisk. B-R-I-S-K. Tea experts say that Lipton's has a brisk flavor, which means that it always tastes tangy and bracing. It's never flat or wishy-washy. So folks ask for Lipton tea at your grocer's. You just don't know how good tea can be till you've tried Lipton's.
Yes, and when you leave the grocer, step next door to the clockmaker's shop and ask him for the Judas clock. If he doesn't have it on hand, just ask him to give you the works. Yes, the title of tonight's story is The Judas Clock. It's an original radio play by that old clock watcher, Christopher Mayo. Our star is Barry Kroger, who plays the role of Sebastian Packer.
I'm a clockmaker. I carry on the profession my father taught me in London. I like clocks, all that is but one. For 30 years, I've looked for a certain clock and a certain man. The clock is known to collectors as the Judas clock. The man I swore to kill when, as a boy of 14, I closed my father's glazing eyes and wiped the froth of blood from his lips. Last night, I found the Judas clock. Tonight, I may have found the man.
I'm told you're an expert clock repairman, Mr.
Packer, madam. Well, yes, I suppose I am.
Well, I have a clock. Rather, my husband has, and it hasn't run for years. Would you have a look at it?
Well, can't you bring it in?
Oh, heavens, no. It weighs 500 pounds.
Oh.
One of those huge marble things. Italian Renaissance, I'd say.
Marble? Italian? Well, can you describe it further?
Well, it's rather unusual. Black marble, heavily carved with biblical characters. The ivory face has a beautifully etched scene on it, but it's a gruesome one.
Gruesome? What kind of a scene?
It's a picture of a man hanging from a tree.
Judas.
His face is positively ghastly.
The Judas clock. I knew without seeing it why the clock wouldn't run. It had been built in Italy for a prince of the House of Savoy in 1598. He conceived the idea when he discovered that his family's treasures included the 30 pieces of silver of Judas Iscariot. The clock was made to run only when the 30 silver coins of Judas were in place in the clock's hollow weights. 15 in each weight, and the coins had been in my possession since the day of my father's death. Somewhere inside me, that clock still beats its deep-throated song, and I have but to close my eyes to hear again my father's voice.
It's an evil clock, son. As evil as Satan himself. And it's cursed. There is a legend that every man who has owned it has died a violent and bloody death.
Well, Mr. Packer, can you fix it?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was daydreaming. Well, yes. Does Mr.
Arnold.
Does Mr. Arnold know that you're having the clock repaired?
No. We've only been married a few weeks, and I'd like to have it working when he comes back to town tomorrow. Sort of a surprise.
Yes, I see. But I'll be there in half an hour, Mrs. Arnold. So last night, I went to the Arnold house and found the Judas clock again. I started to work. Foghorns from the East River sounded much as I remembered they did in London. And suddenly, I was back there on a fateful day about a fortnight after the clock had been uncrated by my father. I was in the shop when the man from Scotland Yard stepped in. He walked straight to the clock and stared at it.
Good afternoon, sir. Does the clock interest you?
Very much. When did you acquire it?
A cousin bought it at an auction in Italy, and I'm displaying it for sale and consignment.
My name's Pettibone, Scotland Yard. I've been looking for this clock for a month. It was stolen in Italy.
Stolen?
Yes, Mr. Packer. And worse, murder was done. Afraid you're involved in a bit of something here.
Murder?
I'm taking possession of the clock in the name of the Crown.
I shall never forget the look of horror on the detective's face a moment later. He laid his hand on the clock's carving, and it froze there, while his face drained white and his eyes bulged. He opened and closed his mouth soundlessly and crumpled to the floor with his hands to his throat. He was still and twisted and very dead. Mr. Pettibone had died of a heart attack the moment he took possession of the clock. I helped Father drag him into the stockroom. Father wanted time to think, so I went to my room. I dozed off only to wake hours later at the sound of angry voices.
Well, Cousin Andrew, you've done me a fine turn, haven't you?
I've told you I didn't mean to kill the old girl. It was an accident. Don't talk so loud. Boy will hear us.
You killed her as soon as you learned she'd made out a will in your favor. Then when you thought it was safe, you sold all her furnishings and sent the clock to me to sell.
Very well, I did. You're in it to the ears.
I'll go to the police.
And how will you explain poor, stiff Mr. Pettibone lying in your stockroom all this while? Besides, Timothy, there's nothing to fear now Pettibone's gone. He was the only one who suspected me. Now, you're the only one who knows.
I'll crate this cursed black monster tomorrow, and you leave with it.
And will you also crate Mr. Pettibone?
I
have a plan. Here, sit down in this chair, right here. I'll show you how we can solve the whole thing.
My young heart beat with a wild dread as I listened. I could only see Cousin Andy's back, but I could see Father seated dejectedly in the chair near the Judas clock, his head in his hands. It was midnight. All the clocks in the shop began striking the hour, and louder than all the rest was the chime of the evil clock. If only then I had known, I might have done something, but the slow strokes beat on. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And before my horrified eyes, the heavy marble piece leaned slowly from the wall and crashed across my father's back. And Cousin Andy stood facing my father as the clock crushed his frail form and choked him. He made pitiful little sounds, his eyes begging for life. And the murderer just stood, his back to me and watch.
Thundering sinners, you die hard.
Cousin Andy ran from the shop crying for help. He would claim an accident. I raced into the shop. My father was dead. I choked back my tears, and I closed the poor, staring eyes. I took the coins of Judas from the weights of the clock and ran from the shop, the blood-stained pieces jangling merrily in my pocket. Armed with the notion that the coins were of value, and the definite notion that I must eat, I approached one of the many dingy little curio shops in the Limehouse district. I stepped through the fog toward a shop where a dim light burned in the rear. Every inch of wall and ceiling was hung with curios, old armor, swords, and shields. I would have run out, but a weazened, apish man barked at me from the rear.
Well, what you want?
I have something to sell.
What you got?
I have the 30 pieces of silver that belong to Judas Iscariot.
I'll twist this scrawny neck off you. Pulling me leg, eh?
Oh, no, sir, I'm not pulling your leg, sir. Here they are.
Blimey. Silver, right enough. Where'd you cop them?
Oh, I didn't steal them, sir. They belong to my father.
A likely tale, that.
Will you buy them?
Buy him, he says. Buy him. Get out of here before I cause a bobby, you scamp. Get out!
Oh, no, give me my coins.
Get out or I'll come about and fetch you a sound one.
The ugly brute came toward me. He held my coins clutched in a tight, hairy fist. Before I could move, he had struck me. And I hit the wall with a clatter. And then it happened again. For the second time that night, the curse of the Judas clock struck. As I hit the wall, my eye caught a metallic glint above, and a heavy object dropped from the ceiling. The man was about to strike me again when the object struck his head. And remained part of him. He fell. His skull split in two by a hangman's axe. I clamped my mouth on a cry and pried the man's fist open. The fresh blood made it hard, but I recovered the coins. And I stumbled in panic through the shop and out into the night. And the fog of London never swallowed a more frightened and lonely boy.
That nasty fog swallowing a little boy. That reminds me of a little nursery rhyme. Hickory dickory dock, the mouse ran up the clock. The clock struck 2. Look out, it might strike you.
Heavens, I'm glad I don't own that terrible clock.
Oh, don't say that, Mary. Just think if you had the Judas clock, then time wouldn't hang heavily on you. No, it would fall on you.
Well, if it did fall and you rescued me, wouldn't that make you a time saver?
Well, split my sides with an axe if Mary didn't make with a joke.
Well, a very little one, Mr. Raymond.
That's true.
But seriously, I do have something to say about a time saver. And I'm thinking about Lipton tea. You know, Lipton's is such a handy beverage. It takes so little time to prepare, and it's always so welcome. Yes, its famous brisk flavor makes it enjoyable, not just at your own meal times, but between meals and whenever folks drop in for a visit. That's why it's a good idea to buy Lipton's in the larger, more economical size packages. That's right. The larger packages are much thriftier. So you see, it's wise to keep on hand a really good supply of that brisk-flavored Lipton tea.
Oh, sure, it'll come in handy to warm up the chills you get from these inner sanctum stories. And, brother, you're going to shiver plenty with Barry Kroger as Sebastian Packer as this story goes on about the Judas clock.
I hadn't touched those horrible coins of Judas Iscariot since the day the storekeeper was killed. By now, I half believed the legend that death followed them. I began to feel that the only way I could escape their curse was to find the Judas clock and put the coins back in its weights where they belonged. One day, as I read the notices in the Times, my heart skipped a beat. It said, auction of clocks, At Chopin Place, auction room, Saturday at 7. Rare items, one of them fine Italian Renaissance piece of black marble. Rare treat for collectors. Come early.
Interested in something, young man?
Oh, why, yes. Well, that is nothing in particular. Just looking at these splendid pieces. I thought I might stay for the auction.
Look about. Auction won't start for a bit yet.
I sauntered toward the black clock. My hand had scooped all the coins from my pocket. I would have to work fast and noiselessly. My sweating fingers began to unscrew the small cover on one of the weights. I would soon have the coins put back.
Just I thought. No. What have you got in your hand there? Let's have a look.
No, nothing at all. I was just examining.
Examining my foot? You've got a flock of coins there. You must have taken them from somewhere in the clock. Here. No, give them to me.
Sometimes when things happen quickly, the mind retains details that would otherwise escape notice. As the man and I struggled, I dropped the clock's weight. It hit a short, round bit of metal directly below it. The man had a vice-like grip on my clenched hand.
Blasted little wretch. No! I'll wrench your hand off for you.
I heard a whirring sound within the clock, and before my horrified eyes, the supporting panel at the front of the clock's base slowly lifted on hinges. The clock was off balance and began to fall forward. I screamed a warning. Look out! The auction man was dead, mashed to a pulp of bone and blood beneath the clock, as my father had been. I ran to the door and out into the street. I was right back where I'd started. Only now I knew that my father had been murdered by Cousin Andy. I walked for miles, trying to pull myself together. I wandered aimlessly, or so I thought. But fate had traced my path before me, because I was startled to find myself staring into the shop window of a rare coin dealer named Megaroyd. I walked into the shop. Mr. Megaroyd was a nice little man. He smiled a bit quizzically at my firm belief that I possessed the betrayal coins of Judas. I poured them onto his counter.
Oh, I say, you could be right, you know. Oh, these are the right era. I say, suppose they are. Let me put a glass to them.
Mr. Megaroyd, would they be worth a great deal, even if they weren't the...
Well, let me see. Yes, gracious, yes, they should be worth a great deal as collector's items alone.
Well, Mr. Megaroyd, I feel that there's something I should tell you about these pieces. They...
Yes?
Oh, it's not important.
Oh, well, now, just a moment. I have a catalogue on this here in my show window. I'll fidget just a jiffy.
The coins lay on the counter. I watched Mr. Megaroyd run down the aisle. As he approached the display window, his foot caught in an electric wire which lay across the floor. The lights went out, and I saw him pitch forward and... Ah! Mr. Megaroyd! Mr. Megaroyd! The streetlight peered through the broken plate glass and played across a grotesquely sprawled form in the show window. I needed no more light than there was to see what had happened. The upper half of the heavy plate had broken and dropped flat against the solid lower half. There was no need to ask how he was. No guillotine could have done a neater job. Mr. Megaroyd had no head.
Who else but death can own the coins of Judas?
Tonight, I shall find out if Mr. Arnold is Cousin Andrew. If he is, I shall feel no remorse in killing him tonight. Because while working to repair the Judas clock last night, I discovered how my father's accidental death had been well-conceived, diabolic murder. When the right-hand weight reached the floor of the clock on the 12th stroke of midnight, it tripped a trigger which collapsed the base of the clock and caused it to fall forward. My father had died on the 12th stroke of midnight.
Have you finished, Mr. Packer?
No, Mrs. Arnold. I shall have to come back tomorrow night. What time do you expect Mr. Arnold tomorrow?
About 11, I'd say. Will you be finished by then?
Well, I think so. I'll have to take these weights to the shop with me, though. Something has to be added to them.
Well, of course, Mr. Packer. Mr. Arnold will be so surprised to see the clock running, won't he?
He'll be very surprised, Mrs. Arnold. I've put the coins in their place within the weights. Not 15 in each weight, but 15 in one and 10 in the other. The other 5 coins are in my pocket. In another pocket, I have a small 38, although I don't plan to use it. 8 o'clock, and I have a 30-year-old date to keep.
Good evening.
Oh.
Mr. Packer?
Yes, but I'm closing now.
I see you are. My name is Arnold. Just came in from Chicago. Sorry to spoil your little surprise. Or my wife's, rather.
You surprised her instead?
Yes. She had to confess. I wanted to go out, so she had to tell me about engaging you to repair the Judas clock.
You don't want it repaired?
By all means, I insist. It's a splendid idea. But what I came for, really, was to tell you that you and I have much to talk about.
Oh, do we?
Yes. But look, close your place and bring along whatever you need to fix the clock, and we'll talk about it at my place.
I'm all set. Let's go.
Think you'll have it fixed in time to strike midnight?
Oh, yes. Yes, it will strike at midnight. Yes. Well, there we are, Mr. Arnold. Weights are in place. Let's see. It's exactly 10 minutes before midnight. Set the hands. And just a little shove on the pendulum. So. And the Judas clock ticks again.
It's an evil clock, son. Evil as Satan himself.
The Judas clock wakes from a 30-year sleep. Hey, Cousin Sebastian.
Cousin? What?
That's what I wanted to tell you. My wife told me your father owned this clock in London.
Well, yes.
I was your father's cousin. You're Sebastian Packer, the little boy who ran away that night.
Cousin Andy.
Yes. I wonder how much you know of that horrible night when your father was killed.
Well, I know the clock fell on Father. I heard the sound from my room, and I was so frightened. I ran down the rear steps in time to see them carry Father away. He was all covered up.
So that was why I didn't find you in your room afterward. It happened so fast. We were sitting, talking. The clocks were striking 12. Suddenly, the base of the clock seemed to cave in, and...
I know.
I bought the clock at an auction a few years later. Had it all fixed. It's good and solid now. I saw to that.
Yes, sir. Well, I suppose I'll run along now, Cousin Andy.
Nonsense. Let's make up for lost time and get acquainted.
Well...
Come now. I have some fine old port from England here. Sit down a while. No, not that chair.
No?
This one's a lot more comfortable.
It's a funny thing. When you work with clocks, as long as I have, you get to philosophizing about time.
That's so. How?
Well, here I sit by the big clock, just as my father sat 30 years ago. You know how many seconds ago that was, Cousin Andy?
No. Do you?
Well, 315,360,000 seconds in 10 years. That'd be 9,460,800,000 seconds in 30 years.
You've got quite a mechanical mind, Sebastian. Here, try this port.
Thank you. Here's to Father. What's the matter, Cousin Andy? Are you ill?
No.
Your face is quite Drawn. Grey.
Shut up.
Well, Cousin Andy, it's late. I guess I'd best go. You know, you do look awfully sick. Oh, don't get up, old man.
Stubborn sinners,
Here, sit down and relax. Take my chair. It's the more comfortable. Why, you're shaking like a leaf. Now, just sit quietly. I'll see myself out.
Thundering sinners,
Good night, Cousin Andy.
Oh, Sebastian! Sebastian! Get it off! Sebastian, in heaven's name!
Poor Cousin Andy. You're choking to death. You die hard, too, don't you? It was just a matter of timing. I set the hand a minute fast and the weight didn't touch your clever little spring device till just now because it's lighter by 5 pieces of cursed Judas money. Rest easy, Father. And he cast down the pieces of silver in the temple and departed and went and hanged himself.
But a fine chime was had by all. Anybody want to buy a large grandfather clock? I'm in the market for a sundial myself.
A sundial? My, they are old-timey. Say, Mr. Raymond, if you're afraid of clocks that tick, why don't you try to get hold of one of those old Egyptian water clocks?
Oh, Mary, now you're going to tell me that when tea time comes around, the water begins to boil in the clock?
Well, that would be quite an invention. But no, Mr. Raymond, right now I'm not going to talk about Lipton tea. Instead, I'm going to tell our listeners about an important job that lies ahead. A fight that's far from finished. Yes, the battle for Japan. Our government says that this Pacific War will be one of the most bitter and difficult in history. Never before has a nation fought so far away from its own shores. And to support this fight, we at home must work even harder at our home front activities. We must keep on buying more and more bonds, and we must hold on to them. And above all, we must stay on our war job until the job in the Pacific is over.
Well, I'll leave you with a cheerful, timely moral. Oh, that goes with tonight's story. No extra charge. Now, you can figure out how many seconds you've lived. All right, that's your pastime. But you can't figure out how many you've got left. That's just, sometime. You know what I mean? Well, I'll see you in just 604,800 seconds from right now. Well, that's next Tuesday night at 9 o'clock, of course. By the way, this month's Inner Sanctum mystery novel is The Lucky Stiff by Craig Rice. Well, now it's really time to close that there squeaking door until next Tuesday night when Lipton Tea and Lipton Soup bring you another Inner Sanctum mystery directed by Hyman Brown. So until then, good night. Pleasant dreams.
Folks, if you'd like to give the boys overseas a real taste of home, then why not include a package or two of Lipton's Noodle Soup Mix the next time you send them a box of food? Yes, Lipton's has the same homemade, chickeny taste as the soup you make right in your own kitchen. That's why it's a thoughtful, welcome little gift to send Lipton's. And as you know yourself, Lipton's Noodle Soup makes a grand snack. So remember, send a package or two to your boy. And remember to tune in next Tuesday night for another Inner Sanctum mystery.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Oh, waiter.
Yes, sir?
I'll have some sardines and coleslaw, I think. Some sliced tomatoes with French dressing. And a cold bottle of Pabst Blue Ribbon.
Yes, sir. Finest beer served anywhere.
From Hollywood, Pabst Blue Ribbon, finest beer served anywhere, proudly presents... Screen Directors Playhouse, production, The Big Clock, director John Farrell, stars Ray Milland, Maureen O'Sullivan. The Hollywood Screen Directors present an adventure in time, The Big Clock, starring Ray Milland and Maureen O'Sullivan, and introduced by the director of the film, Mr. John Farrell. When a taste for high adventure is combined with a brilliant intellect, the result is likely to be the stuff that screen directors are made of. In the person of our guest director tonight, we find a sailor, a soldier of fortune, a world-renowned biographer, and the creator of such thrilling films as 2 Years Before the Mast, California, Alias Nick Beale, and tonight's story, The Big Clock. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. John Farrell.
Thank you. One of the most engaging forms of fiction is that nail-biting exercise known as the thriller. And, of course, the very heart of every thriller is the chase. I wanted to make The Big Clock because it revolves around the most bizarre chase I've ever encountered. Now, I think you should discover it for yourselves. The Big Clock, starring Ray Milland and Maureen O'Sullivan in the roles they originated, George and Georgette Stroud. But first of all, listen to the other star, the clock itself, the big clock.
Time. Endless, remorseless, without boundaries. It never stops, it never dies. Perhaps that's why Earl Janeth permitted his mania for clocks. Only Time was greater than Janeth, the feudal baron of Janeth Publications, the dictator of a magazine empire, powerful, brilliant, ruthless, and in love with time. That was Earl Janeth. And I was his servant, George Stroud, editor of Crime Ways magazine. There were many magazines and many servants in the Janeth building, and while they seldom saw Janeth, they always saw his clock in the lobby. The big clock.
My monument to time, George. Time, more precious than gems, more intractable than mountains. Remember that when you see the big clock. The clock tower works the machinery of time, and time is working for me. Time is working for Janeth. Now see Steve Hagen. He wants to talk to you.
Steve Hagen. Steve was Janeth's teeth and claws, his prime minister, his triggerman. From some journalistic gutter, Janeth had raised him to chief editor.
You've displayed quite an unusual talent, George. I mean, your tactics in tracking down 3 killers in the last month.
Thanks. We just think our system's a good one.
Hasn't failed yet, George. Well, I just want you to know that Janeth Publications values our relationship. I hope the feeling is mutual.
Yeah. I'm just crazy about the company.
One more thing, George. You're leaving on your vacation tonight. Any special plans?
Yep. My wife and I going down to West Virginia on a delayed vacation. It's only taken 7 years.
I see. That'll be all, George. For now.
Mr. Stroud's office. Yes, just a moment. It's your wife.
Oh, thanks, Miss Adams. Hello, Georgette.
Hello, darling. I have the tickets. The train leaves at 7:20.
Right. Meet you at the station.
George, you're sure you won't let anything happen?
Now, what could happen?
Oh, I'm afraid of Janet. We've made plans so many times before, and every time he's made you stay. Please, not this time.
Not a chance. Who's more important, my wife or my boss?
Who is, George?
You, dopey. Now, say goodbye. I'll meet you at 7:20.
Goodbye, darling.
Bye.
George.
Yes, Steve.
Sorry, George. I just talked to Mr. Janet. He wants you to stick with the magazine for the next month.
The next month? What about my vacation?
Postpone it.
Not a chance.
Don't you like your job, George?
Well, if you want to know, I don't. I'm fed up.
But you won't quit. You're part of Janet now. You like his money. You like the prestige. You'll stay.
Not this time, Steve. This time, Janet's wrong. Dead wrong.
I am never wrong, George.
Mr. Janet.
George, I have 2 matters to take up with you. One, a Crime Waves cover proof indicates that you ordered a green banner instead of a red one that I requested.
The printer said red didn't fit the color pattern.
Steve, would you please dismiss the chief printer on Crime Waves?
Right.
Now, Mr. Stroud, point number 2. Despite the fact that you are a most excellent crime editor and a most amazing finder of missing persons, you have exactly 3 minutes to decide. Either you will give up your vacation temporarily, or get out.
I don't need 3 minutes. I don't need 3 seconds. I quit, Janet. I quit. When I left the building, the big clock said 5:20. I had 2 hours before I met Georgette at the train. And I went over to the Van Barth bar for a celebration drink. For the first time in years, I felt free and clean and happy. I was through with Janet and Steve and the whole cruel concentration camp of Janet publications. But time was having its joke. It began with the girl at the bar, and only time knew where it would end.
You're George Stroud, aren't you?
She was blonde, beautiful, and expensive looking.
I'm Pauline York. Buy me a drink?
Why?
On the strength of losing your job.
I didn't lose my job. I quit.
I was in Janet's office when it happened. Hagen's intercom was turned on.
Oh, so you know my deepest secrets.
We have something in common now.
Like what?
We both hate Earl Janet. Oh, he's been good enough. Money, an apartment. But I hate him.
Bartender.
Yes.
A drink for the lady, just like mine.
Yes, sir.
Do you always drink green drinks?
Well, it reminds me of green ink, and today I love green ink.
Janet hates green.
He loves clocks and he hates green. Wonder how he'd feel about a green clock.
George. George, you have reason to dislike Janet. Between us, we know a great deal about him. Enough to write his biography, George. You and I.
But who'd buy it?
Janet.
Sorry, that's out of my line.
Pardon me. Here's your drink, miss.
Fine, just sit here. Oh, all over my dress.
Yeah, use my handkerchief.
Oh, I'm awfully sorry. Glass just slipped.
Oh, it'll be all right. George, I'm afraid your handkerchief is soaked. I'll put it in my bag.
Hey, you better take this. It fell out of your purse. You wouldn't want to lose a nice check like...
It is nice, isn't it?
Yeah, $2,000. Signed, Steve Hagen.
It's Janet's. Steve signs all his checks.
It's a lovely gift. You should buy him something in return.
What would you suggest?
Well, I suggest a green clock. He'd really appreciate a green clock, and I'm just the guy to get it for him. Come on.
Mister, this is only a second-hand store. We ain't got no green clocks.
Oh, it's a shame.
You have failed us both. Go hide in the corner.
Sorry, Mac.
George, there, that brass sundial. If we had a green ribbon...
A stroke of genius. My man, have you any green ribbon?
Yeah, I guess so.
Tie the ribbon around the brass sundial, and presto.
A green clock.
So we had fun and bought the green clock. And suddenly it was 7:30. 7:30 and the train for West Virginia had left 10 minutes ago. Georgette, I'd forgotten. I phoned her apartment. The maid answered.
She called just before the train left, Mr. Stroud. Said to tell you she was leaving. On schedule. Without you.
Oh, that's too bad, George. Well, now we might as well spend the evening together. How about my apartment? My maid's on vacation. We'll be alone.
I went with Pauline. I was hurt and disappointed and sore, and I wanted to talk. It was after midnight when the phone rang.
George, you'll have to leave.
Why?
That was Janet. He's coming right up. It's late anyway. 12:30. Oh, please, George, hurry.
Well, we wouldn't want to make Janet unhappy, would we?
Please, hurry. Here, take the sundial.
Keep it from me to you.
All right, but hurry. Wait until you hear the elevator, then use the stairs.
I waited on the stairs, watching the elevator door. Janet stood under the hall light looking around, and then in my direction, screwing up his eyes to see into the darkness. He saw me, but it was too dark to recognize me.
Oh, she has another one. Another man for Pauline.
That's all I saw. I walked down the stairs and went home to bed. Oh, hello.
Steve Hagen, George. We've got a great story for you.
I'm sorry, Steve, but I quit. I'm through.
Hold on. Mr. Janet wants to speak to you.
Hello, George. George, I want you to find someone for me. The trail is still fresh.
But I quit, remember?
Forget that. This man was in the city last night with a blonde. We know 2 places they visited, the Van Barth Bar and an unidentified second-hand shop. We have reason to believe the man's name is Mr. Green. And, oh yes, he was carrying a brass sundial with a green ribbon around it.
Mr. Green. I was Mr. Green. Me, George Stroud. And Janet was out to find the guy who was playing around with this girl. And when he found him, he'd wreck his life. There was only one person who could cover up my trail. Pauline York. There wasn't any answer. I tried the door. It was open. Pauline was there. At first, I thought she was wearing a red bathing cap. But she wasn't. Something had happened to her head. And she was dead. I was shocked, but I wasn't scared. I wasn't scared until I glanced at her clock, which had fallen to the floor. It was smashed. Stopped at 12:15. 15 minutes before I'd left her apartment. I did some more looking around. 3 things were missing. The sundial, the check that had been in her purse, and my handkerchief. I tried to think. I could only think of one thing. Janet. He was afraid. He was afraid because he'd murdered Pauline York and because he knew someone had seen him enter her apartment. Pauline must have told him the man's name was Green. Her last joke. Now Janet was tracking him down. And when he found him, he'd pin a murder on me. Time. I needed time to think. I had to stall Janet, stall him long enough to prove that he'd killed Pauline. And the only way I could do that was by working at his side, by helping to frame myself for the murder of Pauline York.
You are listening to Screen Directors Playhouse production of The Big Clock, starring Ray Milland and Maureen O'Sullivan, and introduced by the director of the film, Mr. John Farrow. You are in San Francisco. The cable cars are crowded. You, bristling with energy, decide to walk up that steep hill to your hotel. Whew, what a climb. Finally, you make it. tired, hot, wringing with perspiration. You enter the bar. A little blue sign catches your eye. Oh, brother, Pabst Blue Ribbon. Finest beer served anywhere. Yes, during these hot July days, you're just one of millions of men all over America to whom that Pabst Blue Ribbon sign means welcome relief. For Pabst Blue Ribbon does something more than quench your thirst. It gives you taste. Blue Ribbon taste. The kind of taste you can't get anywhere else in the world except in that Pabst Blue Ribbon bottle. And fortunately, you can get that Blue Ribbon bottle all over the world. Yes, you hear it everywhere. In San Francisco and St. Augustine, Seattle and San Antonio. Pabst Blue Ribbon. Finest beer served anywhere. Your taste will tell you why. Now back to our screen director's production of The Big Clock, starring Ray Milland and Maureen O'Sullivan.
The big clock said 10:30 a.m. when I reached the Janeth building. Janeth was revolting against his master, Time. He'd made Time stop for Pauline York. If he could, he'd make it stop for his only witness, for Mr. Green, me, George Stroud. And I needed time to think. But Janeth wouldn't give it to me. He told me to start the search immediately, and I had to do it. Time, the big clock spitting out the seconds. Time, the wheels turning, the wheels that locate missing men. Time, if I only had time to make Janeth crack, but how? And then the information started coming in.
We're on our way, George, on our way. The Van Barth hat check girl remembers a guy in a gorgeous blonde, and that guy fits our description of Green. The bartender won't be in for another hour.
Time, I needed time. Where was Pauline's check?
Mr. Stroud, a witness saw a man answering Green's description about 10:30 last night with a blonde 4 blocks from the Van Barth. The man was carrying a brass sundial tied with a green ribbon.
Time, it was moving faster. The sundial, where was the sundial?
The bartender remembers the guy, George. Says the drink was spilled on the girl. She used Green's handkerchief to soak it up.
Time, if I had to find my handkerchief.
They've traced the sundial to a second-hand dealer on 3rd Avenue, a man named Cole.
Time, it was running out.
The second-hand dealer's on his way over, George.
Time!
Well, George, when do you think we'll have him?
It's only a matter of time, Mr. Janeth. Only a matter of time. Only a matter of time. And every second made Janeth safer, covering his trail and cutting off my retreat. Now they knew almost every move Green had made. Green and the blonde. They were linked together tight, like the lid of a coffin.
Mr. Cole is here, George.
Who?
The second-hand dealer.
Oh, where is he?
Reception room B, 3rd floor.
Alone?
Yeah. I knew you'd want to talk to him.
Thanks. Don't make a sound, Mr. Cole.
You're the man they're looking for. You don't frighten me. I don't know what you've done, but you don't...
I dragged him into a broom closet. He'd get out soon. Just a matter of time. Now think fast, George. Think fast. Now is the time to hit, and hit hard. But how? I went to Janeth's office.
Where is this man, George? Where is he?
I don't know, Janeth. But a powder room attendant at the Van Barth has identified the girl.
And? Her name?
It's Pauline York, Steve.
Did you talk with her, George?
No, I couldn't. She's dead.
I see.
You don't seem surprised.
George, why do you think we've been conducting this search? We know about her death. We haven't informed the police because we feel we can be of public service and at the same time secure an excellent story for Crime Ways.
How'd you find out about it?
Her maid. Her maid found her.
My apologies. My maid's on vacation. We'll be alone.
Her maid?
Yes, she phoned Steve here.
Why Steve?
Miss York was a protégé of his. Wasn't she, Steve?
Yes. Yes, that's right.
I see. Then Green didn't necessarily kill her. Why, it Could have been Steve here.
Well, that's absurd. I phoned him at his home last night about 12:30.
Within a few minutes of the murder.
How do you know, Steve?
A clock broke in the struggle.
Oh. Then you've been in her apartment.
Of course not. The maid reported it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the maid.
Yes.
So Steve was in on it. He'd been in her apartment. He was protecting Janet. Time. I needed time, and the big clock was turning. I went back to my office.
Mr. Stroud, your wife was here. I sent her to Steve Hagen's office. He isn't using it, and we're awfully busy here.
And that's the story, darling. Every bit of it.
Oh, but, George, why haven't you called the police?
And face a murder charge? Janet will have all kinds of alibis.
George, Janet must have taken a cab when he left her place. Have you checked the cab drivers?
Cab drivers?
Mm-hmm.
Georgette, you're wonderful. Janet might have slipped up just this once. Oh, darn it, I'm out of cigarettes. Do you have any?
Right here.
Oh, never mind. I'll take one out of Steve's box. George, Janet must have taken a cab.
George, what's wrong?
There, in the cigarette box.
It's a handkerchief.
My handkerchief, the one that was in Pauline York's purse.
George, here you are.
Hello, Steve.
The second-hand dealer says he was assaulted by Green right here in the building. We have him trapped.
Oh, George.
Special police are guarding all the exits. The second-hand dealer, the bartender, the hat-check girl are scrutinizing everyone.
Well, I guess we've got him.
And, George, Janet has ordered the guards to shoot to kill.
Darling, listen closely.
Yes, George.
You'll have to check the cab stands. Find out if a driver picked up Janet after 12:30 last night.
Where will you be?
In the clock tower, in Janet's big clock.
All right.
Time. Passing the seconds around me. Time to live and time to die. And only the sound of the electric generator that makes the clock go round. Nice blue sparks. Power. Power enough to kill. And the seconds go by. Time. The sundial. Where was the sundial? Time. The sundial. The clock. The clock. Here. That's it.
George.
Here. The fool, Georgette. That clock-crazy fool hid the sundial here in the big clock.
Oh, you found it.
There's bloodstains on it. This sundial killed Pauline York.
Oh, George.
Look out. Get away from that generator. It's dangerous.
All right. I checked the fare records of the taxicab company. Janeth was driven to 612 Sutton Place.
Steve. That's Steve's address. Georgette, it fits. When Janeth asked Pauline about the man she'd been with, she taunted him into an egotistical rage. He killed her and then ran to Steve. Steve came back to the apartment, set back the clock, tore up the check, and took the handkerchief and the sundial. And Janeth was just crazy enough to take the sundial from Steve and hide it here.
Oh, but they're hunting you, George, to kill you.
Georgette, find Steve and Janeth and bring them here, and hurry.
All right.
See here, George, what are you doing in the clock?
Mr. Janeth, Steve, our search is over. We have our murderer.
You found him? Where?
Right here, Mr. Janeth. Steve Hagen.
Me? Why, that's preposterous.
Is it, Steve? No, you're not Mr. Green, but you did murder Pauline York. Your motive was blackmail. Her bank will verify the fact that she deposited checks signed by you. The man's handkerchief she used at the Van Barth has been found in your cigarette box. The cab company has a record of driving the murderer to your address. That's it, Steve.
Yes. Steve, I'm sorry to hear this. But, I want you to know, Steve, that I won't let you down. We'll fight this through for you, no matter how much it costs.
Are you insufferable egomaniac? You think I'll continue to shield you now? George Janeth killed Pauline York. He's...
Oh!
Janeth! Stand back.
You're through, Janeth.
I'll run. I'll get away. I'll run.
The chair, he tripped.
George, the generator.
Well, he's dead. Electrocuted. Guess we better call the police. We waited for the police in the lobby, Georgette and I. And I wondered if perhaps Janet hadn't defeated his master, time. The big clock had stopped. Janet had stopped it with his body. Stopped it at midnight. The end of a day. And the beginning of a new one.
Just heard the last act of The Big Clock. In a moment, our stars, Ray Milland and Maureen O'Sullivan, and our screen director, John Farrell, will return to the microphone. Hollywood has changed in the past 15 or 20 years. Today, you'll find that many of the movie stars live in simple, modest homes, tend their own gardens, even in many cases cook their own meals. When they entertain, like as not, they'll sit around in their backyards, just like you and me, with good friends, good conversation, and good cold bottles of Pabst Blue Ribbon. Everything in perfect taste, Blue Ribbon taste. And it's that Blue Ribbon taste that makes this internationally famous beer so popular, not only here in Hollywood, but all over America. Yes, you hear it everywhere, in New York's famous restaurants, in Wisconsin's beautiful summer resorts, in Colorado's cool vacation spots. Pabst Blue Ribbon. Finest beer served anywhere. Your taste will tell you why. Now here again are our stars, Ray Milland and Maureen O'Sullivan, and screen director John Farrell.
Well, Maureen, how did you like renewing acquaintances with the big clock?
Oh, fine, Ray. Except that my part always reminds me of a donut. I'm in there around the edges of the story, but in the middle, nothing.
Well, Maureen, John Farrell's the director of the picture. Why not complain to him?
Don't be ridiculous. She can't.
Why not?
Well, we might have an argument. Then Maureen might get angry. And if she gets angry, she might leave the studio and go home. And do you know what she'll find at home?
What?
John Farrell. I'm married to him.
So what's the use of complaining?
John, I haven't a complaint in the world. Working under your direction has been an exciting privilege and very much an education. So, thanks, Johnny, and good night. And good night, Maureen. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night.
And good night to you, Ray Milland, Maureen O'Sullivan, and John Farrell. Remember, tomorrow begins another weekend. 2 wonderful days to picnic on the beach, swim in the lake, or just relax on your own back porch. Be sure you have plenty of Pabst Blue Ribbon cooling in your refrigerator. Enjoy your holiday with friends and neighbors and Pabst Blue Ribbon. Finest beer served anywhere. Your taste will tell you why. Next week on Screen Directors Playhouse, Pabst Blue Ribbon presents Yellow Sky, starring Gregory Peck. The Big Clock was presented through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, whose current release is The Great Gatsby, starring Alan Ladd. Ray Milland will soon be seen with Hedy Lamarr in the Paramount picture Copper Canyon, directed by John Farrell, whose next release for Paramount will be Red Hot and Blue, starring Betty Hutton and Victor Mature. Included in tonight's cast were Bill Conrad, Larry Dobkin, Doris Singleton, Tony Barrett, Jewel Rose, Eddie Fields, and Dan Riss. Kenneth Fearing's novel, The Big Clock, was adapted for radio by Richard Allen Simmons, and original music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. Screen Directors Playhouse was produced by Howard Wiley, with dramatic direction by Bill Karn. Listen again next week when Pabst Blue Ribbon Beer presents
Screen Directors Playhouse, production Yellow Sky, director William Wellman, star Gregory Peck.
Screen Directors Playhouse is brought to you by the Pabst Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Newark, New Jersey, and Peoria, Illinois, and sent your way with the best wishes of the Pabst Blue Ribbon dealers from coast to coast. James Wallington speaking.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
I'm E.G. Marshall, Dean of Studies at OOB, which, as everyone knows, is the University of the Occult, the Outre, and the Bizarre. Nature, they say, abhors a vacuum, and in a similar manner, evil always seeks to overcome good. Yes, good seems to attract evil the same way a flame intrigues a moth. But in this case, so much of the time, it's the moth that consumes the flame. Our mystery drama, Stitch in Time, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Leon Janney. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
When you say Budweiser, when you say Bud, you said a lot of things nobody else can say.
A lot of things, like choicest hops, rice, and best barley malt. The Budweiser ingredients, listed proudly right there on the Budweiser label. There are less expensive ingredients, but you won't find them in Budweiser. No way. There's a lot more that goes into the brewing of Budweiser than just ingredients. But it's what comes out that counts most, and that's the Budweiser taste. And that speaks for itself, loud and clear. Hear it talking?
There is no other love. There's only something less. Because the king of bliss is leading all the rest. When you say Budweiser, you said it all.
Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
Hey, Mom, what's for dinner? Hey, Mom, what you got?
What's for dinner? Check your nearby ShopRite for a sizzling pork sale featuring center-cut pork chops, just $1.39 a pound. Save 2 on ShopRite Franks, just 79 cents a pound. And ShopRite hot dog rolls, 3 packages of 8 for $1. And while you're saving on your food needs, check the low prices on ShopRite's selection of holiday needs, from toys to trims to wraps and bows. There's a lot more for a little less at ShopRite.
All that she can do, she lets ShopRite do the rest. Hey, Ma, what's for dinner? ShopRite has the answer.
All over the country, people are switching to Digel. And here in New York, it's no different. Why? Because Digel is different. Because no plain antacid, liquid or tablet, can do what Digel does. Digel contains simethicone, the only ingredient found to be safe in the treatment of the trapped gas which often accompanies acid indigestion, heartburn, and sour stomach. So if you would rather switch than fight uncomfortable gas and acid, switch to Digel, tablets or liquid. Use only as directed. Digel, it's deliciously different.
A woman's laxative should be as gentle as she is. That's why so many women use Correctol, the woman's gentle laxative. Correctol's special formula combines a mild laxative with a softening agent. Its gentle overnight action helps you feel like yourself again. And Correctol's gentle enough to use after childbirth, and at those times of the month when gentleness is especially important. Read, follow label directions. Correctol, the woman's gentle laxative.
There are some people who are there, but they're not there, if you know what I mean. That is, you never notice them. They're a part of the scenery, the background. We're aware of them, but we don't pay any attention to them. And such a person is Miss Amelia Fitzroy. Miss Fitzroy is 50. She's prim, she's proper, she is unbelievably efficient, as indeed she must be, since she is the secretary to William Big Bill Rawlinson, the sole owner of Rawlinson Industries. One of the things that Rawlinson Industries manufactures is a weapon for our government called the J system that is so secret, I refuse to say another word about it. Well, one morning, Miss Fitzroy said to her boss, Mr. Big Bill Rawlinson,
Mr. Rawlinson,
Yes, Miss Fitzroy?
May I discuss a personal matter?
Miss Fitzroy?
Sir.
Well, I'm so pleased. I mean, here for almost 20 years, you have been my most efficient Miss Fitzroy. I didn't think you had personal matters.
Well, it has to do with a dream.
Yes?
And it concerns you.
Oh, Miss Fitzroy.
Mr. Rawlinson, as your secretary, I know all about your attitudes toward women. I've never approved of your loose conduct.
I am well aware of that. I can see it in your face whenever one of my lady loves calls on me.
Now, please, hear me out. I realize I may be speaking out of turn, but this dream... I've been dreaming about your niece.
But you don't even know my niece.
I realize that.
I hardly know my niece myself. I haven't seen her since she was 10, and she must be 19 by now.
Well, I have a dream, and in this dream, I see this young lady, your niece, and she is in danger.
Now, please, Miss Fitzroy, don't you go flaky on me.
But I must
For
tell you,
almost
sir...
2 decades, you have been my... Well, you have been indispensable to me. You have made it possible for me to run this incredibly complex, well, I should say crazy business. You are the only person in the whole world who has never failed me. Now, don't go to pieces on me now.
I am perfectly all right.
Perhaps you need a vacation.
All I'm trying
You're
to say...
You're trying too hard. Now, take a vacation as long as you like. And you can have my yacht. Yes, indeed. Fully equipped and staffed.
Mr. Rawlinson, please, listen to me. When I took this job, I determined never to say anything more personal than good morning. I made it a rule. I should never have broken it.
Well, tell me about your dream. Is it recurrent?
Yes. I dream it every night.
What happens?
Well, in my dream, someone is trying to kill your niece.
Who?
I don't know.
How?
I don't know.
Well, why?
I don't know.
Then how can you say that...
I just have this feeling, this dreadful feeling.
Well, can you give me any details?
Well, she's on the plantation where she's living in South America with her mother.
Yes?
And I see the faces of men. Hard faces. Cruel faces.
Yes?
And I know those men intend to kill her.
But what makes you think so?
I can't say. It's a feeling. No, it's more than a feeling. It's a conviction.
Miss Fitzroy.
I know it sounds insane, neurotic.
Miss Fitzroy, let me account for your dream.
I'm sorry I even spoke about...
Now, let us face facts. You are in love with me.
Please, Mr. Rawlinson.
You may even be unaware of it, but consider that you have given me your entire life.
Mr. Rawlinson.
My problems have been your problems. Your entire existence has been subordinated to my needs and conveniences.
Oh, I should never have started...
You know how precious Donna, my darling Donna, my dead brother's child, is to me.
I don't see where this can possibly...
Donna, my greatest joy, but also the source of my greatest sorrow. Her mother, who despises me even more than she hated my poor dead brother, has taken the child away, back home with her to South America.
Mr. Rawlinson, I don't know where you're headed.
I am forbidden to see her. Now, hopefully, when Donna is 21, she will want to come to visit me.
Let us pretend I never said anything at all.
But that would be a lie. Because something is really bothering you. Now, this girl is all I have in the world. And I'm all you have in the world. And so Donna has become important to you, too. And you worry about her. You fear for her safety. You pray for her well-being. And so, feelings of trepidation.
I have things to attend to.
I notice you don't deny what I'm saying. You know the secret of my success. It's my supreme and sublime self-confidence. You saw me parlay a $10,000 investment into a billion-dollar corporation. You know I always know what I'm talking about.
Oh, I have never been so embarrassed.
And I know you always know what you're talking about. Look, putting the call to South America. Get my dearest sister-in-law on the phone.
Hello?
Estrellita, it's me, Bill.
Indeed.
Listen, are you and Donna okay down there?
Yes.
Now, you're telling the truth. It's just that we read things are a bit unsettled in your part of the world. So, I was thinking, why don't you two come up here for a visit, eh?
I swore an oath. I would never set eyes on you as long as I live.
Now, is it fair to deprive Donna of an uncle, her only living relative?
Have you called to reopen an argument you cannot hope to win?
Well, next year she will be of age. She'll want to come to see her Uncle Bill.
Have you anything more to say to me?
Well, not now.
Goodbye.
Just a minute. Let me say hello to Donna.
One moment. Uncle Bill.
That's a sweet voice.
Did you get the sweater I sent you?
Yes, it was gorgeous.
I'm knitting another one, plus an Afghan, all for you.
Well, instead of knitting so much, can't you convince your mother to bring you up here?
Oh, every day I try to tell Mama that you're really very sweet. But I'll see you next year.
Honey, is everything okay down there?
Well, what do you mean by okay?
Well, I mean, no, nothing. Just put your mother on again, will you, honey?
Oh, sure, Uncle Bill. Well?
Listen, Estrellita, how would it be if I sent some men down to your place?
Why?
Armed guards.
For what reason? This is a law-abiding country.
Well, it would make me feel better.
This is just another of your tricks, Bill. No, the law says that I have complete control over Donna until she is 21. And there is no way you can ever get to see her before then. Estrellita!
Well, Miss Fitzroy, I spoke to both of them. And everything's just fine. Now, does that make you feel better?
I don't know how I feel.
She's sending me another sweater. Now, where am I going to put it? The closet's full now.
I only know. I have this dream. Well, I would prefer the gold-colored cotton.
Now, do you hear that, Mary? In this voice tape, concentrate on the O sounds and listen to how many of them there are in gold-colored cotton.
Gold-colored cotton?
Donna still has a very pronounced American accent.
Oh, I've got her voice down. It's no problem. I worried about the looks.
The looks are absolutely sensational. Dr. Esdran did a fantastic job on your face.
I am still worried.
Remember, it isn't essential for you to look exactly like Donna. You only have to resemble her picture.
What else do I need?
The history of the family.
Oh, it's as if the tree grew in my own backyard. Ask me anything you want about any of the ancestors.
I believe you. Hobbies.
She meets, as you know, and so I had to take up that stupid pastime myself.
It is not a stupid pastime. It's a serious part of her entire personality.
All right, Chesco. I look like her, I sound like her, I meet like her, I know everything that's supposed to be going on around and around in her brain, and now what?
No? We wait for precisely the right moment.
No, don't. We have to save her. We have to... Oh, that dream. That dream again. What's the matter with me? What's the matter? I can't do this. I can't call Mr. Rawlinson at 3 a.m. because of a dream. I can't... I'm going crazy. I can't help it. I must call. I have to call him.
Hello?
Oh, Mr. Rawlinson.
Oh, it's you, Miss Fitzroy. Well, what's the problem?
The problem is...
Good Lord, it's 3 a.m. Are you still at the office?
Oh, no, sir. I'm home. In bed.
Yes?
And I just woke up. I had this terrible nightmare. I had it again. You know, the one we talked about. Well, that's all I can tell you.
Well, if that's all you can tell me, Miss Fitzroy, I suppose this has to be the end of our conversation.
Mr. Rawlinson, I realize this sounds crazy.
What we should do is get a tape of it so you can hear just how crazy.
I'm not a particularly psychic person. At least I never thought of myself in that way.
Well, now, it is very interesting, but why don't we talk about it in the office tomorrow?
Sir, what I think you should do is call the police station in Porto, San Diego.
Where?
That's the town nearest your sister-in-law's plantation.
Oh, but that's in South America.
I know. Now ask them to send a squad of police over to the house.
Why? Because my secretary is having a bad dream?
No, sir. Because you are frightened for the safety of your sister-in-law and your niece.
But who'd want to harm them?
Please.
But I'm maybe 10,000 miles away.
Sir, you're William J. Big Bill Rawlinson. When you talk, people listen. Will you call the police now?
All right, I'll handle it.
You're not saying this just to quiet me.
I said I'll handle it.
Do it now. It's the only way we can save them.
Well, there's a little bit of ESP, extrasensory perception for you. Premonitions. Don't hold them cheaply. And consider this one, which Miss Fitzroy is having. Is it true? Is it false? Is she having it at the right time? Or perhaps too late? By the same token, too early? A full load of questions. But you know we do get around to answering all of them, starting with Act 2, which I shall bring you in just a few moments.
Isn't it nice to know you're free? To see the things you want to see. To touch the heights you dare to reach. To know you're all that you can be.
Based on EPA tests, Buick's midsize Century with available automatic transmission and the Buick V6 got 17 miles per gallon in the city test and 25 in the highway test. Of course, those figures are only estimates. The mileage you get may vary. But what it means is this. Buick's V6 Centuries with automatic transmission got better overall EPA mileage ratings than any other U.S. midsize with automatic transmission. Nice going, Buick. In California, see your Buick dealer for EPA figures.
Let's hear it for Martin Payne. We've got decorative lumber, lighting fixtures galore. We've got tiles and bulbs and brushes. We've got covering for the floor. Rollers, paints, and spackles, wall covering till you'll faint. Martin's Home Decorating Centers. It ain't just paint.
You can still decorate in time for the holidays and save. Pay Martin's regular low discount price for the first gallon of paint and get the second gallon of the same paint free. Choose from a selection of ceiling paints, enamels, wall paints, porch and deck paints, kitchen and bath paints, second gallon free. Everything else in stock is 25% off. Paint, sundries, lighting, floor covering, wall covering, decorative lumber. Sale ends Saturday.
We've got decorative lumber, lighting fixtures galore. We've got tiles and bulbs and brushes. We've got covering for the floor. Rollers, paints, and spackles, wall covering till you'll faint. Martin's Home Decorating Centers. It ain't just paint.
Howard, Eunice. Yes? I'd like you to meet Josiah S. Carberry, the world's most traveled man.
My pleasure. Mr. Carberry, we're the world's least traveled couple.
We want to go to Europe.
We don't speak European.
Where to stay?
What to tip?
American Express.
American Express?
American Express vacations in Europe the escorted way are better than ever.
Really?
They take the worry out of looking and booking and arranging.
Ooh.
Good hotels, an escort to show you the sights, American Express style.
Expensive?
Great value. Europe the carefree way really stretches your dollar.
Terrific.
Or if you want to spend a bit more for truly first-class hotels and little luxuries, there's Europe the priceless way.
Yes, yes.
Either way, you can spend 2 weeks, 3 weeks, even a month.
With American Express, we can go to Europe this summer.
Certainement, mon ami.
Oh, Howard, he's speaking European.
Yeah.
You can American Express yourself to Europe in new ways you may never have thought of. By jet, by ocean cruiser, by car, by private yacht, by river barge, by your own imagination. Find out about this new approach at any office of American Express Travel Service.
She's one of those highly dignified, super efficient executive secretaries who are found in the offices of giants of industry. She's handsome rather than beautiful, all enamel and steel. But you wouldn't know it if you could hear her on the telephone right now at 3 a.m. Why, she sounds just like any terrified, hysterical, middle-aged woman.
Miss Fitzroy, I said I'd handle it.
Now, we have a district manager. That is, our copper company has a man nearby in Dos Cruces. Now,
Miss Fitzroy, I said I would see to it.
You're not just humoring me.
Of course not. Now, Why don't you get off the phone so I can start the wheels turning?
Just go.
Let's go.
Now? Tonight?
Right now.
Oh, let me get my raincoat.
You don't need it. Come on.
Oh. This is
where it happens. Now get inside the car.
Oh.
Move out, Corey. When we get there, we'll break it.
Oh, the servants.
What servants?
There's a housekeeper, a chauffeur, a gardener.
All three of them are our people.
Oh.
This mission has been on the drawing board for 5 years. Yes, see. This is the chief of police, Puerto San Diego. Who? Senor William Rawlinson. No, we have no Senor William Rawlinson here. No, you must have the wrong number. Oh, you are the Senor William Rawlinson. Oh, si, senor. What? Send the squad to the finca of Senor Estrellita Rawlinson, your sister-in-law? But why? You say there's trouble? Oh, there might be trouble. Well, si, senor, but it's raining. No, senor, it is not necessary to telephone the Presidente. I will make the necessary arrangements. Si, senor. Oh, si. Yeah. No self-respecting bandito would go out on a night like this. Crazy Norte Americanos. Hola, Sanchez, Luis, wake up! Get the girl's body out of here. You know where to get rid of it. Donna, I'm talking to you, Maria. Huh? From now on, that's your name, Donna. Now listen, we have to work fast.
Don't worry about me. I know what I'm supposed to do. I know what I'm supposed to say. I am a trained operative.
You young kids, you think you know everything.
You had better get out of here. It is my show now.
Our show. I'll be in America to supervise. Now listen. We have provided for absolutely every contingency. Nothing. Absolutely nothing can go wrong.
Oh, it was horrible. I was frightened, and there was such terrible thunder and lightning. Oh, Uncle Bill.
Now, honey, everything's going to be all right.
I was so scared. So I thought I'd spend the night in Mama's bedroom, and we had just fallen asleep when we were awakened by these men.
Can you describe these men, Senorita Rawlinson?
They wore masks, and they just burst into the room, and they demanded Mama's jewels, and Mama told them to get out. Oh, Uncle Bill, you know how Mama was.
Yes, honey, yes, I know.
Those men, those terrible men, they just started to shoot, and I fainted, and when I woke up, the police were in the house, and poor Mama was dead.
Yes, you're going to come home with me to America.
Senor Rawlinson, how did you know? How did you know there would be danger?
Do you need Miss Rawlinson, my niece, for anything else?
No, senor. We have her statement.
Can she leave the country?
Oh, si, senor. But tell me, how did you know? How did you know?
And this is my secretary, Miss Fitzroy.
How do you do, Miss Rawlinson? I'm so happy to meet you, Miss Fitzroy.
Anything you want to know about anything at all, you just ask Miss Fitzroy.
Oh, I shall. Don't worry. Do you have a ruler, Miss Fitzroy? Of course. Here you are. I want to measure your shoulders, Uncle Bill.
What for?
Well, I'm knitting you a new sweater.
Donna, honey, I have 1,000,000 sweaters.
I can't help it. The doctor told Mama I was a compulsive knitter. Mama. Poor Mama.
Yes. At least you were spared.
You, don't like my sweaters, Uncle Bill?
Oh, I love them. It's just that you've made me so many. See, I'm wearing one right now. Why don't you knit a sweater for Miss Fitzroy?
Would you wear it, Miss Fitzroy?
Of course she would. Now, tell me, what would you like to do today?
Oh, I haven't even started on the museums and the shops and... Oh, there's so many plays I've just been dying to see.
Miss Fitzroy, why don't you arrange a kind of itinerary for Donna? Plan the next week or so for her. Shopping, sightseeing, make reservations for tickets, restaurants.
Yes, Mr. Rawlinson. I'll do it immediately.
You're going to love it here, Donna.
I know.
Did your mother ever tell you who I am?
Of course. You're my daddy's brother, my Uncle Bill.
Mm-hmm. But what else did she tell you about me?
I'd rather not say. You know how Mama felt about you. She insisted you turn Daddy against her.
I didn't. Did she tell you how much money I have?
She said you're a very wealthy man.
Do you know what that means?
It means you have a lot of money.
Mm-hmm. And power. I influence a great many things in this country, and one day I'm going to be out of the picture.
Oh, please don't talk about dying, Uncle Bill. Please, not now.
Well, death is a fact of life. Now, everything I own will belong to you. How will you use it, I wonder?
Oh, I'll use it where I think it'll do the most good.
I'm happy to hear that kind of an answer.
Uncle Bill? This Miss Fitzroy?
Yes?
Who is she?
Well, she's been my secretary since the year one, and she's a very nice lady.
Why doesn't she like me?
What are you saying?
I have this feeling that she doesn't like me.
Now, how can you say that? She loves you.
She does?
Yes, take my word for it.
Well, if you say so.
Knit her a sweater. She deserves it.
May I share this table?
If you like. Well, I was wondering when you'd show up, Jesco.
I want a report.
Oh, I don't have time now. I have to meet my dear uncle in 30 minutes. He's taking me to a baseball game. How will I manage to sit through it?
Do your knitting. How are things?
This Miss Fitzroy may be a problem.
The secretary? How?
I think they're in love with each other.
Oh, nonsense. She's been his secretary for 20 years. We know for a fact they haven't had or are now having an affair.
I am talking about love, Jesco. You can see it in the way they look at each other, talk with each other.
None of our intelligence has ever verified what you claim.
Oh, neither he nor she are really aware of it just yet. But one day, it can flare up.
Let it.
No, because it means they will have to marry. And I will not be the only one to inherit then. Therefore, the holdings will not be ours to control as we wish.
No, if she becomes a threat...
Well, you can't solve everything with a gun, Jesco.
What is your suggestion?
I shall be the poor, persecuted little niece. As a matter of fact, I have sown the seed already.
That's that. Now, what else has to be cleared up this morning, Miss Fitzroy?
Well, you have to look at some top-secret reports on the J system.
You have them?
A colonel from military intelligence placed them in my hands in the outer office. Now, they're for your eyes and my eyes only. He's waiting for them.
Then we better check him out right now.
Mm-hmm. Hi, Uncle Bill. May I come in?
Sure, honey.
No, Donna, you cannot come into the office now. Uncle Bill. Mr. Rawlinson, what are we reading?
Oh, yes. No, honey. Could you excuse us for just a couple of minutes?
Of course. I'll excuse you for as long as you want.
Oh, Donna, it's your imagination.
Uncle Bill, she as good as threw me out of the office.
It's because we had this top-secret document.
Oh, sure.
Honestly, and I had forgotten. It's her job to remind me.
She doesn't like the sweater I knitted her.
Oh, she does. She told me she does.
Well, then why doesn't she wear it?
Because it's red, and she never wears red. Her color is blue.
Well, she'd look a lot better in red.
I know, but that's how she sees herself.
I wish you'd fire her.
Now, she's been with me for 20 years.
Why doesn't she like me? What did I ever do to her? The agenda for the board meeting will consist of... Mr. Rawlinson?
Oh, yes, Miss Fitzroy?
Would you rather discuss this another time?
No. The meeting's tomorrow. We have to do it now.
Oh, all right. Now, the financial report, the analysis...
Miss Fitzroy?
Yes, sir.
May I discuss a most personal matter?
Oh?
Why don't you like my niece?
Oh, no, that isn't true. But what makes you say I don't like her?
Well, for one thing, you don't wear the sweater she knitted for you.
The weather has been quite warm, hasn't it?
Yes, but the girl has a feeling that you dislike her.
Oh, Mr. Rawlinson, I can assure
Now, this
you
is
that...
embarrassing for both of us. She's been through a terrible ordeal. You realize that.
Yes, Mr. Rawlinson.
And she's probably not herself.
Yes, sir.
Well, I would consider it a personal favor if you'd smile at her, and you really should wear her sweater.
I will, Mr. Rawlinson.
I can always depend on you to do the right thing. Now, where were we on the agenda?
Let's see. The financial report, the analysis of the research on...
Yes, Miss Fitzroy?
Mr. Rawlinson, I'm bound by the truth to make a confession.
Confession?
Yes, your niece has this feeling that I dislike her. Well, it isn't that I dislike her exactly.
No, what does that mean?
Well, she probably senses something I feel.
All right, what's that?
I don't know how to say this.
Well, you generally manage to make yourself understood.
Perhaps, but this time I'm not sure.
Miss Fitzroy, what are you trying to tell me?
Well, what I'm trying to tell you is that I have this feeling, and it keeps nagging at me that this girl is not your niece.
What are you saying, Miss Fitzroy? What are you saying?
I believe we all heard her. Well, we know it because we were all witnesses to a scene which proves it. But how does Miss Fitzroy know it? Or, if she has a feeling, what has brought it about? After all, she has no way of knowing. Or does she? Well, you're in this deep. Stay around for the expose, which happens in Act 3, which I shall bring you in just a few moments.
And now a word from the Niederlander organization. For laughs, thrills, and music, there are 3 shows on Broadway that each in its own way provides one of the best evenings of entertainment. First is Habeas Corpus. The new comedy was just opened at the Martin Beck Theater. Walter Kerr called it the best new comedy this season. Habeas Corpus stars Donald Sinden, Jean Marsh, Rachel Roberts, June Havoc, and Celeste Holm. At the Palace Theater, Scott Joplin's Premonition has been delighting audiences with its fabulous musical numbers, prompting the New York Times to call it a triumph. Premonition winds up its limited engagement this coming Sunday, so you only have a few more chances to see it. Sherlock Holmes at the Broadhurst Theater is in its second exciting year, and it continues to be the most suspenseful play in town. It'll only be here through January 4th, then it's off on a nationwide tour. So, for laughs, see Habeas Corpus at the Martin Beck. For thrills, see Sherlock Holmes at the Broadhurst. And for ragtime, don't miss Premonition at the Palace through this Sunday only.
Gift ideas? May I help you?
Oh, I hope so. I work for 5 men, and guess who's stuck with their Christmas lists? Wives, businessmen, college kids.
Rockwell calculators.
Huh?
Get them all Rockwell calculators from Rockwell International. You know, the Apollo Moon Project, the space shuttle. All that technology is yours for as little as $1,688, or up to $2,400 manufacturer's suggested retail prices. Look, this 8R is perfect for a housewife, and here's one your businessmen will use for everything. The college kid, is he in math or science? Then he'd like a slide rule, maybe this 63R. Anyone on your list deal with fractions or metric measurement? This one's perfect for him, or her. And this one makes a great family gift.
Sounds like Rockwell has something for everybody, including me and my Christmas list. Now, where's the pen?
Rockwell makes it easy to choose the right calculator gift, one you can be proud of, at a leading store near you. From Rockwell International, where science gets down to business.
Here's a special announcement from Northwest Orient Airlines. Although another airline is on strike, Northwest flights are operating as usual, and space is available on many Northwest flights. It's recommended, however, that you secure your advance reservations by calling Northwest. Reservation lines are less busy early in the morning and in the evening. So if you're planning to travel by air, make sure of your reservations in advance by calling Northwest Orient Airlines. Repeat, although another airline is on strike, Northwest flights are operating as usual, and space is available on many Northwest flights.
There are those people who have very little to say, and when they do speak, it's brief and to the point, and each word is a bombshell. Such a person, as you have already witnessed, is our Miss Amelia Fitzroy, and when she speaks, She is a woman who is not to be taken lightly, especially by her employer. But this time, what is she saying?
She is not your niece.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
I know it sounds crazy, but
Miss Fitzroy, I always hold everything you say as serious, logical.
I know. Well, maybe I shouldn't have said it.
But you did.
I just... Well, it was out before I knew it.
Well, let's get to the bottom of it. Why? Why do you think Donna is not my niece?
Oh, it's just a feeling. And since I also had a feeling that your sister-in-law's plantation was going to be attacked, and it did happen...
We accounted for that. It was the normal, well, we have feelings of anxiety, and when something happens...
I understand all that, Mr. Rawlinson, but I have this feeling that she's an imposter.
Miss Fitzroy, let us consider the situation rationally.
There's nothing rational about it. It's just this crazy feeling I have.
Well, if she is not Donna Rawlinson, my niece, the child of my dead brother, who is she?
I don't know.
You do know.
Why do you say that? I can
Her
assure you that...
identity has not yet surfaced in your fantasy. I am merely anticipating it. That's been another secret of my success, as you well know. My ability to anticipate.
Yes, but what fantasy are you talking about?
Part of this fantasy was your feeling that my niece was in danger. By coincidence, her mother was killed by bandits.
But Mr. Rawlinson...
And so she comes here. Now you fantasize something else.
But why do you insist that I fantasize?
You are sublimating.
Sublimating what?
If she's not my niece, who is she?
Now, please, I know how this must sound. She is a foreign agent.
Oh. All right, for the sake of argument, I'll agree. Why?
Why? Among other things, the J system. Now, suppose a foreign power wanted to gain control of it. You are this company, the sole stockholder.
Continue.
Your niece is your heiress. She gets all of Rawlinson Industries, the entire far-flung, diversified...
But she looks exactly like my niece.
She looks like your niece's picture. Now, you haven't seen the girl since she was 10 years old. And so, in order to gain control of Rawlinson Industries and the J system, foreign agents murdered both your sister-in-law and your niece. And this girl is impersonating...
I must say, when you fantasize, it's a beauty.
Well, I feel it's my duty to let you know.
No. Now, let me tell you again what this is all about.
Oh, please.
You are in love with me.
That is not true.
It is subconsciously, perhaps, and I'm sorry about that, but it's one of the hazards of your job. And, well, it's the love of a truly idealistic, unselfish woman. All you want is my happiness.
Mr. Rawlinson, you are the most egotistical...
Of course. How else can you account for my success? Now, you thought I needed my niece to make me happy, so you fantasized her danger. But now that she's here, you see her as a threat to your own position.
That is untrue.
But you have no cause to be jealous.
I'm not being jealous. And you're the one who's fantasizing.
Very well. Now let's put the thing to rest. Pick up the telephone, please, and get me the chief of police in Puerto San Diego.
Si, Senor Rawlinson.
Now, you're sure the young lady is actually Miss Donna Rawlinson?
Well, who else could she be, senor?
Would you swear she is Donna Rawlinson?
Well, senor, I was not acquainted with the senorita personally.
Well, the servants. I want you to interview the servants and make sure.
But, senor, the servants are gone.
What do you mean, gone?
The finca, the plantation has closed and they are gone.
I see. Well, thank you, Chief. All right, now, Miss Fitzroy, the thing is ridiculous.
The receptionist said I was to go in. I hope it's all right with you, Miss Fitzroy.
Well, of course it's all right.
Oh, will you excuse me? I have these reports to work on.
I told you she didn't like me. The minute I walk in, she walks out. She can't stand the sight of me.
Dear, she's very busy.
Well, she didn't even say hello to me.
Yes, she did. She nodded.
And she never wears the sweater I knitted for her, and I worked so hard on it.
Honey, it's a hot day.
Oh, Uncle Bill, I wish you'd get rid of her.
Now, why?
Well, she frightens me.
Honey, don't worry about it. There are times when she frightens me, too.
Problems.
What do you mean, Jesco?
Corey tells me the police down in Porto San Diego are asking questions. They're trying to track down the servants.
Why?
To make sure you're the real Donna Rawlinson.
That's some of Miss Fitzroy's work, I'm sure.
Well, I can take care of Miss Fitzroy.
Oh, that's all we'd need. I have a better idea. Let the police find our man who was working as Estrelita Rawlinson's chauffeur.
Good. And they can send him up here to identify you.
No, we can do better. He can tell the police about my boyfriend.
Boyfriend? Donna didn't have a boyfriend.
Of course she did. All the servants knew about it. His name was Chesko.
Oh, I see.
I'm so happy to meet you, Mr. Chesko. You certainly picked yourself a handsome young man, Donna.
Oh, I'm so glad you like him, Uncle Bill. I'm so anxious for you two to get along.
How long have you known each other?
Since Donna was 16.
Well, what are your plans, Chesko?
I must go back to my job in Porto San Diego.
What do you do?
I am an engineer.
How'd you like to work for me?
Oh, Uncle Bill.
What? I need a visa and permission
These things are no problem. Arrange it, please, Miss Fitzroy.
Yes, sir.
And meanwhile, Chesko, till you get settled, you'll stay at the house with us.
Oh, Uncle Bill, how can I ever thank you?
Just by being happy.
Oh, you're an old darling. Take us to lunch.
You two run along. I'll see you tonight.
Bye, Uncle Bill.
Goodbye, sir, and thank you.
Well, Miss Fitzroy, convinced?
Of what?
Of the fact that she's really and truly my niece.
Why? What has occurred to convince me?
Her boyfriend.
How do we know he's her boyfriend?
Well, the chief of police back home says so.
No. He says one of the servants says so.
Well?
How do we know the servants were not in on the plot?
Oh, I give up.
You investigate the acquisition of a company more thoroughly than you...
Miss Fitzroy. Now, I appreciate your deep interest. But I must tell you that I would like an end to this discussion for all time.
Why are you so afraid of Miss Fitzroy?
I don't know, Chesko. She scares me. You were right. You have to get rid of her.
But I thought you said
She is the one factor that couldn't be foreseen. She'll keep sniping away until she hits something vital. Get rid of her.
How?
Well, it has to be an accident. Oh, she takes the subway home every night, and it's during the rush hour.
Right. Excuse me, lady.
Oh, you look familiar.
I got to take a train to this address, but I can't make it out.
And your voice.
Could you read it for me, please?
Oh, well, let me look.
What does it say?
I think it's... No!
Oh, what happened to you, Miss Fitzroy? Are you feeling better?
It was a miracle.
Huh?
You know, I fell between the tracks in that depression they have. The train just passed over me.
You worked yourself into a state of exhaustion. You had a dizzy spell and fell under the tracks.
But I didn't fall. I was pushed.
Now, do you see what I mean?
By that young Chesko.
Now, Miss Fitzroy, you are taking a vacation on my yacht if I have to Shanghai you on board myself.
But Colonel Dawson...
Miss Fitzroy, we've checked out Miss Donna Rawlinson very carefully.
And you're satisfied she's who she says she is?
We have no evidence to indicate anything else.
Her boyfriend, this Chesko. What about him?
He's a clean-cut young man, good record back home.
Then why did he try to kill me?
Off the record, why are you so antagonistic toward Mr. Rawlinson's niece?
I see that story has been carefully circulated.
I understand she goes out of her way to be nice to you. She even knits you sweaters.
But I tell you, What did you say?
Well, what I'm trying to say is it sounds as if you're jealous of a new female in Rawlinson's life.
No, about a sweater. She knitted me a sweater. Colonel, I'm going to have your evidence.
You know, Mr. Rawlinson, Donna's mother didn't like me.
Oh, she liked you? She just wanted you to wait 5 years. Honestly, Uncle Bill, the arguments we used to have.
Well, I want you two to be happy now.
Good evening.
Miss Fitzroy, I didn't hear you come in. Something new at the office?
No. There's something new here. Oh, Mr. Chesko. I'm sorry your attempt to murder me failed.
Now, see here, Miss Fitzroy. This young man is a guest in my house.
Miss Fitzroy, what are you saying?
I'm saying that you and this young lady are imposters. The real Donna Rowlandson is dead, and you misoppose
I must ask you to leave, Miss Fitzroy.
You'd better ask me to prove it, and I can. Now, both of us are wearing sweaters knitted by your niece. Yours was sent to you about 6 months ago. Mine was just last week. They were not knitted by the same person.
And what are you driving at?
No two human beings knit exactly the same kind of stitches, the same size, the same intervals, because the tension in the fingers differs from one...
She's crazy.
Oh, sure. Of course I'm crazy. I was crazy to work my life away from Mr. Rowlandson, but that doesn't mean I'm wrong about this.
Amelia.
Oh, that's the first time you ever called me Amelia. Just look, examine the stitches. Your sweater and mine. You see the difference? That's the one thing they couldn't foresee. Just let an expert examine those stitches.
Everybody, stand still.
Let's go. You idiot. Did you have to panic? Did you have to pull that gun?
We'll have to arrange for something. So far, nobody knows except us in this room. You still inherit the estate.
Everybody knows, Chesko.
Oh, Colonel Dawson.
Everybody who has anything to do with the J system has a constant tail. Well, Chesko, and you, young lady, we have enough people here to handle everything. Let's go.
But
Let's go, Chesko. And you, miss.
No, please don't. Please.
Come on.
I'm sorry.
It's all right.
Especially for your niece.
Yes. Poor Donna. Well, I'm grateful to you. Tell me, how did you know about the difference in stitches?
I didn't. I made it up.
Amelia.
Well, I learned it from you. When something sounds reasonable, write it for all it's worth, because it may be true.
Amelia, both of us have been sublimating.
I know.
About that trip on the yacht. How about if I came along?
I've waited 20 years. Although I didn't know I was waiting.
And I didn't know I was keeping you waiting.
Well, what are we waiting for now?
Nothing.
Sublimation. Sometimes the greatest deeds are performed by people who are only performing them because they would much rather be performing something else. That's because people are uniquely crazy, which is all to the good, because if that weren't so, whatever would we do for stories? If you want to know, just wait a few moments, and I shall return.
Well, good old Uncle Sam has done it again. If you know anybody on Social Security, listen to this. People who get Social Security checks will never again have to worry about them being late, or lost, or stolen. If you just fill out a simple form at the Lincoln Savings Bank, Uncle Sam will automatically deposit your Social Security check directly into your account at the Lincoln every month. No more waiting around for it to come. No more lost or stolen checks. No more standing in line to cash them. Every month, the day your check is due, the money is there in your account at the Lincoln, waiting for you to collect it or write payment orders the way you write ordinary checks or earning interest for you in a Lincoln savings account. Uncle Sam and the Lincoln do it all automatically. You don't have to do anything except fill out one form at any Lincoln branch or telephone 782-6000 and the Lincoln will mail it to you. The Lincoln Savings Bank, 782-6000. Member FDIC.
What's a country fresh flavor like Newco doing in a city like New York?
Newco's bringing country to the city. Newco's got that country fresh taste. Newco's bringing country to the city. Yeah. Newco puts a smile on your face.
Heck, I'm a big city now, but it wasn't always that way. I sure used to miss that back-home country fresh taste of just picked peas and carrots, corn and beans. Oh, my. But then Elsie Sue, she's really big city. She put me on to Newco margarine. It comes in both stick and soft forms, you know, and Nuco's got a real country fresh taste that makes anything you put it on taste country good. So now it's Elsie, me, and Nuco margarine. We're in a big city to stay.
Nuco's bringing country to the city, yeah. Nuco puts a smile on your face.
If you saw 10 members of the International Ladies Garment Workers Union, 8 of us would be women, a lot of us supporting families. We'd have a pretty hard time on our own, but with the union, we can live decent lives and pay our own way. The ILG has been working for the working woman for 75 years. That's my union, and that's what our label stands for.
Look for the union label when you are buying one coat, dress, or blouse. Remember somewhere our union's sewing, our wages going to feed the kids and run the house. We work hard, but who's complaining? Wait till the ILG will pay our wages. Always look for the union label. Instead we're able to make it in the
Mr. Chesko and the false Donna were consigned to whatever limbo captured spies are sent to, and Amelia and Bill lived happily ever after. Most experts, that is knitting experts, agree that knitting is as distinctive as handwriting. So we're on sound ground there. And you can always be sure of resting on sound ground if you tune us in 7 times each week. Our cast included Leon Janney, Bryna Rayburn, Rosemary Rice, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Preceding program is furnished by CBS Radio. This is WOR New York and RKO General Station. It's 8 o'clock. Here's John Scott with the news.
To Hollywood's greatest stars in their greatest motion picture roles. The American Broadcasting Company brings you the Screen Guild Theater. Tonight it's Gregory Peck with Ward Bond, Hugh Marlowe, Millard Mitchell, Reed Hadley, and John Kellogg in the transcribed radio premiere of their magnificent 20th Century Fox production, 12 O'Clock High. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, the Screen Guild Players begin their 14th glorious year on the air. And in the weeks to come, you will be hearing all of Hollywood's most famous stars in their most memorable motion picture roles. And here is our curtain raiser, one of the most compelling and dynamic pictures in years. Darryl F. Zanuck's tremendous production, 12 O'Clock High, starring Gregory Peck with Ward Bond, Hugh Marlowe, Millard Mitchell, Reed Hadley, and John Kellogg.
I was in England recently. I was there on business. But it wasn't business that took me down to Archbury, to the quiet countryside beyond the town. A group of tired, sagging buildings off the road. A tall wooden pole with a tattered windsock hanging limply from its peak. A concrete runway stretching off across the fields. the weeds growing wild between the cracks. The grease and oil stains almost faded out. I stood there quietly, lost in my thoughts. And in a sudden rush, it all came back. 1942, the early days of the war. I was Major Stovall then, Group Adjutant with the 918th, the hard luck group they used to call us, tail end Charlies. And Lord Haw-Haw in Berlin was giving us the rad.
Tonight I bring a special greeting from the fighter pilots of the Luftwaffe to the first American pilots in England, the 8th Air Force.
That's all we need.
Losses are a little heavy, aren't they? And remember, these are only shallow penetrations into France. Practice missions, really. What would it be like if you ventured as far as German soil? Let's take the 918th group at Archbury, for instance.
Hey, that's us.
Magalini.
They call you the Hard Luck Group, Tail End Charlie. You lost 5 bombers today, didn't you? 5 out of 21. At that rate, it won't take very long, will it? Something pleasant to think about before your mission tomorrow. Oh, yes, Colonel Keith Davenport. You'll have another one tomorrow. You'll be interested to know that your group has been singled out for some special attention by our reception committee. Pleasant dreams, my misguided friends. Good night.
Oh, he's off his trolley. The group's been over twice in 2 days. They couldn't be going back tomorrow.
You're wrong, Sergeant. They are.
Ben, you're kidding.
I wish I were, Harvey. Orders came down about an hour ago. They're going in at 9,000 feet.
9,000? What did Keith say?
Plenty, and he isn't through yet.
What do you mean?
He's gone up to Pine Tree to see the big boys. I only hoped he tells them off good.
Colonel Davenport to see General Savage, sir.
Okay, Pete. Come on in, Keith.
Well, hiya, fella. What goes? You ought to know. The Wailing Wall is just down the hall. Oh, I don't know. I guess this is it. Sit down.
If you're on the level about this 9,000-foot stuff, the boys will drop their bombs here tomorrow instead of St. Nazaire. Now, look, Frank.
Yeah, I know. It won't work. It was tough enough at 19,000. It'll be suicide at 9. The guy who dreamed this one up ought to have his brain in a glass jar at Harvard. Anything else?
You think you're kidding? Look, Frank, you've been a group commander. You didn't lead the first 10 missions for nothing. Why couldn't you tell them what it'll be like?
Keith, I signed the field order.
Why? That's what I want to know. Why?
All right, I'll spell it. At 19,000, we haven't been penetrating the concrete in those submarine pens. We've got to try at least once down low. See if we can get the job done in one trip instead of fighting our way to the target and back 5 times for nothing.
9,000
Now, let's allow
feet.
from here in that when the old man cuts a field order, he's thought about it. If I were you, when I got one, I'd just go ahead and fly it.
Okay. Well, I'd better get back and get the chores done.
No. Stay put a minute now you're here. Thought maybe I'd run down to see you tomorrow. How many you expect to put up?
18.
Pretty bad luck today.
Not good, like always.
It's kind of rough to be tagged as a hard luck group.
You're telling me?
I'd like to help you locate the trouble if I could. What about your formation?
It isn't formation. That's not the trouble. I can tell you where the real trouble is.
All right, shoot.
It isn't down in the groups, it's up here. Do they know up here what my boys have been taking 3 days in a row, that they'll be up again all night to get 18 in the air tomorrow? Now, how much do you think they can take? Do you know they're falling asleep at briefing? Are you going to drive them until they crack?
Take it easy.
Take it easy. Bomber Command can take it easy, but those boys are flesh and blood. They'll die for you, but they've got to have a chance, and they know they haven't got one. They can add. What do you guys think they're made of?
Now, look, Keith. Yes, sir.
Just got the reports from the groups. Come on up, Frank.
I'll be there in a minute, sir. Now, Keith, we've got a lot of things coming. Replacements, combat limits. But right now, the deal is to hang on. And look, you've got to find a way to save yourself a little. You can't carry all the load. It's too big. Now, go on, take off. I got to see the old man.
There it is, Frank. The same old story with the 918. 5 planes lost today, and they'll only put up 18 tomorrow. It's getting worse instead of better.
Yes, sir.
You say you talked to Keith? What do you make of it?
Oh, hard luck, I guess. There's always some outfit that picks up a jinx.
You don't believe that. Neither do I. I don't believe in hard luck. There's always a reason. What's on your mind, Frank? Spill it.
I'd rather not.
Let's have it, with the bark on.
Well, you won't like it. I don't. It's the group commander.
Keith? That's a little funny coming from you. He's your friend.
No, I didn't ask you to ask me.
I didn't mean it to sound like that, Frank.
Oh, that's okay.
Funny, on paper, Keith Davenport looked to me like the best group commander we had. Flies every mission, gets more loyalty from his men than anyone. Courage, works hard. I don't know where to fault him. If a man like that can't
Well,
cut
he
it...
can't. Not now. He's going to bust wide open.
Why?
Why? Because he's a first-rate guy. Because those are his boys, and he's thinking of them instead of his missions. Over-identification with his men. I think that's what they call it. And you aren't going to change it either.
Frank, if that's true, we're in trouble. Let's get the car and run down to Archbury. A few things I'd like to find out for myself.
We were 3 minutes late over the target, sir. That's when we got most of it. On our bombing run.
That was a deadly 3 minutes, Keith. The whole idea was to get all the groups over the target simultaneously and at different altitudes so that enemy flak couldn't concentrate on any one group. What made you late?
The takeoff. One of our planes broke through the runway. But I figured we could make up the time, catch up with the other groups, and... Well, if it hadn't been for our stinking luck...
Luck? What luck was that?
It wasn't luck, sir. It was my fault.
Jimmy, it wasn't anybody's fault.
I'd like to hear his version, Keith. Lieutenant?
We had to alter the navigation in flight, General Pritchard. We picked up an error, wind change, and I missed a checkpoint. By the time I caught it, we lost 3 minutes. We never made it up.
Shut up, Jimmy.
Keith.
If there is any fault, it's mine, sir. I was in command. I ordered the change in the flight plan. The weather was thick enough, it could have happened to anybody.
Well, I think that covers it. Thank you, Lieutenant. That's all, gentlemen. Keith, you stay, will you? You too, Frank.
Right.
Keith, I know you're tired, but let's talk a little. Let's talk about luck.
Sir?
I don't believe in it. I believe that in some degree a man makes his own luck. Yours has been pretty bad down here and is getting worse, not better. Maybe that navigator's in point. He blew it. What are you going to do about it?
General Pritchard, I don't believe in chopping off heads just because of one mistake. I don't think that's any way to run a group.
I feel sorry for the boy, Keith. But what are the men in your group going to be thinking about the next mission he navigates? That he messed up the St. Nazaire mission. It's just that much more load on them. And one day, if they fall apart on you, that won't be luck.
General, if it was anyone else but Zimmerman, he's got 2 strikes on him to begin with. He has to fly every mission, trying to live down his parents. They were mixed up in the German-American Bund. They screened Zimmy plenty before he got overseas. That's what's riding him now.
Now, look, Keith, good navigators are the one thing we're not short of. If you decide you ought to relieve Zimmerman, I'll see that you get a good replacement.
Frank, you might as well ask me to stand him up against a wall and shoot him in the back. No. No, I won't do it. I just can't do it to him. I won't.
Keith, I guess a man only has so much to give, and I guess you've given it. Effective now, you are relieved of this command, and you will report to me for duty at Bomber Command. I'll send someone down to take over here. Good night, Keith. Come along, Frank.
He took it hard. I knew he would.
Had to be done, Frank. We couldn't afford it. What's that?
It's down the hall. Come on.
What is it, Major? What's happened?
Lieutenant Zimmerman, sir. I thought he dropped in to talk like he always did. But he just sat there staring into space, and then all of a sudden, before I could stop him, We've never had anything like this before. How shall I certify it, sir?
Died of wounds received in action. If there's any question, send his papers to me.
Why'd you stop, sir? Want me to take the wheel?
No, I just want to talk. Frank, there's a hole in the dike. I'm scared stiff. If the 9/18th folds, it can spread to the other 3 groups. It can fold the whole deal. There's only one hope of shortening this war. Daylight precision bombing. If we fold, daylight bombing is done with. You can smell what's coming, Frank.
Sort of.
I'm promising you nothing except a job no man should have to do who's already had more than his share of combat. I've got to ask you to take nice kids and fly them until they can't take any more, and then put them back in and fly them some more. We've got to find out what a maximum effort is. How much a man can take and get it all. I don't even know if any man can do it. That's what cracked Keith. What time tomorrow do you think you can get down there?
Early, I guess.
No squawks, Frank?
It's pretty hard to have one, the way you put it.
Thanks, Frank. Let's go get some sleep.
Jameson!
Yes, sir?
How do I address you?
I don't think I quite understand it, General, sir.
What's your rank? How am I supposed to know with your shirt off?
Oh, Sergeant McElhenney, sir, U.S. Army Air Forces.
It's Private McElhenney now. Where's the air exec?
I don't think he's on the station, sir. He left right after Lieutenant Zimmerman's funeral.
No, where's the ground exec?
In the hospital, sir. Mumps.
And the adjutant?
I think Major Stovall's over at the officers' club, sir.
Now, when you get your clothes on, find him and tell him to report to me here.
Yes, sir.
And on your way back, pick up a hose.
A hose, sir?
That's right, a hose. We're going to clean this place up.
Major Stovall, Group Adjutant reporting, sir.
Yes, I remember you, Major. You the only one around?
Probably, sir. I presume you've come down to take over this group.
That's right. You've been drinking, Major?
I have. It is the first time I have been drunk in 20 years, but it may not be the last.
Where's the air exec?
I don't know, sir. It's only an opinion, but I think it's possible Colonel Gately may be drunk too, sir.
I'll take straight answers, Major. Is Gately off the station?
Yes, sir.
Where?
I don't know, sir.
Then send the MPs out and find him and bring him to me under arrest.
Does the general mean under actual arrest?
Exactly. Number 2, cancel all leaves and passes. 3, bring me the personnel files, the 66-1s on Gately and the key staff, including yours.
Yes, sir.
4, set up a meeting for all combat crews in the briefing room tomorrow morning at 0800.
Yes, sir. Is that all, sir?
That's all.
Colonel Gately, Air Exec, sir. May I ask the General why I've been placed under arrest?
No.
But, sir,
Stand at attention.
Yes, sir.
You're the son of Lieutenant General Tom Gately, aren't you?
I believe that's my standard identification, sir.
The son of one fine officer and the grandson of another. A graduate of West Point with 9 years' service. Your 66-1 shows that you have more four-engine time than any man in the group. For those reasons, you could have done more than anybody to take the load off Colonel Davenport. But the record shows you've flown only 3 missions since you've been here. Is that right?
If you don't count twice, I turn back, sir.
I take it you don't even care that you've helped to break one of the best men you'll ever know. Add to it, as air exec, you were automatically in command here the moment Colonel Davenport left. And you met that responsibility exactly as you met his need. You left the station to get drunk. Gately, as far as I'm concerned, you're yellow. A traitor to yourself, to this group, to the uniform you wear. I hate a man like you so much that I'm going to get your head down in the mud and trample it. I'm going to make you wish you'd never been born.
If that's all, sir.
I'm just getting started. From now on, you're going to get a belly full of flying. You're going to make every mission. You're not air exec anymore. You're just an airplane commander. And I want you to paint this name on the nose of your ship. The Leper Colony. Because you're going to get every deadbeat in this outfit. Every man with a penchant for head colds. If there's a bombardier who can't hit his plate with his fork, you get him. If there's a navigator who can't find the men's room, you get him because you rate him. Is that clear?
General, I have a right to file charges against you for personal abuse and exceeding your lawful authority.
Okay.
And I...
Hello, get me Pine Tree. I want General Pritchard. Yes, I'll wait. Rights, Gately, rights. You've got a right to explain to General Pritchard cowardice, desertion of your post, a yellow streak a mile wide. And maybe he can explain it to your father so that they'll both be proud of you. You can tell him right now.
General Savage, I withdraw my statement.
That's all then. Dismissed. Major Stovall.
Yes, sir. You called me, sir?
Cut an order relieving Colonel Gately as air exec.
Yes, sir. Anybody else, sir?
I'll let you know, Major. Oh, there's one file here. Cobb. squadron commander. He shows a good record in the air. Any recommendations on his personal qualifications?
I'm sure the General will be pleased with any selections he makes from this group.
Thanks for the help, Major. I'll be around the station.
Yes, sir. Where to, sir? I've been assigned as the General's driver.
Now run me over to the officers' club. Hey, aren't you the clerk that I saw?
Yes, sir. Private McElhenney, sir.
Well, general officers rate sergeants as drivers. You better put those stripes back on.
You can see him through the window, sir. That's Major Cobb at the bar.
Oh, thank you, Sergeant. You can wait out here.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Something for the General, sir?
Beer.
Yes, sir. Fix you up, Major Cobb?
I'm all right, Corporal.
Oh, not quite, Major. Remove your cap in the club.
That's regulations, huh?
It is.
Okay.
One beer for the General. What's time, sir?
All right, here you are. Have another drink, Major Cobb.
Scotch.
Here, take it out of this, Corporal. Drinks are on me. With the Major's permission.
No regulations against buying my own, is there?
That's right.
I'm buying my own.
Corporal?
Yes, sir.
This bar is closed for tonight, and until further notice.
Yes, sir. Where to, sir?
Well, I'm going to walk. You can run the car back to operations.
Yes, sir.
Oh, and Sergeant.
Sir?
You can tell the adjutant to cut an order. I'm assigning Major Cobb as air exec.
Say, Harvey, I thought he was such a bug for discipline.
He is, Doc. You'll see.
But he called this meeting for 0800, and it's 10 seconds to, and it...
And there he is. Attention!
Rest. Now, there'll be a briefing for a practice mission at 1100 this morning. That's right, practice. I've been sent down here to take over what has come to be known as a hard luck group. Well, I don't believe in hard luck, so we're going to find out what the trouble is. Maybe part of it's your flying, so we'll go back to fundamentals. But I can tell you now one reason I think you're having hard luck. I saw it in your faces last night. I can see it there now. You've been looking at a lot of air lately, and you think you ought to have a rest. In short, you're sorry for yourselves. Now, I haven't much patience with this what are we fighting for stuff. We're in a war, a shooting war. We've got to fight. And some of us have got to die. I'm not trying to tell you not to be afraid. Fear is normal. But stop worrying about it and about yourselves. Stop making plans. Forget about going home. Consider yourselves already dead. Once you accept that idea, it won't be so tough. Now, if any man here can't buy that, if he rates himself as something special, with a special kind of hide to be saved, he'd better make up his mind about it right now, because I don't want him in this group. I'll be in my office in 5 minutes. You can see me there. That's all.
I'll take Colonel Davenport any day.
What does it look like to you, Stovall?
Doc, I've better get back over to the office. The traffic's going to be pretty heavy. General Savage, the flight surgeon and the air exec are here.
Oh, they beat you to it, Major Stovall?
How do you mean, sir?
Well, I thought maybe you'd be the first in line to ask for transfer.
No, sir.
Well, I wouldn't have done you any good. Doesn't go for staff. You're stuck with me.
Yes, sir.
You might tell them out there.
They didn't come for that, sir. They thought you'd want to see them about the practice mission.
Good. Come in, gentlemen.
General, this is our flight surgeon, Major Kaiser.
I'm glad to see you, Doc.
I think you met Major Cobb.
Yes, I did indeed.
I'll be outside, sir.
Good enough.
I don't know if you still want me here, sir, after last night. No need to tell you I was stiff.
Well, stiff or not, you laid it on the line. You got the job after I saw you at the club, not before. Well, you were in the briefing room, Cobb. Do you still want it?
I think I can cut it for you, sir.
You got a deal. Now set up this practice mission. Handle the briefing. Put me in the lead ship with Gately's crew. Tell Stovall I said to cut any orders you want. Anything else?
No, sir.
See you at takeoff.
Right, sir.
Now, what about crew availability, Doc?
Well, we have a very critical morale problem, sir. You gave them the shock treatment this morning, a bucket of cold water. I take it that's the key in which you want me to figure how much stress they can take.
If a man is physically capable of handling his airplane, he goes.
Well, that's definite enough. But some things can't be accomplished just by issuing an order.
Well, have you got a treatment to suggest?
Yes, sir. Ease up. Give them a chance to get used to you, to like you, the way they like Colonel Davenport.
No, Major, for two reasons. First, there isn't time. Second, I can't enter a popularity contest with Keith Davenport. I'd lose that one. And one thing more. I think they're better than that.
All right, sir. That's it.
Not all of it. I think I know how deep the problem here is. And I'm convinced that the one thing that will solve it is pride. Pride in this group. The kind of pride that'll make it the last thing a man wants is to be left on the ground. And that's my job, not yours. Paint it with iodine and mark 'em duty, Doc.
Yes, sir.
Stovall.
Yes, sir?
Any more callers?
Lieutenant Bishop was here, sir. He came as their spokesman.
Spokesman?
The ones they're going to ask to be transferred.
How many, Major?
All of them, sir.
All. All right, that's it. Put their requests through squadron channels. Meanwhile, they fly. Anything else?
Well, we made some coffee, sir, if you'd like to have some.
Thank you, Major.
I'll bring it in.
Oh, no, wait. I'll come out there with you and get it.
I'm sorry, all we've got's a tin cup.
Oh, that's fine. You're pretty cluttered up in here. What are those folders for?
They're personal effects of the boys that got it, to be sent to the next of kin. I'm a little behind. I always write a letter.
Yeah, it's a tough chore. Don't envy you. How'd you happen to get into this paperwork?
No choice. I'm a retread. I had my shot at combat the first war, and they figured I was too old for anything else but a desk.
Tell me, you liked Keith Davenport, didn't you? A lot, I mean.
Yes, sir. I thought he was one of the finest men I ever knew.
Yeah, same way the boys felt, I'm sure. Loyalty's a fine thing. Well, thanks for the coffee, Major. Guess I'd better get...
General Savage.
Yes?
I'd like to tell you something else, I think.
Go ahead, Major.
I'm a lawyer by trade, and I think I'm a good one. When a good lawyer takes on a client, it's because he believes in the client's case, and that's all that matters. When I came over to England, I took on my biggest client, the 918th Bomb Group, and I want to see my client win. Does that answer what you had in your mind?
On the button.
What did you have in mind exactly?
Well, I need some time before those transfers go through.
How much time?
As much as we can get. 10 days anyway.
Well, it'll take the squadron adjutants at least 2 days to draw up all those requests.
Yes?
Well, let's see. I've got a good deal of stuff on my desk here. Might be 3 days before I get around to them.
That's 5.
Take a couple of days to check them. That'd be 7. Then those squadron adjutants are sometimes pretty sloppy, and I certainly don't want this group criticized for sloppy paperwork. Do you, General?
I couldn't permit it.
So my guess is that every one of these requests may have to go back to the squadron adjutants. And by the time they're done over and the time I recheck them, well, it'll be 10 days anyway before they'll be ready for signature.
What a way to run an outfit. You red tape adjutants are all alike.
That's right, sir.
Still, there's liable to be a little talk. They're apt to hear about it up above, Inspector General. You know, there can be trouble in this, Harvey.
Well, I don't think so, sir.
Why not?
Speaking out of experience, sir, I never heard of a jury convicting the lawyer.
We will return with the second act of 12 O'Clock High in a few moments.
When an object is completely in the dark, we can't see it at all. Place one light upon it, and it appears flat and distorted. Throw another beam upon it from a different angle, and it begins to assume its true three-dimensional shape. And that's the way it is with the day's news, too. The more viewpoints we can get, the more apt we are to reach the true picture. So, for a fuller, three-dimensional understanding of the news, hear Robert Montgomery speaking on your ABC station tonight. Now, a brief pause for local station identification.
Now the American Broadcasting Company presents transcribed the Screen Guild Players in Act 2 of 12 O'Clock High, starring Gregory Peck as General Savage, Ward Bond as Major Stovall, Millard Mitchell as General Pritchard, Hugh Marlowe as Colonel Gately, Reed Hadley as Colonel Davenport, and John Kellogg as Major Kahn. Major Stovall continues our story.
Given himself a 10-day limit. 10 days to whip those bitter, sullen boys into a cohesive fighting group. It was a sort of a war, a personal war. No quarter given and no quarter asked, especially on Colonel Gately's plane.
Let me have your attention, men. Now, in case any of you aren't clear as to what this is all about, I'm supposed to be a deadbeat, and so are you. That's why you're assigned to me. The leper colony. How do you like it? Well, you'll like it less the first mistake you make. We've got a blowtorch turned our way, and nobody's going to shove me into it. Is that clear? All right, station. Ready for takeoff.
They were flying practice missions every day. The general always up there in the lead plane, his voice snapping all around the group, until at last you could begin to see results, to see them even down on the ground.
Boy, oh boy, look at him up there. Stacked in mighty pretty, huh?
Yeah, must be Colonel May's group or one of the...
Holy cow, it's ours, the 918th. Well, what do you know? Pretty, huh?
5 days of that. And then we weren't making believe anymore. We were alerted. 2 red-hot missions, 2 successive days. And afterward in the briefing room...
All right, men. In the first place, I want you to know that there's no rank in here. This is the place to get things off your chest, whether it's a beef about equipment, tactics, what somebody did or didn't do, or about how the mission was led. Anything goes. Okay, I'll start. The good side first. 2 missions, only 1 aircraft lost. Very little battle damage. That's because most of the time we flew good, tight formation. Enemy fighters took one look and didn't want any part of the 918. The bad side. Bombing. Fair, particularly the low squadron. That means we start dropping practice bombs every day there isn't a mission. Cobb, that's your baby.
Roger.
Anybody got any comment? Well, I've got some more. Henley.
Yes, sir.
The strike photos show you toggle late with your bombs. What's the reason?
No excuse, sir.
Well, at least you're honest, Henley. But 9 men in your plane risk their lives in order to put bombs on a target. Gately?
Yes, sir?
Here's a new bombardier for you. Pettingill.
Here, sir.
We're plenty lucky to have only 1 loss on this strike. Why did you break formation?
Well, sir, Ackerman was in trouble. 2 engines on fire. I figured I'd better stay back with him and try to cover him going into the target. But he couldn't make it.
I see. Ackerman a pretty good friend of yours?
My roommate, sir.
So, for the sake of your roommate, you violated group integrity. When you pull a B-17 out of formation, the group loses the defensive power of 10 guns. A crippled airplane has to be expendable. The one thing that is never expendable is your obligation to the group. This group, that has to be your loyalty, your only reason for being. Stovall.
Yes, sir.
Have the billeting officer work out a complete reassignment of quarters. Give every man a new roommate.
Very well, sir.
Gately. Baxter's promoted out of the leper colony. Pettingill's your new co-pilot. Well, that's all I've got. Anybody else got anything they want to bring up?
What about our transfers?
Okay, if that's all, dismissed.
General.
Oh, yes, Harvey.
Piece of cake, sir.
Oh, thanks.
My oldest daughter's work. Hey, you're not supposed to eat the candles, sir.
Oh, birthday cake.
Yes, it's a little late. My birthday was 6 weeks ago.
How many kids you got, Harvey?
4.
How many boys?
None, sir. All females.
Oh.
I guess there's not much difference, though, the way they think. Pretty stubborn sometimes when they're young.
You trying to tell me something?
Those requests for transfer. Hasn't one of them been withdrawn. And I can't keep holding them up forever. If the Inspector General got hold of it,
I guess I must have blown it somewhere, Harvey.
Well, I might be able to squeeze out another day or so if only...
Only what? Go on, say it.
Well, they are just boys, sir. You can't just drive them. You got to win something from them, or they will walk out on you.
Give them something to lean on, you mean?
If you want to call it that, sir.
Well, Harvey, I don't believe it. I don't think they're boys. They're men. It's pretty bad to have to grow all the way up to 21, but that's the only way we'll get this job done. And I think they can do it, too. Lean on somebody, do it for me, or Keith Davenport, or anyone else. I think they're better than that. And if they aren't, we're a dead duck, and we'd better find out about it now, once and for all.
Yes, sir. Stovall speaking. Yes, Cobb. Yes, I got it. Roger.
Cobb.
Teletype just came in, sir. We're alerted for tomorrow.
Can't seem to get through to him, General Pritchard. Can't figure why.
He hasn't answered your call at all?
No, sir. Acknowledgments from the other groups, they're all turned back, but nothing from the 918th.
Forget code. Try to reach him in the clear.
Yes, sir. Pine Tree to Flashlight Leader. Come in. Pine Tree to Flashlight Leader. This is a recall. Change of weather. Come in, Flashlight Leader. Nothing, sir.
I don't get it. Keith, you cut that field order. Weren't all commanders told to guard Channel B because of possible weather changes?
Yes, sir. It was in the field order, sir.
And something's happened. If they've gone on to the target alone. I can't just sit here and take it. I'm going down to Archbury.
All right, Tower. Keep it coming. 18. 19. 20. 21. All back, General Pritchard.
Well, that's something, Stovall. I'm glad we still have miracles.
Frank.
How are you, sir? Oh, we had a little weather, but the target area cleared off just long enough for the 918th to clobber it good.
That's fine, Frank, fine. What about the recall?
Recall, sir? What recall? Never heard it. I must have had a radio malfunction.
I see.
The bar's open, Harvey. The boys really earned it today. I'll cut an order for...
Just a minute, Frank. You think I'm buying a quick Persian rug about a radio malfunction? I suppose you'll tell me next the weather was just bad enough you didn't see the other groups turn back.
Yes, sir.
You've got no right to gamble like that, not with my money. And don't think you can justify it because you got away with it either.
No, sir. I didn't hear. Must have had radio malfunction.
You mean you're going to stick by that fairy tale?
Yes, sir. And there's something else you might as well know, sir. The 918th got through today and bombed the target when nobody else did. And if I ever get another chance like that to give this group the pride it ought to have in itself, I may have radio malfunction again, sir. And there's one more thing. I'm asking you for a commendation for this group, for their courage, skill, and aggressiveness. And you don't need to mention the leadership, sir.
All right, you get it. I'll go out and dictate it to your clerk.
General Savage, sir.
Relax, Harvey. Mission accomplished.
I hope so, sir.
What do you mean?
The Inspector General got here today. He wants to talk to every pilot in the group.
Oh, this is a pain in the neck. I never did like to pack.
I know how you feel, sir. I never liked it myself.
Anything new?
They're still at it. Locked up in the briefing room of the IG.
Harvey, you know, you're going to make a kind of a silly-looking second lieutenant when he gets through with you.
You want some advice from your lawyer? Well, never give up the case before the jury comes in.
Don't kid yourself. We've already had it. Well, so what? What's so bad about the Pentagon building? Good food, cocktails every night, nothing to do but...
General Savage.
What?
I guess you'd better start unpacking, General.
Well, what happened?
Bishop started it, withdrawing his transfer. Wilson followed, and the rest of them just climbed aboard. Left the IG with nothing to do but pack up his hatchet and go home.
Well, what do you know? Where's my briefcase? I was here a minute ago.
I knew they couldn't buck you forever, sir. They finally realized they had a chance to hit the target and get home when you were up front, lady.
Well, they'd better not get used to counting on any one man. We don't want to make that mistake again.
You know, General, it wouldn't be any mistake to cut loose with a few 3-day passes to London. Sort of a pat on the back.
I see what you mean, Joe. Kiss and make up, huh? Well, you kiss them, Joe, for shedding their diapers. And tell them if they're counting on me that you're going to lead the next one, and it better be good. And tell Bishop he's going to lead and find out how it feels to carry some of the load. I want every one of them to have a crack at it. We're going to build some real leadership around here now. All right, Harvey, you escaped from under those second lieutenant's bars, so don't just stand around with your thumb in your mouth. Come on, let's get back to work.
Tough man, isn't he?
Yeah, but you can carry this iron-tail business too far. Wouldn't hurt him to be human like Keith Davenport.
You want to know something, Joe? The only difference between Frank Savage and Keith Davenport is that Savage is about just that much taller. Vehicle blaze. Strike photos show target demolished. One aircraft lost, no other damage. Le Bourget. Mission accomplished. All aircraft returned. Amiens. Strong fighter resistance. 2 aircraft damaged. All aircraft returned. That's it, Joe. All of them in that are coming in.
There's Savage now. Come on. How was it, sir?
Well, it was rough. They were laying for us, Joe. What's the count?
2 missing, sir. It looked like 4, but O'Neill made it into the RAF field at Lincolnshire. Gately ditched in the channel. Air Sea Rescue picked them up.
Well, that's not bad. First time over a German target.
The worst part's here. Waiting here and...
Now, look here, Cobb. I've heard about...
May I ask the General a favor, sir?
What?
May I lead the next one over Germany?
All right, Joe. Your baby. You take the next one.
Shall I call the tower for a count, sir?
Oh, no, Harvey. I'll know soon enough.
Major Cobb reporting, sir.
What's the count, Joe?
We lost 1. 397. Jesse Bishop.
Bishop? Did you see any chutes open?
No, sir. They caught a direct burst right over the target. I don't think they had a chance. A swell kid like that, one of the best pilots in the group, he would have to get it.
One crew could have been lots worse, Joe. How about battle damage?
Everybody caught plenty.
General Savage, sir.
Now, come in, Doc.
I thought I ought to come over and tell you about Gately.
Gately, he get hit today?
No, sir. But right after he landed, he folded up, passed out cold.
Passed out from what?
Well, it must have happened when he ditched in the channel the other day, but he never reported any injury. He's got a crack in the lip of the vertebrate body. It's incredibly painful. He's flown 3 missions with it.
A fractured spine.
That's about what it amounts to.
Gately. Okay, Doc. Thanks for telling me.
Anybody in particular you want to see, General Savage?
Oh, no, thanks, Lieutenant. Just looking around. You go right ahead with what you're doing.
Yes, sir.
Gately? Asleep?
Oh, hello, General. No, I was just sort of resting.
How you feeling, Ben?
I'm okay, sir.
I was sorry to hear about your bad luck.
Thank you, sir.
How long docs say you're going to be laid up?
Few weeks, sir.
It's pretty painful.
Not much, sir. This rig helps a lot.
Well, I guess you don't feel much like talking.
That's okay, General. Go right ahead.
Ben.
Yes, sir?
Ben, I was going to say, do you want something? Anything I can send you?
Not a thing, General. I've got everything I need.
Well, you let us know if you do need anything.
Thank you, sir.
I got some more calls to make across the hall. I'll be seeing you, Ben.
Nurse. Nurse!
I know. Time for your shot.
I've been calling you for a half an hour. You'd think a full colonel would get some attention around here.
Not when the nurse is talking to a general.
What do you want?
I guess I'll have to rate you a Class A customer. I just learned you're something extra special.
There must be something special, General Pritchard, for you to haul me up to Pine Tree.
It is special, Frank. Very special. A target of critical importance. Deep in Germany. Far beyond possible fighter support. If we can reach it and destroy it, we will have proved daylight precision bombing. This is the one we have been waiting for.
I'm listening, sir.
With our limited equipment, it may take 3 trips. Maybe 2 if we're very lucky and very good.
And what are we after?
Ball bearings. Almost the entire German production is concentrated right there. We could slow their whole armament industry to a halt.
Mind if I pour myself a drink, sir?
Pour a long one, Frank. If we bring this one off, things are likely to pick up for us. We may get 3 or 4 whole new groups.
They're growing up fast, huh?
I hope so. How soon do you think you can turn loose down there and come back and help me?
Well, that's kind of hard to say, sir.
Why, Frank? On paper, the group looks fine now.
Well, the leadership's a problem. Always has been. It takes time to know.
How long do you figure?
Well, I don't know that one either. How can you be sure? How do you know what you're crowding Gately into? How do you know we didn't push Bishop up there just that once too often? I don't know how I'll know, but I'm the one that's down there, and I'll have to be...
Frank, you're swinging after the bell. Remember Keith Davenport's trouble? You're not propping them up, too, are you? Take a good look, Frank.
You think that?
It would be natural enough, the things you go through with a bunch of those boys. It's hard not to let them get under your hide. And lately, you've been flying more missions rather than less.
Well, look, General, I'm the one who has to shove them up there. And until I know that they're ready, I'm not about to turn them loose.
All right. But make it as soon as you can, will you?
You bet I will, sir.
Good luck, Frank.
Thank you, sir. Good night.
Hello, Keith. Pritchard. I want the files on all squadron commanders with recommendations on those who might be qualified to take over a group in an emergency. No, nothing special. Just checking. But keep it to yourself. Thanks.
He's all yours, Mac. I got the lot. B-17 out of control. 10 o'clock. Those FWs. 4 o'clock. That's right, spinning in. 2 shoots. 3 more. It's FWs. I got one. He flew up. Confirm that weight.
Savage the Navigator. Have we made up that 2.5 minutes?
Yes, sir. Watch that FW, Vince.
He's trying to ram us, sir. Oh, that was close. I could see his big blue eyes.
Here come 3 more. Close it up tight.
We're hit, sir. Number 3 on fire.
Feather number 3. Savage to crew. How bad are we hit?
Bombardier to commander. 20 millimeter through the nose. Gordon got it. Everybody else okay.
Right rudder cable shot off, sir.
Savage to crew. Hold your stations now. Let's settle down.
Black. 12 o'clock level.
All right. That means we can forget about fighters. Navigator, have you got a position?
We're on the target. Halt stooping dead ahead, sir.
Savage to Bombardier. Your airplane now. It's all yours.
I've got it, sir. Bomb bay's open. Bombs away.
Flashlight leader to deputy leader. Ben, my radio operator is dead. Send the strike report for me.
Gately, roger. Flashlight leader.
Tail gunner, how's the formation look back there?
Baker force reassembling okay. Charlie force is strung out bad. FW's attacking the stragglers.
Able to Charlie. Are you having trouble?
Charlie to Abel. We're straggling. About 20 FWs jumped us.
Tail gunner. One of Charlie's aircraft hit bad, sir.
Able to Charlie, I'll give you a slow turn. Cut across and tack onto us.
Cop to commander. We'll be turning right over a black belt, sir.
Can't help it, Joe. We can't leave all those stragglers to the fighters.
That is, roger. Charlie force cutting across, pulling up and back.
Wait, sir. Major Cobb is hit. Direct burst, sir.
Joe! Come on, bail out, Joe. Bail out. Jump, you guys. Jump or you...
Major Cobb, sir. Exploded.
Joe. Flashlight leader to Cobb Squadron. Pull back into formation. Form on Baker 2.
All the stragglers caught up, sir. Back in formation.
All right, let's go home. Bob, you got a cigarette? My pack's kind of wet. What's the idea, Keith? The old man's sending you down here. Doesn't he trust my reports anymore?
You know the old man. Oh, Harvey, mind if I swipe a drink?
Help yourself, Keith.
How does it look for tomorrow, Frank?
Well, I can't tell yet. A lot of damage.
I'm sorry about Joe.
Well, that's the way it goes.
The old man was mighty pleased with the results.
Well, he ought to be. Looks as though tomorrow could wash it up if we're any good. How'd the other boys make out?
A little rough, but they'll put up a maximum for tomorrow or close to it.
Good.
Maximum effort. I need another drink.
Huh? Colonel Stovall. Are you drunk?
I am, a little. I believe I warned the general it might happen again sometime.
Well, that's not a bad way to celebrate a promotion.
That is not why I am drunk, sir. I got drunk because I am confused. I was thinking, which is a thing a man should not do. I was thinking, and all at once I couldn't remember what any of them looked like. Bishop, Cobb, Wilson, Zimmy, all of them. All of you. They all look alike, just one face, and it was a very young face, and it confused me. I think I shall stay drunk until I am not confused anymore.
Well, anyway, keep it going till tomorrow night, and I'll join you.
Tomorrow night? You leading the mission tomorrow, Frank?
What else? If you'll clear out of here and let me get some sleep.
Well, there they go. Another one.
2 days in a row. Say, how does that savage do it anyway?
Go over and ask him. He's just climbing into his airplane now. Go over and tell him you want to...
Hey, what's up?
The general. Don't seem like he can climb aboard. Maybe we ought to go up.
Take it easy. We're only ground crew. There goes Colonel Gately over.
General Savage. General, what's the matter, sir? I don't know. I tried to pull myself up and...
Are you sick, sir?
Something's wrong. My hands, they won't work.
Do you want me to take it, sir?
No. Tell Gately to take it.
Yes, sir. He'll take it.
Keith, what's the matter, Ben?
Put him in the Jeep. Get hold of Doc Kaiser.
Gotta get Gately. Gotta tell him to...
Steady, Frank. All right, lean on me, fella. What's the matter? You sick?
Oh, what? Where's my oxygen mask?
Come on, Frank. Let's get in the Jeep.
Come on. They're going. Stop it.
Hold
Stop
it,
it.
fella.
Where's
Take it
Keith?
easy.
Call the tower. Fire a flare. Tell Keith.
I'm right here, Frank. It's okay.
We can't make it.
It's
They
okay.
can't go. You can't send them out there again. Stop them. Stop them.
Cigarette, Frank? How about a smoke?
No use, Keith. He doesn't even seem to hear you.
Yeah, I know. What do you make of it, Doc? State of shock, complete collapse, everything let go at once.
Don't you think you ought to give him another hypo?
Hell, I gave him one that should knock out an elephant. He's fighting it, Harvey. He's up there somewhere with the mission. It's screwy. I never figured that it could happen to him.
Well, I did. I watched him sweep his feelings under the carpet long enough. It had to spill out someday.
But I never saw him more full of fight than he was at briefing. Did you ever see a light bulb burn out? How bright the filament is just before it lets go. I think they'd call it maximum effort. Yeah. I got it. Davenport. They did? That's fine. Thanks very much. Frank, that was the strike report. They hit the primary, okay. Do you hear me, Frank? Gately reports a good result. They clobbered it. Frank, you've got to listen to me. I know what you're feeling. You think you blew it, but what do you expect of yourself, Frank?
Let me try, Keith. Look, Chief, I saw something in those kids' faces at briefing this morning. You were going to make them grow up, remember? Well, they were this morning. You think you aren't up there with them? Look, you're riding at every crew station and in every cockpit.
It's no use. They're back, Frank. They're back.
I counted 12 so far.
13. 14.
15. Yes? Control tower? You got a count, Captain? 19. Thanks. Frank, the boys really did it. 19 back.
19. They made it, huh? 19 of them.
That's right, Frank. 19 of them.
Who led?
Ben Gately.
Is he back okay?
Yes, Frank, he's back.
The funny thing, Keith, I'm kind of tired. I think I'll go to sleep for a little while.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have just heard Gregory Peck with Ward Bond, Hugh Marlowe, Millard Mitchell, Reed Hadley, and John Kellogg in the radio premiere of Darrell F. Zanuck's 20th Century Fox production, 12 O'Clock High. And here's a little surprise for you, someone who has a very warm place in your hearts, I'm sure. Your beloved Dr. Christian, the president of the Motion Picture Relief Fund, Mr. Gene Herschel.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, that as Dr. Christian, I have brought many children into the world. But as Gene Herschel, I want to tell you that my real baby is the Motion Picture Relief Fund and its country house and hospital. A wonderful project that has been made possible only through the generosity and sympathy of all the great artists who have appeared here in our Screen Guild Theater. To them, to all the studios whose cooperation has been so complete and wonderful, I want to say thanks again as we begin our 14th and greatest year. Greg, you're a pretty big man. Will you carry on our thanks to the entire industry?
I most certainly will, Gene. But while you're passing the thanks around, you ought to slip a few to the American Broadcasting Company for giving us a whole hour in which to do these radio adaptations.
You're right, Greg. And we are taking advantage of that hour. We've got some wonderful shows lined up for the coming season.
I've heard all about it, Gene. You're going to have all the top stars in Hollywood. Spencer Tracy, Lana Turner, Claudette Colbert, Ginger Rogers, Ed McMurray, Paulette Goddard, Olivia de Havilland, and that's just mentioning a few.
Yes, Greg, you and I know that's inside Hollywood. It has the greatest heart in the world. Thanks again for coming, and thanks for a great performance.
I'm glad to be here, Gene. Good night. And so the curtain falls on our first play in a new star-studded Screen Guild season. Next week, our play will have a different flavor. It's one of the most delightful comedies ever brought to the screen. Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's rollicking movie that bombards you with laughs as it takes a knowing and unexpected view of Russia. Yes, it's the famous comedy Ninotchka, and it will be played by two of your very favorite stars, Joan Fontaine and William Powell. Make a date with Ninotchka right now.
You can meet her here next week at this same time. Remember, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's brilliant comedy, Ninotchka, starring William Powell and Joan Fontaine. Don't miss it. The Screen Guild Players are directed and transcribed in Hollywood by Bill Lawrence. The adaptations are by Harry Cronin. Music was under the direction of Basil Adlam. 12 O'Clock High was presented through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox, producers of Darrell F. Zanuck's No Way Out. Gregory Peck will soon be seen in Captain Horatio Hornblower, and Ward Bond is currently working in Only the Valiant, both Warner Brothers productions. Hugh Marlowe's next release will be Darrell F. Zanuck's All About Eve, and Millard Mitchell will soon be seen in Mr. 880, both 20th Century Fox productions. And remember, next Thursday night, the Screen Guild Players present Ninotchka, starring Joan Fontaine and William Powell. Be sure to listen.
This is Gregory Peck inviting you to stay tuned for the original Amateur Hour with Ted Mack, the man who gives so many youngsters their start to stardom. It will follow immediately over many of these stations.
This is Bill Davidson saying good night. This is the American Broadcasting Company.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Come a little closer. Closer. That's better. Now you're on the edge of your seat. And we mean to keep you there for the next 52 minutes with a story of terror and suspense. Doing one's civic duty is one thing. But turning in the hardened boss of a notorious crime ring takes either guts or just plain ignorance. We're not too sure which it was with Amy Hastings, but she did her duty. She put the finger on Archer Hamlin, the top drug dealer whose arrest and conviction all but put a stop to the flow of drug traffic in and out of New York City. Such an admirable act deserves a reward, which Amy received. $1,000 from a city newspaper. And that's not all.
Hello?
Amy Hastings, please.
This is Miss Hastings.
Are you enjoying the money, Miss Hastings?
What do you mean?
The money you got for turning in Archer Hamlin and giving testimony against him at the trial.
Who is this?
A friend with a little advice.
Yes?
Better spend that money fast, Miss Hastings. You may not live long enough to enjoy it.
Our mystery drama, Having a Horrible Time, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Bob Juran and stars Lynn Loring and Francis Sternhagen. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah?
I would like to ask a deceptively simple question.
Okay.
I say deceptive because few people seem to know the answer.
Go ahead.
Are you ready?
Yeah, ready as rain.
Okay.
No, wait. I think that should be right as rain.
Oh, well...
No, you wait. Make that ready as I'll ever be, okay? Ready as I'll ever be.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Anyway, the question is this.
Yeah, go ahead.
What happens this time of year?
That's it.
That's the question.
That's the $64,000 question.
Yeah.
That's the one for all the marbles, right? That's the one that's on everybody's lips. Huh?
Yes.
That's the question. Well,
good.
As everyone should know, what happens this time of year is that Buick dealers are giving great deals on 1974 Buicks, which of course means that this time of year may very well be the best chance you'll ever have to buy a Buick.
From the thrifty but surprisingly elegant Apollo to the dashing full-size LeSabre to the Electra, which surprisingly enough is the second largest selling luxury car in America.
Know-it-all. If you wear or buy eyeglasses, you couldn't live in a better place than Dallas. Optics is right here. One of the nation's largest suppliers of glasses and contact lenses. Opticians and optometrists all over the country send them work. And now, Optics have a special plant sales room open to the public. That means anybody in the Dallas area can now enjoy Texas-size savings on all glasses and contacts. The widest choice of quality frames. A complete choice of lenses. Clear, tinted, bifocals, contacts, and the new half-weights. Lenses that are half the weight of glass. Complete one-day service for most glasses, too. Full satisfaction guaranteed. Optics Vision Center, the special direct sales outlet right at Optics Plant, 2534 Royal Lane between Stemmons and Harry Hines. Open to the public Monday through Friday, 8:30 to 5:30. Saturday till 12. Come in and see for yourself.
Put on a happy face at your Vision Center.
How about a little vacation? Some fun and fresh air. Let's go along with Amy Hastings and Lois Wilson on their way to a swinging singles week at the Tomahawk Tree Lodge, snuggled deep in Pennsylvania's Pocono Mountains. Swimming, horseback riding, tennis, golf, the works, including murder. But let's not dwell on morbid things. We're off for a vacation at the Tomahawk Tree Lodge, and it's just up the road.
I just wish we were going to arrive in daylight, Lois. We won't be able to see anything at night.
Don't worry, Amy. We'll have plenty of time to see every nook and cranny of the place. Besides, all the fun begins at night. That's when the wolves come out.
I hope you don't mean the four-legged kind. Anyhow, it sure is good to get away from the city and all those awful phone calls.
Anytime a person gets their name in the paper, they're plagued with crank calls. Forget it. We're off for a good time.
Oh, I won't spoil your fun, Lois. I promise.
Now, don't think about my fun. I can take care of myself. This is really your vacation. I still feel you shouldn't be paying for everything.
But why shouldn't I? What better way could I spend that reward money?
It took a lot of courage to do what you did.
No, not courage, really. I mean, I just recognized that man from the pictures in the paper and told the police.
Still, you deserved every penny of the reward.
You know, I wonder how he feels now.
Who? Archer Hamlin?
Yes.
As bad as could be expected, I hope. He was the worst thing that ever happened to New York City.
I do feel kind of sorry for him, though.
Oh.
I mean, I guess I would, because I was responsible for them catching him.
Now, baby, get Archer Hamlin off your mind. He's right where he belongs, behind bars, and it's silly to brood about him.
You're right. I'm not going to even think about it. I'm going to enjoy myself.
That's the spirit.
I know the girls at the office think I'm some kind of a prude.
Oh, well, there's some bunch. In the 2 months I've been there, I haven't seen one who has any brains, except you. Well, it's nice to have you for a friend. I don't make close friends easily.
We just sort of hit it off, you might say. I keep to myself a lot. I just never feel close to the girls at the office.
Well, forget them. We're off for a week of fun, and you're going to love this place.
Tomahawk Tree Lodge. It even sounds exciting. Lois, don't you think we ought to wait till tomorrow? I mean, should we be too anxious to meet someone?
Listen, the hard-to-get approach is all right in an East Side bar. But here, it's first come, first served. Here's an empty table. Now sit yourself down and we'll order some cool drinks.
It's so exciting and beautiful.
Oh, waiter, 2 Collins, please.
Lois.
What?
Don't look right away. But there's a man at the bar looking at us.
Where?
Lois, don't be so obvious. That tall, blonde fellow.
Well, I wonder if he has a friend.
Oh, Lois.
Amy, we're not here to spend the week by ourselves.
Will you stop craning?
He might join us if we let him know we're interested.
He just keeps staring.
Hey, it looks as though someone else is interested. That one in the tan jacket's heading this way and beating him to it.
I sort of like the one at the bar better.
Well, we have the whole week ahead of us.
What do we say?
Hello is a good one for a start. Oh, Amy, just remember you're a swinging single. Now relax.
Oh, good evening.
How do you do?
Hello.
You girls just arrived?
Not a half hour, though.
We believe in making every minute count.
Well, at a place like this, that's the thing to do. I'm Fred Russell.
I'm Lois Wilson, and this is Amy Hastings.
Pleasure to meet you, Amy.
Hi.
Have you been here long, Mr. Russell?
Mr. Russell? Now, look, at a place like this, it's Fred. Okay? Now, actually, I just got here yesterday.
Oh, a newcomer, too.
How long are you planning to stay, Amy?
1 week. That's all we got.
Are you staying long yourself, Fred?
Well, that depends.
Depends on what?
On whether I like it or not. By the way, you're from New York, aren't you?
Yes, that's right. How'd you guess?
I saw the license plate on your car.
Oh, you.
Are you the official welcoming committee?
Oh, no. But being observant and friendly is sort of a pastime with me. Look, I hope I can show you around a little while you're here, Amy, if it's all right.
Well, I guess so.
You've been here before, then?
Oh, sure. Yeah, there's a lot to do. You got horseback riding and canoeing and swimming, all those things. But, they're not much fun alone.
Well, that's what we're here for. Isn't it, Lois?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Well, look, if you'll let me, I promise to show you a good time, Amy. How about starting with a dance?
Oh,
That is, if Lois doesn't mind.
Oh, not at all.
Come on, then.
Lois, are you sure you don't mind?
Oh, heavens, no. Go ahead.
I promise not to keep her long.
Have fun.
See you later.
Mind if I join you?
Oh, well, not exactly, but an introduction would be nice.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Ralph Cook.
I'm Lois Wilson. How do you do?
Forgive me for seeming forward, but who is that dancing with Amy?
What?
That is Amy Hastings, isn't it?
Yes, it is, but how did you know?
Well, she's the girl who fingered Archer Hamlin last month.
Yes.
You said your name was...
Lois Wilson.
A friend of hers?
Look, Mr. Cook, just who are you? How do you know Amy?
Miss Wilson, I have to talk to you privately. It's important.
What is this?
It's about Amy.
Well, what about her?
We have reason to believe she may be in very great danger.
Oh?
Let's dance. It'll seem more natural.
What danger is Amy in?
Well, I'll explain it in a minute. Please. I need your help. Now, first of all, may I call you Lois?
Of course.
And I'm Ralph.
Yes, so you said. Now, what is all this about?
I'm a detective.
A detective?
Yes, now, no one must know but you. And particularly not Amy or that man she's dancing with.
What danger is there?
We're pretty sure that Archer Hamlin's crowd is out to get Amy for fingering the boss.
Oh, no. You mean those crank calls were for real?
And that is why I'm here. We think this might be the perfect spot for them.
Why?
Well, we think one of them will probably pose as a guest, get friendly with Amy, and then kill her in some way to make it look like an accident.
Oh, how awful.
Well, this is the perfect spot for it. With horseback riding, a lake.
I can hardly believe it.
Well, it's possible, Lois. And very probable.
Oh, what can I do?
I want you to be my date. And that way I can keep close to Amy without arousing suspicion. What's the name of the man she's dancing with?
Oh, Fred something. Fred Russell. That's it.
He approached you as soon as you sat down.
That's right.
If he is the man, he'd want to get to Amy first before any other summer Lothario started making time.
You know, come to think of it, he did beat another man to our table. A tall, blonde fellow who kept staring at us. And it was Amy he was after. He hardly spoke to me.
That jibes.
And he noticed our rented car had a New York license plate.
And he's been watching for you. This Hamlin crowd is shrewd. They don't shoot people from black cars. They'll go to any lengths to kill without arousing suspicion, no matter what it involves or how long it takes. That's why Hamlin himself got away with so much.
Oh. Well, what do you think he'll do?
He'll bide his time, gain her confidence. It's important that you don't let on to Amy that anything's wrong now.
Oh, why?
Well, if she gets the idea someone's after her, she'll get scared, and he'll know it. I want him to think he's safe. Now, don't worry. I'll always be around, and the minute he tries something, I've got him.
I don't like the idea of Amy being bait.
Well, she's not bait. She's a sitting pigeon right now. But the killer has to make a move before I can arrest him.
This must be a bad dream.
It's not pleasant, I know. I'm pretty sure this Russell is our man. I don't want him scared off.
Oh, what a way to start a vacation.
Lois? Hi.
Hi.
Where have you been, sleepyhead?
Oh, well, I didn't sleep well. Everything all right?
I've been here every minute.
Gosh, Lois, I'm sorry I ran out on you, but I couldn't wake you up.
Oh, it's all right.
Hey, the water's wonderful. Why don't you and Ralph swim out for a while? Well, maybe we will.
We swam all the way out to that island, way out there.
You swam to the island alone?
No, Fred was with me.
You want a dip before lunch, Lois?
Well, yes. Let's all go.
I think Amy and I have had enough.
Gosh, yes. We'll just stay here and watch.
Oh, come on. A little more
It's
wouldn't
all right,
hurt.
Lois. They have been in quite a while. Too long. And Amy's getting cold.
Oh, all right. Well, we won't be long.
Race you to the raft.
Okay. Hurry up with that shower, Amy. It's time for lunch.
Isn't he wonderful, Lois?
What?
Fred. Isn't he wonderful? I've never had a steady in all my life, and now in one day...
Amy, just how friendly are you getting with Fred?
What do you mean?
Well, I admit I did tell you to let your hair down and enjoy yourself. But, you know, there are other men here, too.
Oh, Lois.
No, you said you liked that blonde man at the bar last night.
But Fred seems so interested in me. For myself, I sort of like it.
What has he said?
He asks me all sorts of questions about myself. It makes me feel important.
Does he know who you are, Amy?
Well, of course. We all introduced ourselves last night.
I mean about the Archer Hamlin business.
He said he remembered me from all the publicity in the papers.
Did you tell him, or did he bring it up?
Lois, why are you asking all these questions?
Well, I just don't want you to take Fred too seriously, honey.
You're not jealous.
Oh, of course not.
I mean, you've got your date for the week.
I know, but that
Lois, I'm really enjoying myself. Let me. I like Fred. No one has ever been interested in me like this before.
It's nice to be wanted, to be loved, to be admired for oneself. And unsuspecting Amy Hastings is enjoying every minute of it. She's having a wonderful time. It's poor Lois who's having a horrible time. We'll get back to our fun in the sun when I return shortly with Act 2.
People can reach, people can touch, people can help, people so much.
This is Paul Newman speaking. Ever been close to a family struck by cancer?
Naturally, your feelings go out to them and you ask if there's anything you can do. And they say no thanks and you feel so helpless. Well, there is something you can do. You can tell someone in the family to get in touch with the American Cancer Society. Volunteers there are helping people every day with services, information, and counseling about local community resources. That can mean arranging transportation or homemaking help or informing them about existing rehabilitation programs. When your cancer crusader calls, join the people who care about people. Give generously. We want to wipe out cancer in your lifetime.
Right now, you can get True Value Hardware Store's finest latex paints at special low prices. Hi, Frank Lieber here to tell you that TruTex Supreme Latex House Paint is now just $7.44 a gallon. And TruTex Supreme Satin U Interior Latex is just $6.99 a gallon. The house paint comes in 24 earth tone Jamestown colors and white. It protects and wears like a fine oil-based paint. Yet it's latex, so it's easy to apply and easy to clean up after. The interior flat latex comes in 48 colors and white. It goes on smoothly without dripping or painty odor. TruTest Supreme Latex House Paint, just $7.44 a gallon. Satin U Interior Latex, just $6.99 a gallon. True Value Hardware Stores make TruTest paints in their own factories. They know their reputation as paint specialists depends on the quality of that paint. Get TruTest paints at special low prices now during the Labor Day paint sale exclusively at True Value Hardware Stores.
The Tomahawk Tree Lodge stands majestically on a mountaintop. Lush green lawns sweep invitingly toward the clear blue waters of Quail Lake. To Amy Hastings, enjoying her first vacation without her parents, it's a paradise. To her friend Lois Wilson, it's something else again.
Is anyone having dessert?
Oh, gee, not me. I couldn't eat another bite.
I'll pass. By me.
Well, what's on the agenda for the afternoon? Croquet? Horseshoes? Badminton?
Gee, you know, it's too bad the ski lift isn't running today.
Does it ever in summer?
Sure, all year round. It's just down for repairs.
Oh.
Now. You know, it's a great scenic ride. Go all the way to the top of the mountain and back.
Hey, maybe we can do that later on in the week.
Okay. What do you say to a horseback ride?
Oh, that sounds exciting.
Good way to work off a big meal.
Amy, you've never been on a horse in your life.
I know, and I've always wanted to.
I'm afraid the merry-go-round's been the extent of my riding.
I think we'd all have just as much fun here at the lodge. Besides, it's too hot. I mean, I'd love to try croquet.
Well, okay, but if Amy would like to ride, we'll go along and meet you two later.
Yes, I really want to go. Now, Lois, don't you worry. Nothing can happen.
Okay, let's go then.
Ralph?
Oh, so just being a wet blanket. After all, we're here to enjoy the facilities. We'll take a shot at horseback riding, too. We're paying for it.
Now, look, don't let me talk you into something you don't want to do. I mean, Amy and I can go alone.
Oh, no, come on, Ralph's right. We might as well have the fling we're here for.
Well, if you're afraid of a horse, it could be dangerous.
We'll take our chances.
Okay. Look, I'll go on ahead to the stables and reserve the horses.
I'll come with you, Fred. Hurry up, Lois.
I'm petrified of horses. Can you go it alone?
I can, but it's liable to look funny. I have the feeling I'm not one of Fred's favorite persons.
All right, I'll have to go, for Amy's sake. But I'll have to change. Amy's in slacks, but I can't get on a horse like this.
Well, hurry it up,
What do you think he might do?
I don't know, but horses can be dangerous.
I don't see them.
Well, they're probably in the stable saddling up.
Hi, folks. Ready to go out, too?
Oh, yes. We're joining our friends.
We've got two fine, gentle mares here. Have you ridden before?
Where's the couple that came down here a few minutes ago?
Oh, they're out on the trail. They said you'd be along.
Oh, Ralph, they're alone out there.
I should have known he'd try something like this. Get us going quick, huh?
Sure thing. Here we go, Virginia. You be nice now.
Oh, Lord, what do I do?
Nothing to it. Put your left foot here.
Right.
That's it.
Yeah.
Now, just swing up. Come on, I'll help you.
Oh.
There we go.
Oh.
Now you, sir.
I'm all set.
Well, you sit a horse right nicely, sir.
Ralph, what do I do?
Hold the reins. Lean forward. Your horse will follow mine. Let's go.
Ooh, it's not as I thought.
We'll have to go faster. Just hold on.
Ooh. Is there more than one trail?
There probably is.
Oh, golly, they may have turned off somewhere.
Well, they couldn't be too far ahead. We weren't that long at the lodge.
Oh, there's a fork in the trail up ahead.
Hold on the reins. Oh.
Oh, which way do we go?
There's fresh hoof prints to the left.
Ah, you are a detective. Oh, it's Amy.
Come on, get up there.
We may be too late.
I don't know what we're going to find.
Amy!
There they are.
Oh, Amy! Amy, what happened?
Take it easy. She's all right.
All right, nothing. She's flat on the ground.
Okay, Lois, I just fell off.
What happened?
Well, a snake frightened her horse. I was riding behind. I saw it dart out, but there was nothing I could do. Amy's horse shied, and she just slid off.
All of a sudden, my horse reared.
Well, how come you didn't wait for us back at the stable?
We knew you'd catch up.
I think we've had enough horseback riding.
Well, what do you say, Amy? Do you feel like going on?
I guess I'd better go in for something a little less strenuous.
Oh, Ralph, this is impossible. Amy and I are going back to the city tomorrow.
You can't run away from Hamlin's men, Lois. The best we can do is lure them into the open. And they're pretty smart about that, too.
But I can't spend a week never letting Amy out of my sight. And he's certainly going to get suspicious with us hanging around all the time.
We don't have to be with them every minute, as long as we know where they're going.
Yes, but the minute they're alone, he can do anything he wants.
It'll have to look like an accident, so that limits his field of operation.
You mean like the horses this afternoon? Do you think he did something to Amy's horse?
I'm convinced of it.
Look, she looks so little and innocent dancing with Fred.
How could a girl like her get up the nerve to identify Hamlin?
Innocence can have backbone, Ralph.
Look, Lois, go along with me for a couple of days more.
Well, I guess I'll have to. But I look over there at Amy dancing with that man, and I shudder.
I hope you're not mad because I spoiled the horseback riding today, Fred.
No. Of course not, Amy.
You know, you're kind of quiet tonight.
Well, it's just that... Amy, can't we shake that friend of yours and her Romeo?
Well, Lois and I did come together, and we are best friends.
I know that. It's just that I'd like to be with you alone sometime. What do you say we slip down to the lake and take out a canoe?
Well,
Without telling your friend?
Oh, Fred, they're watching us dance. They'll probably just follow us.
Why? None of their business. You do?
I don't know. Look, let's just go back to the table now. Tomorrow morning, I'll slip away early. Lois always sleeps late, and we can go somewhere together then.
Without telling Lois?
I promise, without telling Lois.
Okay. I'll tell you what. We'll go out to Tomahawk Tree.
Tomahawk Tree? Fred, that's where we are.
No, it's the tree this hotel was named after.
Oh.
The legend about it. Very beautiful.
Tell me.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow, then. You know, this is the most thrilling vacation I've ever had.
Well, we're almost to the top. Now, that's the famous Tomahawk Tree right up ahead.
Oh, it's so beautiful. And it's such a beautiful morning. Makes you glad you're alive.
Well, I'm glad you were able to get away without Lois.
She was fast asleep. I dressed in the bathroom and sneaked out of the room.
Well, here it is. Tomahawk Tree.
Look how far down you can see.
Mm-hmm. That's Hidden Valley.
Okay, tell me now, Fred. What's the legend?
Well, the legend is that more than 200 years ago, an Indian brave killed himself here because he was disgraced in battle. He was the chief's son, but he was a coward.
And?
So he dug his tomahawk into this tree and jumped over the edge. But when the other braves tried to remove the tomahawk from the tree and throw it after him, not one of them could budge it.
Why not?
Well, they thought the Great Spirit had locked the tomahawk into the tree as a reminder to other braves who might get wet feet, so to speak.
It's not very romantic.
I'm afraid it's not all true.
What?
The lodge has to replace the tomahawk every couple of years as the tree grows around it.
Fred, you're making the whole thing up.
Here, give me a hand.
No, I don't want to go any closer.
That's all right, I got you. Now, look straight down.
Oh, it gives me the chills.
You see on the rock down there? Can you see the outline?
Eddie! Oh, look out!
All right, I've got you. I have you.
I almost went over.
What the devil are you doing here, Lois?
What are you doing so close to the edge?
Well, we had our footing all right, but that scream of yours just startled both of us.
Well, what do you expect when I find Amy practically going over the side?
Lois, I thought you were still sleeping.
Well, it's a good thing I went out for a morning walk myself.
Mm-hmm. Just happened to come this way.
I think we'd better all go back for breakfast.
I wonder why Fred didn't want breakfast.
Well, he's probably miffed at me. But honestly, Amy, he had you too close to the edge.
Well, it sure scared me when you yelled. You know, I had no idea that you were following us.
Well, I wasn't. I was out for a walk, and I saw you there.
Lois, there's that man staring at us again.
Who?
The blonde one we saw the night we arrived. Remember, he was starting to come over, and Fred got there first?
Oh, yes.
Here he comes. Is it all right, Lois? I mean, are we already taken?
Listen, I don't know who's taking who anymore.
Good morning, girls.
Hello.
Do you mind if I join you?
Well, I guess not.
Thanks. I'm George Smith. I've been wanting to meet you.
I'm Amy Hastings.
Yes,
and
yes, I know.
You do? That Archer Hamlin business again.
Yes, that's right.
Well, this is my girlfriend, Lois Wilson.
Hi, Lois.
Hello.
I was going to come over the night you arrived, but some other guy beat me to it.
Well, all's fair in love and war and summer vacations.
Amy, I wonder if you might like to play some ping pong after breakfast.
Well, sure, if you'll teach me.
Nothing to it.
I'll get Ralph and we'll make it a foursome. Oh, order me toast and coffee. I'll be right back. May I have Ralph Cook's room, please? Ralph, it's Lois. I don't know what it means, but another man's latched himself onto Amy.
Well, it doesn't seem likely there'd be two of them, but the Hamlin crowd's clever. They could send in one to cover the other's tracks.
I told you about the incident with Fred at the cliff this morning.
Hurry up, Lois. We're ready.
Oh, have you ever shot one of these things?
In college, but archery wasn't my best sport.
Whew, I've never held a bow in my life. I wish we'd stuck to ping pong.
Well, let's just shoot for fun. Unless you want to keep score.
I'll be lucky if I even hit the target.
Let's make it just for fun.
Suits me.
Okay, I'll lead off.
Wonderful, George.
Oh.
It's a bullseye.
Come on, you try it, Amy.
Okay.
Now, your left hand on the bow.
Uh-huh.
That's right. Now, put the arrow between your forefinger and your middle finger. Like you're holding a cigarette.
I don't smoke.
Well, that's it. That's good. Now, just pull back and let go.
Oh, I told you I wouldn't hit the target.
Ralph? I haven't done this in years, but, all right. Here goes.
A bullseye.
Good shot.
Come on, Lois. It's your turn.
Well, all right, but I don't guarantee anything.
Now, just wait a minute, Lois. Keep your elbows out more.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's right. Now, take your stance. Let me guide your arm.
Like this?
Yeah, that's better. All right, now, pull back.
Oh, I can't. It's so
A little
hard.
more, more.
Amy, look out.
It's all right. It just nicked my arm.
Oh, that was a close one. What happened?
Lois lost her balance. Too much tension on the bow.
Are you sure you're all right, Amy?
Yes, It's just a scratch.
I think I'd have been better off without help.
What are you trying to say, Lois?
Nothing. I'm just glad that Amy's all right. You were there. You saw it. I swear he deliberately turned me toward Amy.
Yes, and that's what's got me worried.
Got you worried?
Looks like the Hamlin crowd has more than one man after Amy.
Almost every young girl's dream is to have several men after her. But it's much nicer when romance is their objective instead of murder. We'll return to the fun at the Tomahawk Tree Lodge when I return shortly with Act 3.
Never heard of beer on the rocks? No? Swell. The people who brew Budweiser never have thought ice in your beer was such a cool idea anyway. If you only knew how ice cuts down the head and waters the taste. Oh, a chilling thought. A downright tragedy with Budweiser especially. Budweiser is the king of beers. The only beer in America that's beechwood aged, naturally carbonated, which means Bud brews its own bubbles, tiny ones, over a dense lattice of beechwood strips. The beer ages the best way, the right way, naturally. But add an ice cube and bloop, there goes all that extra effort. So if you forget to cool enough Bud, skip the cubes and put your Budweiser on ice for a while, on the coldest shelf in your refrigerator. Even if the wait does frost you a little, it'll be worth it. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
7C, 60-second radio commercial, take one.
The 7C's 74 this weekend. It's 2 for the price of fun.
Good. That's 2 for the price of 1.
Oh, what'd I say?
2 for the price of fun.
Oh, certainly. Where else can you have so much family fun for just $1.87.5 a person?
Let's start again. Take 2.
See 7C's 74 this weekend. It's 2 for the price of 1. Buy one $3.75 adult ticket after 2 this Saturday or Sunday, and you'll receive 1 ticket absolutely free.
God, that's absolutely free.
Oh, absolutely free. Oh. So see 7C's this weekend and save up a storm. Buy 1 adult ticket after 2 p.m. this Saturday or Sunday and have 2 for the price of fun at 7C's 74.
Cut. That's 2 for the price of 1.
Well, where else can you have so much fun for just $1.87.5 a person?
I know.
Vacations are supposed to be fun, but they can be hazardous for a girl with a contract out on her. First Fred, now George. Just who is a poor girl to trust? But Amy is oblivious to her danger at the moment.
Do you feel like a swim, Amy? No, it's just nice here on the grass. Everything's so exciting, you just have to catch your breath now and then.
Oh, come on. Let's swim out to the rock.
You go.
Well, I don't want to swim alone.
Well, where's Ralph?
Oh, he had to go into town. He had, well, some business to attend to.
You know, I wonder where Fred's been. I haven't seen him since yesterday.
Probably after someone else.
Oh.
Oh, come on. Now, don't take it seriously. That's the way everything goes at a place like this.
Well, to tell you the truth, I really like George better.
Where is he this morning?
I don't know.
Well, it's good to relax for a while. You don't have to keep up the personality front. Hey, I see they've got the ski lift going again.
You know, that does look like fun, riding in those little boxes.
They call them gondolas.
Lois, why don't we take a ride right now?
Oh, why not? If you don't want to swim.
Hey, I wonder what's going on down at the dock.
Someone probably caught a fish.
Well, let's go see.
Oh, who cares? I hate fish.
Oh, come on, Lois. It's on our way to the ski lift.
It's certainly gathering a crowd. Look, there's George.
Something must have happened. The boat boy's running toward the lodge.
I don't think I want to go down there.
Oh, come on. We have to find out.
They've dragged someone out of the water.
Let's hurry, Lois. George? George, what's happened?
They just pulled a guy out of the lake.
What? Is he dead?
He looks like he's been in the water for at least 24 hours.
Oh, how can you tell?
Just take a look at him.
Oh, no. It's Fred.
Huh?
Fred Russell.
What happened? Does anyone know?
Well, not so far. I just got here myself.
Fred was a good swimmer. Our first day here, we swam out to the rock together.
Come on, Amy. Let's go back to the room. I don't want to stand around looking at this.
Yes, you're right.
I'll call you later.
Hello?
Lois, it's Ralph.
Oh, hello.
Can you get away for a drink?
Yes, Amy's napping.
Meet me in the lounge.
Fred's death shoots the two-man theory, doesn't it?
Not necessarily. But it sure eliminates him as a future suspect.
Ralph, could George have killed Fred to get closer to Amy himself?
He could have, and he might have.
Well, what do you think? You're the detective.
Yeah, I am. I think it's time we got Amy away from here. I'll drive her back to the city tonight. It'll be safer.
I'll come too.
No. It's better if you stay.
Why?
Well, give Amy and me a chance to slip away. You can follow in the morning.
Well, if you think that's best.
I do. Let's just play it natural for the rest of the day, hmm? I'll get away during the excitement of the barbecue tonight.
All right. Maybe you're right.
No, I am. And please, don't let on that anything is wrong. But try to keep Amy out of the way. And don't leave her side for a minute.
Don't worry. Amy. Come on, sleepyhead. Don't snooze the whole afternoon away. Let's take that ski lift ride.
Ski lift? Oh, yes, we were going to do that.
Come on. Let's get away from the boys for a while.
Cook calling in.
Ralph, where have you been? We've been trying to get through to you for the past hour.
What's up?
We got a line on the Hastings case. Something that might help you, Ralph.
What?
That Hamlin crowd's smarter than we thought. The killer they've sent up there to get the Hastings dame is a woman.
Oh, this is fun, Lois.
Better than I ever expected.
Look how high we have to go.
Yeah, it's a long way up.
You know, it's like the kiddie Ferris wheel we went to at Sunset Park when I was a kid.
Enjoy it, Amy. We have a long ride to the top.
Amy! Lois, open up! Amy!
Hey, what's up?
George, have you seen Amy and Lois?
Yeah, and I repeat, what's up? They brushed right by me downstairs. They were headed for the ski lift.
The ski lift? Did they get on it?
Yeah, they're on their way up. Why?
Come on. We got to get Amy off that lift.
Gosh, this is beautiful, Lois. It's just too bad the boys aren't with us. What are you doing, Lois? Close that door.
No, Amy. We'll be at the highest point in just a few minutes.
What is this? What are you doing?
I'm sorry, Amy. I was getting kind of fond of you, but I'm getting $10,000 for doing my duty.
What? What are you talking about?
The Hamlin family is paying me $10,000 to kill you.
What?
For fingering Archer Hamlin.
But Lois, you're my friend, aren't you?
I was planted in the office, Amy, to make friends with you so that I could arrange this opportunity.
You mean you're going to
make it look like an accident. I tried to startle you that day on the cliff with Fred, but he held on to you. And that arrow, I purposely lost my balance.
No.
But I missed.
Fred. You killed Fred.
They'll find a bullet in his body when they do the autopsy. I killed him because I knew he was getting suspicious of me. I was trying to make that detective think Fred was after you. And then George showed up, and I had to switch the suspicion to him.
Who's a detective?
Ralph. Who else?
This fire road will get us to the halfway point on the tow. We can intercept them there. If we make it.
You mean Lois is actually going to try to kill Amy?
She's a hired killer. I thought it was Fred Russell first. And then you came along.
Me? I'm a coal salesman from Philadelphia.
Amy's life is in danger every minute she's with Lois. Pray we get to the halfway point before the gondola does.
Ralph was sent here to look out for you. He wants to take you back to the city tonight, so I'll have to get it over with now.
No. No, Lois, you can't. I'll fight.
I know. That's what I expect you to do. I'll tell everyone you got panicky and tried to jump.
No.
I tried to stop you, but you were too strong for me. You fell over the side.
No one will believe that.
Well, you won't be around to argue the point.
Lois, I can't believe you're trying to do this.
Oh, come on. I don't enjoy it. I have to do it. The money doesn't mean that much, but my husband works for the Hamlin family. They made it clear that if I fail, my husband will... well, I don't have to say it.
So it's really my life for his?
Yes.
Look, you said Ralph is a detective. Maybe he can help save your husband.
Oh, Amy. Dear, innocent Amy, you don't know the Hamlin crowd. If you did, you'd never have turned Archer in. Don't make it any more difficult for me.
No! No!
Let go of the side!
I won't!
You're going out! Now!
We made it. The girls are in the red gondola. The fourth one down.
Are you sure?
That's the one they got into.
You're right. Hey, they bet the door open.
This is the highest spot, too, just before the midpoint landing.
She's trying. Hey, look.
Good Lord, they're both hanging halfway out.
Fight, Amy! Fight!
We do something?
Until that gondola gets here.
Amy! Hang on, we're here! Hang on and fight! Amy.
Oh, George, it was horrible. Lois tried to...
Quick, get her out.
Lois fell. She tried to kill me.
We know, Amy. We saw it. Now take it easy.
Get her to the car. Let's get back to the lodge. I've got work to do.
Amy, I want you to stay in your room.
And take the pills the doctor gave you.
I'm all right, really. My back hurts and my arms are sore, but otherwise...
Amy, you've had an emotional shock.
We'll get you back to New York tonight.
I just can't believe it happened. That Lois...
This place will be crawling with police by nightfall. You'll be safe here, but I don't want you to leave the room.
All right. I guess I don't have any choice.
No, you don't.
I've got to get downstairs and make some more phone calls.
Now, you try to rest, Amy. You lock the door behind me, and I'll call you later.
All right. I'll be all right, really. Hello?
Miss Hastings?
Yes.
Are you enjoying the vacation, Miss Hastings?
What do you mean?
You didn't think there'd be only one of us, did you?
Who is this?
A friend, Miss Hastings. With a little advice.
Oh, no.
If at first you don't succeed, try again. It's an old adage well worth remembering. Those who heed its advice are more often successful than not. Oh, yes, there's another old saying that's a favorite of mine. See no evil, hear no evil, but most of all, speak no evil. You can stay out of a lot of trouble that way. I'll return shortly.
Some people think we play ping pong all day. They're wrong. The USO isn't all fun and games. Today, the USO has millions of problems like this one in Germany.
My family's going crazy living in a tiny apartment. Where can we live?
Today's USO has millions of problems, like this one in Asia.
I'm hooked on drugs. Where can I get help?
Or this problem in Athens.
Our marriage is breaking up. Can you help us?
Today's USO has little time for ping pong. We've got serious work to do. We've got lots of new problems here and overseas. The problems are big. How big? Well, if someone asks you, who needs the USO? Tell them,
We do! We do!
over 5 million American military personnel and their families need today's USO. And because we get no government funds, we need all your support. Please give to USO through the United Way or local USO campaign.
The time has come for us to leave the lovely Tomahawk Tree Lodge. We do hope you had a wonderful time. Of course, vacation resorts such as the Tomahawk Tree aren't really dangerous or menacing. That is, if you know how to ride a horse. If you're careful who your archery companions are. And, of course, if you don't have a murderer on your trail. Our cast included Lynn Loring, Francis Sternhagen, Mandel Kramer, Ralph Bell, and Nat Poland. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Now, a preview of our next tale.
I want you to bring me the files from the doctor's office.
What?
I want you to bring me his files, as many as you can carry, only the current cases, the people he's had recently.
But Jimmy,
Now, let me finish. I want to borrow those files just overnight. I'll go through them real quick. So fast you can have them back in the drawers by morning.
What good will Dr. Cooper's files do you?
It's just an idea I got. I mean, this analyst stuff is pretty personal, isn't it? I mean, they have to tell the doctor everything, don't they?
Yes, of course. There can't be any secrets from an analyst. That would defeat the whole purpose.
Right. No secrets. So if I could see the doc's notes, if I could read through them, well, there's bound to be plenty of stuff they'd like to hide, stuff they'd pay money to keep quiet.
Jimmy, you're talking about blackmailing.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Now, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer presents Geraldine Chaplin, Julie Christie, Omar Sharif, Alec Guinness, and Ron Steiger in David Lean's film, Dr. Zhivago. Winner of 6 Academy Awards, Dr. Zhivago.
From New York, where the American stage begins, NBC presents Best Plays with John Chapman. Best Plays, a series of hour-length dramas based on the famous theatrical books begun by the late Burns Mantle, now edited by the distinguished drama critic of the New York Daily News, John Chapman. Mr. Chapman.
Good evening. For myself, the test of a fine play or a fine performance is a simple one. After I've seen it, do I want to stay up half the night or maybe all the night talking about it? That's just what happened to me on the cold evening of February 3rd, 1938. I was too excited to sleep, for I'd just seen the first performance of Paul Osborne's On Borrowed Time. Here was a beautiful play, brimful of humor and affection. It was one of the best plays of that season, and it's one of the best for you now. Our company has, in the part of Gramps, who just pretends to be an old crosspatch, a character actor perfectly fitted for the part, Parker Fennelly. You remember him from his Snow Village sketches, and he's worked for many years with Fred Allen. In the part of Miss Nellie, his wife, we have one of the most gifted actresses of the theater, Mildred Natwick. If you saw her, you will remember her as the spinster secretary in Shaw's Candida, and as the slightly crazy fortune-teller in Blythe's Spirit. In the important part of the little boy is David Anderson, who is a veteran actor in spite of his extreme youth. Gramps and Granny Northrop live in a white clapboard house in the middle of town, with their grandson Pud and Pud's parents, Jim and Susan. Just now, Jim is out on a call. He's a doctor. And Susan has gone along. Gramps relaxes on the porch, shaded by an ancient apple tree.
Gramps! Gramps!
Huh?
Look!
What is it, boy?
Look what I found out and back by the garbage shed.
Well, Keezer's ghost. If that don't look just like a bone.
It is a bone. Is it a human bone, Gramps?
Might be, boy.
It looks pretty human to me, Gramps.
We'll ask your dad when he gets home. He's a doctor, and they know about these things.
We'll keep it as a specimen, okay, Gramps? Put it in the window box with the other things.
All right, boy. You better not let your granny know that you're using her window box for specimens. That frog is getting kind of old, boy. We'll have to throw him out and get something else. Maybe we could stuff your Aunt Dimitri in there, huh?
Aunt Dimitri is a piss-fire. Aunt Dimitri is a piss-fire.
Hey there. Where'd you hear that?
You said it.
Me?
You said she was a piss-mire.
Well, she is a piss-mire. She's the biggest piss-mire I know.
What's a piss-mire?
An ant. One of the meanest ants that crawls.
Why is Aunt Demetria so mean, Gramps?
Born that way.
Julia?
Oh, perdition.
Where's perdition, Gramps?
Where the woodbine twineth.
Julian! Granny's getting louder.
Yeah, 1 second. I'll just fortify myself with a little fire water before we go in.
Why do you always fortify yourself, Gramps?
Never you mind. Don't you ever touch this stuff, boy.
Just give me a taste.
No.
Please?
All right. Teach yourself.
Julian Northrop.
Oh, was you calling, Miss Nellie? I didn't hear you.
What are you doing to this boy? That I should live to see the day.
I'm just letting him learn things for himself.
He mimics everything you do. Hardly has a chance to see his own father. Jim's that busy. First thing you know, Julian, this boy'll grow up to be just like you, swearing and smoking and drinking. You'll never draw a breath that ain't full of swearing and smoking. And if you don't change your ways, I'm going to talk to that boy's parents about sending him away to school.
At his age?
Better than being around you. Demetria knows the school.
Dimitri. God, I might have known that old bird stuffer was at the bottom of this.
Demetria Riffle is a fine Christian woman.
She's a bird stuffer.
She may have her faults, but... Julian, what's a bird stuffer?
Nothing. Just a bird stuffer.
But it must mean something.
Now look, Miss Nellie. Adam saw a dog, and it looked like a dog, and he called it a dog. I saw Demi. She looked like a bird stuffer, so she is a bird stuffer. What's the matter, Nellie?
Who's that man?
What man?
Out there by the fence gate.
Oh.
Tall man, black coat.
I don't know, some salesman, maybe.
I don't like his looks.
Now, Miss Nellie, don't go...
Taking a chill all of a sudden. Pud? Pud?
Yes, Granny?
You come inside the house with me for a spell.
Hey, Granny, I'm digging up an old worm.
You come inside with me, Pud, now. Julian, you come too.
No, I think I'll set out here a spell. I feel kind of drowsy all at once.
Well, suit yourself. Come along, Pud.
Guess I ain't as young as I figured.
Mr. Julian Northrop?
Huh? You shouldn't come up on a fellow like that. You give my heart a real twitch there.
You are Julian Northrop.
I am? Who are you? What do you want?
I request that you come with me.
You do, huh? Where would that be?
Where the woodbine twineth.
Where the Say, I said that. I just made that up out of my head a little while ago. Who the old Harry are you?
You may call me Mr. Brink. Ready to come along now?
Now, you look here, Mr. Brink. I don't like you. I wouldn't go to a rat fight with you. So now you know.
I'm sorry to hear that.
And I don't like the way you snuck up here. So get, pack on sail for...
You see? Your heart is failing. It's time for you to come with me.
No, tain't. I ain't going nowheres. Now you get the blazes out of here. You get off my son's property.
Julian?
Get now.
Julian, who are you shouting at?
It's that fellow in the black coat. Well, I'll be doggone.
Where is he?
He's gone.
What did he want?
I don't rightly know, Miss Nellie.
Gramps, who was that man?
Oh, you see him, did you, son?
Sure, who was he?
He wanted me to go with him. Say, you suppose he... Now, who do you suppose that is?
Better answer it.
Sounds like somebody told the operator to really keep at it. Dr. Northrop's residence? What? Well, it can't be. Well, there was just... Yes. Bring them both home.
Who was it, Julian? Why? What is it? Julian, what is it?
Nellie, it's Jim and Susan.
What about them?
They was both killed in an auto crash.
Gramps! Hey, Gramps, I just found a new kind of stone, Gramps! Come on out and play! Gramps?
What, boy?
Why is Granny crying?
She's feeling kind of sad, boy.
What are you doing, Gramps?
Writing a letter, boy.
To who?
To Reverend Murdoch.
He's the one who talked at the cemetery, ain't he, Gramps?
Yeah, he's the one.
Granny?
What, Pud?
My papa was a brave man, wasn't he, Granny?
Yes, dear.
He turned his automobile right off the road so he wouldn't hurt a little boy, just like me.
That's right, dear.
But I must never forget that my mama and papa were taken from me, and I will never have any others. I'm an orphan.
Who told you that dribble?
Aunt Demetria.
That darned old piss-my-ass.
Julian.
Telling a boy things like that. The old hellion...
Don't swear in front of Pud.
I'm going to swear when I'm older. Gramps said I could.
Did you say that, Julian?
Yes, I said it. Now, let me finish this letter.
What's so important about that letter?
I'm sending Reverend Murdoch $50.
$50?
He looked kind of shabby when he was preaching that funeral sermon. I reckon preaching don't pay what it used to. Call it my good deed for this lifetime.
Good deeds and leading a Christian life is two different things.
I reckon.
If you do a good deed and make a wish, it'll come true.
What's that nonsense?
It's true, Gramps. If you do a good deed and make a wish, the wish will come true. So make a wish, Gramps.
All right. Soon as I think of a good one, boy. Who the devil's that?
Come in. Why, hello, Demi.
I was passing by. I thought I'd stop in. Hello, Julian.
Yeah.
There's my poor little lamb. Got a kiss for your Aunt Demetria. Why, what's the matter?
I've had too much ladies' arms around me lately.
Too many arms.
Well, I'd like to have none arms around me for a while.
Well, that's all right. Poor little Lammy, still thinking of his mama and papa.
Oh, leave the boy alone.
Julian. There, Lammy, your Aunt Demetria understands. God has taken...
Did you hear me, you old hellion, you?
Would you deny the child Christian comfort?
Oh, the howling blazes with Christian comfort.
Come here, Pud.
I hate you.
Good boy.
Julian, you're a demon. You whited sepulchre.
Whited sepulchre, huh? You woman of Babylon.
You fish, Meyer.
Come on, boy. Let's get out of here before we lose our tempers. Come on.
Well, did you hear that? He called me.
I know. Revelation 17:5. Don't say it, Demi.
Right in front of that sweet boy. I warn you, Nellie. It was bad enough when the boy's parents were alive, but now, with only Julian to teach him, well, he'll be swearing and blaspheming before you know it.
I'm as worried as you are, Demi.
You can't take care of him by yourselves.
Well, we've got young Marcy Giles coming to live with us. She's going to help look after Pud.
Did you say Marcy Giles?
Moved in this morning. She's downtown buying a few victuals. Why, what's the matter?
Well, of course, it's none of my business.
What ain't?
But if it were my grandson.
What about it, Demi? Do you know something about Marcy?
I should hope so. Carrying on as brazen as you please.
Marcy?
And that young Bill Murdoch, Reverend Murdoch's son.
Just a moment, Demi. Julian?
What?
Step inside a minute, Julian. It's important.
Me too, Granny?
You wait out there.
Ah, shucks.
You guard that apple tree, Pud. See that nobody steals any apples. Okay?
Okay.
Now, what is it?
It's Marcia. Demi says that she's been carrying on with the Reverend Murdoch's son.
Bill Murdoch? Good. He's a nice fella.
Are you going to have that kind of woman around, Pud?
What kind of woman? Stop your pussyfooting, Demi. What's she done?
Kissing.
Kissing?
Right in the park, like you never saw. Fair to make your blood boil. They carry on like that in public. What do you suppose they do when they're alone?
Well, but Demi, if they just kiss...
Kissing? Ye gods, that makes me mad. That makes me so dang mad.
Julian Northrop, you stop your swearing.
Miss Nellie, I'm disappointed in you, listening to her. You're getting to be nothing but an old fool.
Julian.
Well, I'm sorry, Miss Nellie, but it's true.
You can march right out of here.
It's a pleasure. And old hellion even makes me fight with Miss Nellie.
Did you hear that? He called me an old fool. He said he was disappointed in me.
Oh, I don't see how you stand for it, Nellie. I don't. It just isn't any place to bring up a young boy.
Always swearing and smoking that smelly old pipe.
I wouldn't be surprised if the Lord took Jim and Susan just as a punishment to him.
Oh, well, he don't mean all them things, Demi. He's just a rough-spoken man.
Never setting foot inside a Christian church.
Well, it ain't that he sneers at religion, Demi. He just don't have no interest.
Well, it's no place for a boy of Pud's age.
I suppose you're right. Sometimes I wonder if maybe you shouldn't bring him up. Me? After all, he's your own sister's child. Julian and me ain't getting any younger. Matter of fact, Demi, I ain't told a soul, but I've been feeling right peaked lately.
I'm sorry to hear that.
And Pud is your own sister's child.
I've often thought of it, Nellie, but I couldn't afford to give Pud the things he needs. Unless Jim left a will or something. Did he, Nellie?
He did, Demi.
Well, think of that. And how much, is the little lammy taken care of?
Jim left $15,000.
$15,000? Dear little lammy. Nellie, maybe you're right.
About what?
Maybe I should adopt Pud.
Adopt him?
I could take his things over with me now, and in the morning I'll go down to Mr. Pilbeam's and have the papers drawn up for you to sign.
Now, just a minute, Demi. I don't want you putting words in my mouth.
Well, you said yourself.
I just meant maybe he could live with you and visit over here every day.
Well, if you want him exposed to all this blasphemy.
Oh, I don't know, Demi. I just plumb don't know, and I'm too tuckered out to think about it. Maybe if I just put my head back and think for a moment.
Very well, Nellie. You make up your own mind. Just remember that the boy is being spoiled. I'll be by in the morning.
Goodbye, Demi.
Goodbye, Nellie. You get some rest. You don't look very well.
She's gone, Gramps.
Who?
That old piss, my Aunt Demetria.
Good.
She just passed Marcy coming up the walk, and she didn't even look at her.
Well, we'll look at her twice, just to make up for it.
Here she comes. Gosh, I sure wish Granny would knit me a sweater with bumps on it the way Marcy's has.
Hush, child. You're too young for such talk.
Hiya, Marcy.
Hello, Pud. Hello, Mr. Northrop. I got the groceries.
Marcy, come here.
Yes, sir.
Don't you know it's a sin for a girl to kiss men in the park?
But I didn't kiss men. I only kissed one man.
Oh, well, that's different. Next time you bring him up here and kiss him.
What?
I say you bring Bill Murdoch up here and kiss him. Time we had a little kissing in this house again. How the blazes is Pud going to learn about kissing if he don't never see none?
Oh, Mr. Northrop.
You in love with Bill?
We're engaged.
I kind of thought so. All right. You'd best take them groceries into Miss Nellie.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and Marcy.
Yes?
Fix her a cup of peppermint tea, will you? She's been looking kind of peaky lately.
All right, Mr. Northrop. Here's your tea, Mrs. Northrop.
Oh, just set it down, Marcy.
Is there anything wrong, Mrs. Northrop?
Wrong? Oh, no, there's nothing wrong, Marcy. I'm just kind of tired. I'm going to sleep in a minute as soon as I finish this knitting. Now, let me see. There was something I was supposed to talk to you about. What was it? Well, there, I've forgotten. Couldn't have been very important. Marcy.
Yes, Mrs. Northrop?
Marcy, you just see that Julian always has his pipe. Will you do that?
Oh, yes, Mrs. Northrop.
You're a good girl, Marcy. Now go back to whatever you're doing.
All right.
Don't you think you have done enough?
That you, Julian?
No, not Julian.
Who is it?
It's Mr. Brink. You seem rather tired.
I am kind of tired, Mr. Brink.
I thought so. Well, you're to come with me now.
Come with you? See here. What call of you to come button in here?
I usually come to bedrooms. It's much more comfortable.
What is?
To come with me.
Why should anyone go with you?
It's customary.
Oh, well, you might as well sit down and wait, because you needn't think I'll stir until I've finished this knitting I'm working on. I'm narrowing off at the top now.
Yes, I know you are.
What do you know about knitting?
I don't mean the mitten, I mean you.
What a fool thing to say. Don't you know a lady from a mitten?
Yes, I know a lady from a mitten. I know many things.
I'll wager I could show you a thing or two about knitting.
No doubt. Are you ready now?
Wait. Just a minute. I'm almost finished. There. That's got it. Don't that red stripe look well with the gray?
Excellent, my dear. Excellent. Now we must go.
Gramps, look!
Look where?
The apple tree. Those boys been stealing apples again, Gramps.
Oh, so they have. Looks like they got away with it, too.
They always get away with it, Gramps. You never catch 'em.
Well, now, one of these days, you just wait and see.
I don't believe you even try.
Oh, don't I, though? I swear, I wish that anybody who climbs that old tree from now on would have to stay up there until I let him down.
Gramps, you made a wish.
Huh?
A wish. You wished that anybody who climbed that tree would have to stay there until you let him down.
Yeah, so it did. A lot of good it'll do me.
Oh, but it will, Gramps. I bet we catch somebody and keep him there for 100 years. 1,000,000, maybe.
You know something? We better start eating some of them apples ourselves before they're all gone.
I'll get some. You'll let me down, won't you, Gramps?
Well, I reckon so, yeah.
Boost me up, Gramps.
Okay, boy. Easy now. 1, 2, up you go. Got the apples?
I got 'em, Gramps.
Yeah.
Great big red ones. Now, you know I can't get down until you let me.
My Lord and Miss Boopy Doop, you sure do beat the trolley cars, boy.
I wished it, Gramps.
Yeah, I reckon I did, boy. Well, in that case, I'm liable to keep you up there all week, maybe 100 years.
But thought you said I could come down before, Gramps.
Yeah, I changed my mind. Matter of fact, I might leave you there while I go down to Millball Park to pick up another frog for our collection.
Then I'm coming down.
Oh, but you can't, boy, 'cause you're under my magic spell.
Gramps!
Huh?
I can't let loose.
No, of course you can't. You can't go breaking my spells like that.
But honest, I can't, Gramps.
That's what I said.
Let me down, Gramps. Let me down, please. My arms is tired. Gramps! Gramps, let me go. Gramps! Gramps!
No, you're stuck now. Oh, what's the matter, boy?
Gramps, please, I really can't.
All right. All right, come down. I break the spell.
I couldn't let go, honest.
I thought you was just fooling.
I was fooling at first. Then my hands wouldn't move.
Doggone, boy. If I don't believe you really thought that tree could hold you. Well, come along. Let's go inside and see if Master's got lunch ready yet.
Gramps.
What?
There's that man again.
What man?
The one in the black coat. He's just going down the walk.
Oh, so it is. He must have come out of the side door of the house.
What's the matter, Gramps?
I don't know, boy. I got a sudden sort of a chill. Come on. We best go in and make sure Miss Nellie's all right. Miss Nellie? Miss Nellie?
Here comes Marcy downstairs.
Come quick.
What is it?
It's Miss Nellie.
What's wrong?
I'm not sure, but I think she's...
She's what? She's what? Speak up, girl.
I think she's dead. Mr. Northrop. Mr. Northrop.
Oh, hello there, Marcy. I must have dozed off. Ain't that remarkable, Marcy? For a minute, I dreamed it was last week. And Miss Nellie was alive. And Jim and Susan.
Supper's nearly ready.
Where's the boy?
He's playing out in back. Miss Riffle was over, so I sent him out.
What's she want?
We're just asking about your health. She's been here every day since the funeral.
That old hellion. Just waiting for me to die,
If you don't take care of yourself, you will. You haven't eaten enough for a bird, and you've got to keep your strength up.
All right, Marcy. I'll be in directly. Bud seems kind of lonesome lately, don't he?
Well, when you don't eat, he hardly touches a mouthful either, you know.
That's what Miss Nellie used to say. Julian, she'd say, that boy mimics everything you do.
He does, too.
Marcy, it's that Brink fella.
Brink?
He was here, Marcy. He come for her.
Who's Brink?
I reckon you didn't see him.
I don't know anybody by that name.
If only I'd got upstairs a little sooner.
Oh, you couldn't have known.
We had words. She died before I could take him back and say I was sorry.
She understood.
No. She died and she didn't forgive me.
She did. She would have forgiven you anything.
Gramps?
Oh, hello, Pud.
Oh, well, I guess I better set the table.
Can I sit here on the porch with you for a while, Gramps?
What makes you think you have to ask?
I don't know, Gramps. You seem so peculiar lately.
Well, I'm getting over that. We're going to have supper together.
I'm not hungry.
Oh, got to eat, boy. Got to keep up our strength. You see, there's only you and me now. Only me and you, boy. I figure we got to stick together, huh?
You're dang right, Gramps.
Shouldn't cuss, boy.
Why not? You do.
Well, I shouldn't either. Your granny didn't like it. We got to turn over a new leaf, Bud.
What for?
So your Aunt Dimitri won't keep saying I'm bad for you. Won't keep trying to get you away from me.
We'll kill her and we'll put her in the ground. We'll lower the coffin and we'll say ashes to ashes dust.
Boy,
Gramps, what's the matter? Marcy, come quick. Gramps is sick.
Mr. Northrop, what is it?
Nothing. Just a little spell. It'll pass.
Oh.
I reckon I ain't used to not smoking.
Oh, would you like your pipe?
No, I'd best not. Miss Nellie didn't like me to smoke.
Nonsense. She told me I was always to keep your pipe filled.
What? When?
Just before she died. I took her up a cup of tea and she caught my hand and she said... Now, wait a minute. I'll remember her exact words. She said, Marcy, you see that Julian always has his pipe.
Marcy, you ain't making this up to make me feel good.
I couldn't do that.
No, you couldn't. Give me the pipe, girl.
Right here.
Well, now.
Tastes good, Gramps?
Better than anything, boy.
I'll go in and finish supper. Will you be all right?
Fine.
Gramps,
What is it, boy?
look, coming up the walk.
What is it?
It's that man. That man in the black coat.
Is it, boy?
Gramps, why is your hand wiggling so when you hold your pipe?
Nothing, boy. I reckon I ain't been keeping up my strength like I should.
He's coming, Gramps. He's coming right up to the porch.
Good evening.
Well, what do you want?
You.
Can't I ever sit and smoke without you butting in?
I thought perhaps you might like to come with me now.
Now, look here, Mr. Brink. I ain't going with you at all. I'm going to stay right here with this young fella. You're about as welcome as a fly on a currant bun. So pack up and get, you understand?
Your similitudes are a bit earthy, but your meaning is clear.
My similitudes. You hear that, Pud? Fancy talk.
He sure talks funny, doesn't he, Gramps?
Now go on. Get off of my property.
Must you be so difficult, Mr. Northrop? Your wife was so charming to me when I came for her last week.
Miss Nellie, is she well?
Sorry, I can't tell you that. Only that she has changed.
Miss Nellie changed? That's what you think.
My dear man, let's not argue. Come along. Now, this time you can't fight me away.
Gramps, don't go and leave me.
Looks like I have to, boy.
No, Gramps,
Yep.
no.
Mr. Brink, before I go, I wonder, could I taste one last apple from this tree? I planted it when I was a boy, you know.
Well, it isn't done, but I suppose.
Thank you kindly. You wouldn't reach up there and get it for me, would you?
Well, I suppose I could do that.
Just step up on that low branch there. That's it. Now, I see just the one I want.
This one?
No. Climb up just a bit higher.
Here?
Little higher.
Gramps.
Hush, boy. Little higher now. That's fine.
This one?
No. Matter of fact, Mr. Brink, I don't want none of them. I got you up in that tree, and you're going to stay there till I say you can come down.
Hey, here, why, this is ridiculous.
Is it? You try getting down. Pray, boy, pray it works.
I can get down any time. I seem to be stuck.
Try to shake loose.
I certainly shall, Mr. Northrop.
Gramps, it worked. He's stuck. Look how he's shaking it. You got him, Gramps. You got him.
By golly, boy, I believe we have. I do believe we have.
In a moment, we will continue with Act Two of the Best Plays production of On Borrowed Time, starring Parker Fennelly and Mildred Natwick. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company. We return now to the Best Plays production of On Borrowed Time, starring Parker Fennelly and Mildred Natwick. Now, here again is John Chapman.
The modern theater is called realistic or naturalistic, and so it is most of the time. But at almost any season, you'll find plays that go venturing off into some world of imagination, of fancy, like the one we're hearing now. This season, we have Helen Hayes on Broadway and Mary Chase's delightful fantasy, Mrs. McThing. In 1938, we were specially lucky, for there was a stirring mixture of fact and fancy on the stage. There was such hard realism as Of Mice and Men and Golden Boy. But there also were worlds of make-believe to discover in Thornton Wilder's Our Town, Maxwell Anderson's The Star Wagon, Alfred Lunt and Lynn Fontanne having fun with the legendary Greek gods in Amphitryon 38. And, of course, there was On Borrowed Time, where a little boy has death himself held powerless in an apple tree. Act Two is ready, so let's listen now to what happens.
Dr. Evans.
Doctor, this is Demetria Riffle.
Oh, yes?
I hope I didn't disturb your sleep.
No, I usually sit awake all night waiting for calls, especially now around 1 in the morning.
I need your help, Doctor.
There's something wrong?
It's Julian.
Oh, heart?
No.
What is it?
Doctor, what would you say if I told you that Julian Northrop is out in his front yard right now building a fence around his apple tree?
At 1 in the morning?
Right now.
I'd say he'd gone completely crazy.
Well, he's out there.
Good Lord. And what does he say?
He says he has a man in the tree, a man named Mr. Brink.
Who's Brink?
Julian says he goes around taking people away with him when it's time for them to die.
Holy smokes. Are you sure he said that?
Not only that, Doctor, but he says that touching the tree is the only way anybody can die. There is no more death in the world until Julian lets Mr. Brink out of the tree.
Now look here, Demi. Do you think Julian really believes this, or was he just spoofing you?
Oh, I think it's pretty plain what's happened, Doctor. All this death in the family's touched him. He's an old man, and his mind suddenly snapped.
I find it hard to believe.
I called you so you'd come over and take a look for yourself.
Huh? Now, look, couldn't we make it in the morning?
Dr. Evans, my nephew Pud is living in that house. If Julian is insane, I intend to get the boy away from him before something terrible happens.
Well, I'm not a psychiatrist, Miss Dimitri, but I'll go over there. If I think Julian's out of his head, we'll get a court order and get the boy away. You meet me there in, say, 15 minutes.
Grasshopper sat on a railroad track, singing Polly Wolly Doodle all the day, picking his teeth with a carpet tack, singing Polly Wolly Doodle all the day. Yeah. Mr. Brink?
Yes?
Just making sure you're still up there.
Oh, I'm still here, Northrop.
Fine. I don't know what you had to go making yourself invisible for.
I think it's better that way. When the time comes, the right folks will be able to see me. Don't worry.
Time ain't coming till I decide.
I can wait.
Glad to hear it.
Julian?
What the devil is that old fusspot doing here this time of night?
Julian, I brought Dr. Evans.
I told you not to tell anybody.
Oh, it's all right, Northrop. I was interested, that's all. Dmitri tells me you've actually got somebody sitting up in that tree. Only we can't see him.
That's right.
And nobody in the world can die anymore.
Not unless they touch that tree, no.
Are you serious about this?
Would I be building a fence at 1 in the morning if I wasn't serious?
What makes you think a person will die if he touches that tree?
Because I see 2 stray cats and a dog touch it already tonight, and all 3 of them are stone dead.
I see. And you can talk to this Brink fellow?
I can.
Would you?
What for?
Well, I thought perhaps if you talked to him, you'd find out he wasn't there.
You don't believe me, eh? All right, by golly, I'll show you. Mr. Brink?
Sir?
See, he calls me sir.
There, he thinks someone is answering.
Humor him. Talk some more.
I hope you ain't mad at me, Mr. Brink.
I think I may be allowed some slight irritation.
Well, now, I had good reason for putting you up there. You see this old bag here? Her name is Dimitri Riffle.
Did you hear that?
Quiet.
You got her on your schedule yet?
Riffle?
Yeah.
No such name has come to my attention as yet.
Well, it better, Mr. Brink, because I'm going to keep you up there till it comes time for you to exterminate her.
My dear man, that may be a long time.
Well, that's how it's going to be. I ain't letting you down until there ain't no chance of her getting her hands on my little grandson.
Very well, Mr. Northrop, but I think you'll regret it.
I'll take my chances. Well, Doc, you satisfied now?
Yes. I'm satisfied that there's no one up there.
You mean you didn't hear him?
You were talking to yourself. And just to prove it to you, I'm going to pick an apple off that tree and eat it.
But you darn fool, after all I've been telling you has happened already.
I insist, Northrop. Now look out.
Doc, you make one move to touch that tree, and so help me, I'll brain you with this hammer.
Julian!
I mean it.
Doctor, look out!
All right, Northrop, all right. Now calm down. I just wanted to make sure you weren't joking.
Yeah, well, now you know I ain't.
Yes, now I know. Well, we'd better be getting along, Mr. Dimitri. I'll be by in the morning, Northrop.
Anytime you please.
Good night.
Good night. Oh, don't worry about any patients dying for a while yet. Well, Mr. Brink?
Well, Mr. Northrop.
Fence is all finished now. I'll see you in the morning.
In the morning.
Don't go away.
I won't.
Oh, the king of Amasonia wore a crown upon his seat.
How's that?
The King of Amasonia wore his crown on his seat.
You don't say. What'd you do to your finger?
I heard it when I was helping put away the tools this morning. But Marcy put a heap of tape on it, so I guess it's okay.
A heap of tape? I guess you mean adhesive tape, huh?
A heap of tape. Gramps.
Yes, boy?
Is he still up there? Mr. Brink, I mean.
Still up there.
Gosh.
Yeah, what is it, Marcy?
A couple of gentlemen inside to see you.
Gentlemen? See me?
Dr. Evans and some other man, I don't know. They came around the side.
I'll be right in. You stay out here, Bud. Don't go near that tree, do you hear?
Okay, Gramps.
Well, morning, Doc.
Northrop, this is Mr. Grimes.
Pleased to meet you.
Likewise.
I was telling Mr. Grimes about your tree.
Oh, I reckon you don't believe that he's up there either, Mr. Grimes.
Oh, sure, I believe it. I was just going to ask you to come along with me and meet a fellow at my place who wants to hear about it.
Oh, well, it's this way, Mr. Grimes. I don't want any more people knowing about this. You see, I want...
Northrop, there's no point in beating around the bush. I've got a court order here to take you to an insane asylum.
I want...
Now, it's this way, Northrop.
Demi put you up to this so she can get the boy.
There's no use fighting it, Northrop.
Listen, there ain't nothing wrong with me.
Now, are you coming along like a good fellow, or do I have to put a straitjacket on you?
You'd do that, would you?
Unless you're a good fellow.
Well, I reckon I might as well go along peaceful, then.
That's a good fellow.
Of course, I can't go without my badge.
What badge?
My veteran's badge. If I'm going to march up to that bug house, it's right in the desk drawer. I'll get it.
Now, Northrop.
It's all right, Doctor. You got to know how to handle them.
That's it. Here it is, right here. Now then.
Northrop, put down that gun.
Hold still.
Put it down.
You know, you got to humor a crazy person. If you don't humor me, it's liable to drive me plumb wild.
Now, be reasonable, Northrop.
That's just what I'm going to do. I ain't going to no bug house. And I ain't letting that old she-cat get pud. But I see I got to prove that what I've been saying in reference to a certain Mr. Brink ain't no poppycock.
You won't get away with this.
Maybe not. You got your medicine satchel, Doc?
Yes, I have it.
You maybe got some poison in there? Enough, say, to kill a fly?
Poison? Well, of course, but...
Good. I'm making a bargain with you, then. And you'd best take it, too, because otherwise I'm just liable to go wild as all get out.
What's the bargain?
Doc, you take the worst poison you got in that bag and put it in a tumbler. I'll catch a fly and put him in the poison. If that fly dies, I'll give myself up. But if he lives, you swear I'm sane, huh?
That's fair enough.
Can you trust him?
I think so, Mr. Grimes. Don't worry. I know darn well I can kill a fly.
No, you can't, Doc.
Northrop, if I can't kill a fly, I'll quit medicine.
Pour it out.
Okay. Okay.
Mr. Grimes, you get a fly. There's one on the window pane.
Okay.
There. Got him?
Right here.
I'm dropping in this tumbler.
You, got poison enough?
There's enough poison in this glass to kill a team of horses.
Okay. He's in.
Mm-hmm.
He ain't much of a swimmer, is he? How long you been practicing medicine, Doc?
51 years, and I can still kill a fly.
Well, you live and learn.
Take him out and put him on the table.
Looks kind of sick, don't he?
Never saw anything better than that fly, Northrop.
Wait a minute. Give him a chance.
Well, Doc?
He's dead. You can see for yourself.
Well, you've lost, Northrop. Now, come along, nice and peaceful.
Stick by the bargain, Northrop.
Looks like something's gone wrong.
I'll take the gun.
Wait a minute. He moved.
What?
That dang fly just moved.
Impossible.
Look for yourself. He's drunk as a lord, but, by gracious, he's moving right across that table.
God, you didn't give him enough poison.
I gave him enough for 1,000,000 flies.
Now do you believe what I've been telling you about Mr. Brink?
To heck with that. You put down that gun, Northrop. You're coming with me.
Hey.
I don't know what kind of trick this is, but I'm not falling for it.
Grimes, you promised.
I came to get him, and I'm going to do it.
So you still don't believe it, eh?
Put it down.
And you ain't going to keep your word. Well, by God, there's another way of proving it. Doc, if a man was shot right smack in the belly, he'd die, wouldn't he?
Northrop, don't do it.
You crazy fool.
Okay, Mr. Grimes. You're an experiment now.
Grimes, look out. Oh, you crazy fool. You've killed him. He'll be dead in an hour.
I don't think so, Doc. But I sure hope Mr. Brink stays up there. Because if he comes down now, I'm in one terrible fix.
Mr. Northrup.
What is it, Marcy?
Dr. Evans is back.
Where?
Out by the apple tree. He's got Sheriff Pilbeam with him.
The sheriff?
Mm-hmm.
Holy consternation. You don't suppose Mr. Grimes up and died?
I don't think so, but the two of them are acting kind of peculiar.
How's that?
They've got a fishing pole, and they're fishing through that fence you built around the apple tree.
Concerned fools. Let me get out there. What the tarnation is the matter with you two?
Oh, hello, Northrop. Better reel in, Sheriff.
Okay, Doc.
Dead?
Dead as a doornail. It makes 3 mice we've killed by just touching them against the tree.
Well, of course. Didn't I tell you?
Maybe the tree's poisoned.
That doesn't explain why Grimes is still alive. He should have died 3 hours ago.
You see, Doc?
Yeah, I see. Northrop, you can feel right proud of yourself.
What do you mean?
There's a man in my hospital who's been suffering for years, in constant pain.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Day before yesterday, I decided to operate on him. The operation was a failure. He's in more pain than he ever was. I expect the best thing would be death.
Well, I'm sorry, Doc.
Then there's that nice old lady in 2C, Mrs. Trenner.
The one that used to keep all the dogs?
That's right.
Say, I forgot all about her.
Everybody has. She's been in that bed for 6 years with only one idea. To die as soon as possible. This is just happening in one small hospital in a small town. In Gainesville, they have 2 hospitals. There are thousands in the world. And they're full of people just like that.
Now, Doc, Sheriff, I'm right sorry for them people. But if you're trying to get me to let Mr. Brink out of this tree, you're on the wrong track.
Think about it for a minute. No more death. Nobody died last night. Nobody's going to die tonight or tomorrow.
I don't give a hoot. Brink is up there and he's going to stay there.
Okay, Northrop. We're going. Oh, by the way, did you ever see a man 100 years old?
What are you driving at?
By the time Bud's a young man, you'll be about that age.
Say, if I ever get like that, I'd let Mr. Brink come and get me. I ain't ever going to be no nuisance to Pud.
Okay, Northrop. But I warn you, I'm going to do everything I can to make you take him down today. And so is the sheriff.
Right.
And, I thank you for not letting me eat that apple.
You can have one now if you want it.
I think you'll regret that I didn't eat it before I'm finished. Oh, come on, Sheriff.
Mr. Brink?
Yes?
If I let you come down, I'm the first to go, eh?
That's correct, Mr. Northrop.
Do you think what Doc said is right? You think I might become a nuisance to Pud?
I think so, my good man.
Yeah.
Here comes Casey, bingity bing. Ow, look out, I'm an express train. Choo, choo. Out of my way, Gramps. Here comes Casey Jones.
Hey there, watch out.
Boom. Help.
I got you. Now, I ain't going to let you go till I get a hug.
Okay, Gramps.
Do you love me, boy?
I love you, Gramps. Better than Casey Jones, anyway.
See who that is, Marcy. Well?
It's Miss Demetria. The sheriff and Dr. Evans are with her.
I'll see him outside. I don't want that woman inside my house. Well. What brings this delegation?
I'm here because Dr. Evans asked me to come, Julian.
Northrop, the sheriff here has a paper on you.
What kind of paper?
Read it, Sheriff. Skip the hogwash. Read the important part. Whereas Dr. James Evans, having testified that Julian Northrop is incapable of managing himself or his property, it is the order of this court that he be committed to the Gainesville Institution for the Insane.
What?
According to the laws of this state. And it is further ordered that custody of the child, John Guilford Northrop, known as Pud, be awarded to his aunt, Demetria Ripple.
So, that's your game.
That's my game, Northrop.
I warned you.
I'll be good to the boy while you're in the asylum, Julian.
Come along, Northrop.
Pretty smart, ain't you, Doc? You figure I'll let Mr. Brink down before I'd go to the asylum.
That's what I figured.
Well, you just figure wrong. Because I've just about decided that I ain't so good for Pud anyways. Now, if you'll give me a minute with the boy, I'll come along with you.
No tricks now.
I just want to talk to him. I'll be out in a minute.
I don't know.
No, let him go in, Sheriff.
Okay, Doc.
Pud,
What's up, Gramps?
sit down here, boy.
Sure, Gramps. What's the matter?
Pud, I'm going away.
Going away, but where?
Where the woodbine twineth, or thereabouts.
But why?
Well, Pud, you see, I'm getting to be a pretty old man now, and I'm kind of tired.
Let's lie down and rest then, Gramps.
It ain't quite that simple, boy.
I'll go with you. No matter where it is, I'll go with you, Gramps.
No, you can't go with me.
But I want to. I love you, Gramps. Don't go away.
You shouldn't love me that much, boy. You see, Pud, I've been thinking things over. Maybe it ain't such a good thing you're living with me anymore.
Oh, Gramps.
And you know, maybe your Aunt Dimitri, she ain't as much of a pissmire as we thought she was.
Gramps.
No, sir. Maybe if you was to go and live with her... What's the matter, boy? Why are you pulling away from me like that?
Don't you love me anymore, Gramps?
Of course I do. It's just that I got to go away.
But I'll go with you.
No, you can't, boy.
Please, Gramps,
No,
please.
no.
Then I don't love you anymore. I don't. I'm going away from here. I'm going far away.
Pud! Oh.
Ready, Northrop?
In a minute. Demi,
Yes, Julian?
Demi, honest to God, will you be good to Pud?
I'll be good to him, Julian.
Will you see he gets some fun out of life?
I will.
Will you not keep hugging him all the time like you do?
I'll be good to Pud, Julian. You don't have to worry. I have wonderful plans for him.
Such as what?
Well, I'm going to start right in getting him ready for next year's term.
How do you mean getting him ready?
I'll start teaching him the work, so when he starts his new grade, he'll be ahead of the others.
Ain't you going to let him play any?
Of course he'll have his play period, but now he'll have education, too. I'll begin to form his mind.
His mind is forming all right as 'tis.
He needs to learn to behave nicely. I'll teach him to say no, sir, and yes, sir, to curtsy when old...
Curtsy?
By the time Miss Ramsdell's school
Miss
opens...
Rams? That's a girls' school.
Not anymore. They're going to have 3 little boys next year.
Oh, you're going to make that boy into a sissy. By God, you still are a pissmire.
Don't try anything, Northrop. You're still coming with me.
You think so, Sheriff?
I know so.
Mr. Brink!
Who's he talking to?
This may be what we're waiting for. Let him talk.
Well, Mr. Brink, kind of looks like the time has come.
Yes, the time has come now.
I expect you're ready.
As soon as you say the word.
I hope you won't hold it against me. The only reason I kept you there was to keep Demi from getting the boy.
I've taken that into consideration.
I was going to let you down just as soon as you had word to take her.
I know, but there's been no call for her yet. Probably won't be for years.
What's that? You say you were supposed to take Dimitri an hour ago?
Good heavens.
No, I said I probably won't take her for years.
Oh, my God, Mr. Brink, why didn't you say so?
But I'm not supposed to take her.
Northrop, did he really say he was taking Demi?
Yes, says he was supposed to take Demi an hour ago.
Oh, no, it can't be.
It changes everything.
Doctor, it isn't really so, is it?
I'm afraid he's really got death up that tree, Miss Dimitri. If your time has come...
But he can't.
Northrop.
By the way, Mr. Brink, after you take Demi, I wonder if you could just slip the sheriff in for good measure.
Hey!
The old stiff is trying to take me to the nut house.
Northrop, this is practically murder.
Mr. Northrop, if you please.
Mr. Brink's talking to me again. Yes, Mr. Brink?
This is the wildest absurdity I've ever heard. You know perfectly well I have no authority to take these people.
You say you'll take the sheriff, too. Well, I appreciate that, Mr. Brink.
Julian!
Mr. Brink's awful angry.
Northrop, when I get down from this tree, so help me.
Well, goodbye, Doc. Demi, Sheriff, you'd best line up now. Come on, line up, everybody. Here we go. Off to glory.
Stop him. Somebody stop him.
Hold on, Northrop. For God's sake, hold on a second.
Northrop, stop it. Stop it. We'll do anything you want us to.
I'll tear up the court order. Look. There.
Good. And you, Demi, will you keep your hands off the boy?
I will, Julian, I will.
And keep the howling blue blazes away from me, too? You promise?
I will. I'll keep the howling blue blazes away from you, too.
All right, Mr. Brink. Anybody else tries to make me let you down, you take them, too.
I will not!
Thank you very much, sir. Now, you three vultures, you get out of here. I'm going to stay and take care of Pud. And I don't care if the whole world goes to blazes. Go on now, go on. Good riddance. Well, that's done. Marcy? Marcy?
Yes, Mr. Northrop?
You seen Pud?
No, he ran off when I called to him.
I hurt his feelings too much, I reckon. Well, you run over to Jimmy's house, see if he's there. I'll look around back. Mr. Brink, you stay right there.
Poor man.
What's that you say?
I said, poor man.
I don't know what you mean by that, but I don't like the way you said it. Pud! Pud, where are you? Where are you, Pud?
Well, hello there, Pud.
Hello, Mr. Brink.
Your Gramps and Marcy are looking for you.
I don't care.
What's the matter?
They don't love me anymore.
What are you going to do?
Run away?
Well, you're not big enough to run away, my little man.
I am so, and I'm not your little man. I'll spit in your eye.
I'm afraid you couldn't reach
I
me.
could, Joan. I could climb up on that fence.
You'd be
I
afraid.
would not, you big squasher hopper shoppers.
I see you can make up words, too.
I can do anything.
Except climb this fence.
I could do it with one hand.
Let's see.
All right.
You'll never get up on that side. Better come around here. It's much easier.
Ouch!
What happened?
I scratched my hand on the fence. I have to get some heat protector.
Baby calf, afraid of a little scratch.
Who's a baby calf? I'll show you. First, one foot up here, then...
Splendid. Come on now. Just a little more. Get one leg over. There. You're up.
Gosh, I can see far from up here.
Can you see me now, Pud?
Yes. Gee, why do you make your voice so whispery, Mr. Brink?
Do you like it?
Yes.
Good. Look at me.
Gee, you've got funny eyes, Mr. Brink. They make me dizzy. You've got ghost eyes.
Look at me again. That's right. Keep on looking at me. Now, give me your hand. Lean forward. A little more. A little more. Now.
I'm falling! Grab! Gramps.
Right here, boy. I got you in my arms.
Where am I, Gramps?
On the porch, near the tree.
I fell.
I know.
It hurts, Gramps. I want a heap of tape, Gramps. My back hurts terrible.
Hush, boy. Don't try to talk. Mr. Brink?
Yes?
Pud's in terrible pain. I think his back's broke. Why did you let him do it, Mr. Brink? Why?
My dear man, I didn't mean to hurt the boy. I just meant to take him. It was the only way. He slipped before I could touch it.
Couldn't you have found some other way?
The boy was my only hope of getting down. You see, I want you to understand what it means to you and your world to deny me. Already they are beginning to feel the bewilderment, the pain, the sorrow. It gets worse every hour.
I guess I tried to bite off more than I could chew.
Much more.
Gramps, my back.
Steady, boy. Mr. Brink?
Yes?
Would you come down, please, and take us both?
Gladly.
Gramps, a heap of tape. My back hurts terrible.
Just a minute now, boy. Just a minute. You down yet, Mr. Brink?
Just 1 second. There. Now,
I'll just touch you. No. First, you, Mr. Northrop.
Say, Pud feels light as a feather now.
Now, Pud.
Hello, Mr. Brink.
Hello, Pud.
Are we dead, Gramps?
Must be. I feel like a 2-year-old. How do you feel?
I feel like a 2-year-old too, Gramps.
Mr. Brink, why didn't you tell me it was going to be like this?
My dear man, I've been trying to tell you how pleasant it is, but you wouldn't listen. Come along, both of you.
Where are we going, Gramps?
Yeah. My golly, where are we going, Mr. Brink?
You'll find out.
How long will we be there?
For eternity.
How long is eternity, Gramps?
Right smart piece of time, boy.
Anyway, we'll be together, won't we, Gramps?
You're dang right we will.
Julian?
Julian Northrop? Do you have to use such language in front of the boy?
Miss Nellie. Mr. Brink, I thought you said she'd changed.
You have just heard the Best Plays production of On Borrowed Time by Paul Osborne, starring Parker Fennelly and Mildred Natwick. And here is your host, drama critic John Chapman, with a closing word.
Wherever they are now, Gramps and little Pud are not deaded. Nor will they be, so long as there is a theater somewhere. It was a privilege to bring you this best play by Paul Osborne. And I might add that Mr. Osborne has another success on Broadway right now, Point of No Return. Next Sunday, for a change of pace in this series, we'll bring you what I consider the best thriller of the modern American theater, Patrick Hamilton's Angel Street. The company will include the stars who played in the Broadway production, Vincent Price, Judith Evelyn, and Melville Cooper, with Elizabeth Eustace and Marjorie Maud. This is Chapman saying goodbye until then.
On Borrowed Time by Paul Osborne was adapted for radio by George Leffert. Supporting Parker Fennelly and Mildred Natwick were David Anderson as Pud, Agnes Young as Demetria, Peter Capell as Mr. Brink, Terry Keane as Marcy, Louis Van Ruten as Dr. Evans, Carl Weber as the Sheriff, and Bill Griffiths as Grimes. Ed King directed. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Mutual presents The Mysterious Traveler.
This is The Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can, as you hear the story I call Murder in Jazz Time. Tonight, we're going to delve into the strange and confusing events in the life of Alexander Drake. But what person can tell you of these events better than Alex Drake himself? As our story begins, Drake is seated at a small table, staring at several blank sheets of writing paper. Slowly he picks up a pen, hesitates, and starts to write.
I scarcely know at what point to begin telling of the things that have happened to me these past months. I suppose I should begin with Vicky. Vicky, who I have loved ever since we were children. If my love was never returned by her, I was content to wait, ever hopeful that someday she would reciprocate my feelings. We saw a great deal of each other after she graduated college, and I watched with interest as she embarked upon a singing career. Success came to Vicky quickly and smoothly, as all things did. She sang with several name bands and then became a star attraction at the swankier nightclubs. Several years passed, and then one night, as I had always dreamed of it happening, Vicky agreed to marry me. That was the happiest moment of my life. A week later, we were married and driving to New Orleans on our honeymoon. Happy, darling?
Oh, yes, Alex, yes.
No regrets about giving up your career?
None at all.
Oh, it's good of you to say that, Vicky. I'll try to make it up to you.
Oh, no, really, Alex. Giving up my career isn't any sacrifice. For a long time now, I've known that I wasn't very good.
Not very good? Why, you were getting $1,000 a week at the Casablanca. And look at the way your recordings are selling.
Oh, let's face it, Alex. I have a nice voice. I'm fairly attractive. And thanks to fine publicity, I've come a long way. But I'm not really a very good singer.
Oh, nonsense. I think you're a wonderful singer.
That's because you're in love with me, darling. But I know better. Take, for example, that recording of Easy Living that I made.
That was one of the best things you ever did.
Yes, Alex, it was. But have you ever heard the recording that Billie Holiday made of that number?
No, I don't think I have.
Well, if you had heard it, you'd know the difference between good singing and really great singing.
You mean she was so much better?
Yes, Alex. And if I can't be a top blues singer, then I won't sing at all.
Oh, Vicky, you're young yet. It takes time.
No, Alex. You either have it or you don't.
I see. Is that why you decided to give up your career? Marry me?
Yes, darling.
I'm glad you told me. Oh, look, Vicky, that sign. Only 37 miles to New Orleans.
Oh, wonderful. At last I'm going to see New Orleans. You don't know how long I've waited for this.
Why all this enthusiasm for New Orleans?
Why, Alex, New Orleans is the birthplace of jazz. Think of all the great musicians and singers who've come from there and the wonderful jazz they created. People like Willie Johnson, Bertha Hill, and Jack Simmons. And just think, Jeff Becker is still in New Orleans, and we can hear him play.
He's the fellow that owns the famous waterfront cafe, isn't he?
Oh, Alex, Jeff Becker isn't famous because he owns a cafe. Why, he's one of the great names of jazz. Many critics think he's the finest jazz pianist who ever lived.
Forgive my ignorance, darling. I'm afraid I'm just a long hair at heart. Tell me, if this fellow Jeff Becker is as great as you say, how come I haven't heard more about him?
Because he's always refused to leave New Orleans. He's had some fabulous offers to play in New York, but he's turned them all down. That's why he isn't widely known. But real lovers of jazz come from all over the country to hear Jeff Becker play at his cafe.
Well, then I guess there isn't any question as to where we're going tonight. Jeff Becker's it is. An hour later, we were in New Orleans and registered at a hotel. Early that evening, Vicky and I had supper at Antoine's, and then we left for Jeff Becker's cafe. As we drove, Vicky was unable to hide the excitement she felt. Jeff Becker's cafe turned out to be a long, rambling, shabby building with a balcony that ran the length of it and hung over the river. The inside of the cafe was as unpretentious as the outside. There were 40 ancient tables or so, a small bandstand, and an equally small dance floor. A mahogany bar ran the length of one wall with a long mirror behind it reflecting the shabbiness of the cafe. As we were seated, a few musicians began to drift in and take their places on the bandstand. Vicky whispered excitedly to me the names of the musicians, whom she seemed to know without ever having seen before. And suddenly, Vicky clutched at my arm.
Alex, look. There's Jeff Becker.
Where?
There he is, walking towards the piano.
That little sandy-haired man?
Yes. That's Jeff Becker.
I stared at him and felt somewhat disappointed. For no good reason whatsoever, my imagination had led me to see Jeff Becker as an impressive-looking individual, whereas in reality he was a slight man, being no more than 5'5", with a plain, undistinguished-looking face. He looked a good deal younger than the 50 he was reputed to be. There were two very attractive-looking women with him, both of whom followed his every move as he sat down at his piano. The talk and the laughter in the cafe died out, and Jeff Becker and his men began to play.
Oh, Alex, isn't he wonderful?
Yes, Vicky, he is. He really is.
Alex, look. He's coming this way.
Yes, he seems to be coming to our table.
Good evening, Miss Saunders. Welcome to New Orleans.
Why, thank you, Mr. Becker. Thank you very much.
Just call me Jeff. Only tourists call me Mr. Becker.
All right, Jeff. Oh, this is my husband, Alex Drake.
Glad to meet you.
How do you do? Won't you join us?
Sorry, no. I only have a minute. The boys and me got some playing to do.
I've heard Brown B. Boogie played before, but never as wonderfully as you do it.
Thanks very much, Vicky.
How did you know who I was?
I've seen pictures of you.
Have you ever heard my wife sing, Jeff?
Yes, I have. Well, I gotta be getting back to work. It's been nice meeting you folks. See you around.
Yes, of course. Huh. An abrupt sort of fellow, isn't he?
He was being tactful, darling, not abrupt. He was afraid you might ask him what he thought of my singing.
Well, what's wrong with my asking him that?
Oh, nothing. Only it would have made Jeff Becker unhappy to have told you the truth about my singing.
Well, anyway, I still think you're great.
Thank you, darling. Oh, look. They're going to play now.
We sat listening to the magic of Jeff Becker's music for hours. When I suggested to Vicky that we leave, she refused, insisting that we remain until closing time, which was 4 a.m. The next evening found us once again at Jeff's cafe, and again we remained until closing. Try as I might, I couldn't get Vicky interested in the sights of New Orleans and the fascinating swamp country nearby. Night after night, despite my protests, we would end up at Jeff's cafe. Life to Vicky came to revolve around these nightly visits, and all else seemed unreal to her. Soon, even I lost track of time. Weeks passed, and then one night at closing time, Jeff Becker came over to our table. For the first time since the night we'd met.
Howdy, folks. Glad to see you still with us.
Hello, Jeff.
Well, how do you folks like New Orleans? Having a good time?
Frankly, we've seen very little of New Orleans outside of this cafe.
Well, just between us, there ain't very much more to see.
I agree. Oh, dear, it's closing time already. No sooner do we get here than it's time to go home.
Well, if you'd like to hear more music, why not stay on? The boys and me always have a small session after closing hours.
Well, thanks very much, Jeff, but I'm afraid that we really must...
Oh, we'd love to stay on, Jeff. It's wonderful of you to ask us.
Glad to have you. See you around.
Vicky, enough is enough. We've been here since 9 o'clock.
Alex, you don't understand. It's an honor to have Jeff ask you to stay on. Few people get that invitation.
Well, I'm duly appreciative, believe me, but 7 hours is enough of this place for one night. Now, come along, Vicky. Let's go back to the hotel.
No, I want to stay for this session.
Vicky, I think I've been more than reasonable. Coming here night after night for weeks. Now it's about time I got my way. I insist we leave.
I won't go, I tell you. I'm staying here. If you want to go back to the hotel, don't let me keep you.
As Vicky screamed at me, for a brief flashing moment, I almost imagined I'd seen hate in her eyes. The shock of that moment was like a revelation. Suddenly, I realized that Vicky had changed, that I was losing her. Her face, as she listened to the music, was like the faces of the musicians, and Jeff Becker's himself. Their emotion laid bare, by turns ecstatic, impassioned, unresisting. I was an outsider looking in on a way of life of which I could never be part. The lateness of the hour, the smoke-filled room, and my confused thoughts were too much for me, and I fell asleep with my head on the table. I have no idea how long I slept, but when I awoke, it was daylight. I became aware of a woman singing. I looked up. I saw it was Vicky. Vicky standing by the piano, singing to Jeff Becker.
Since it is a dancing floor just for
Jeff?
I don't know, Vicky.
What's wrong?
Hard to say.
Oh.
Vicky, jazz was born in these parts. And it came from the people. The people who worked on the levees, the river side-wheelers, and in the fields. It was part of the bone and flesh of old-timers like Willie Johnson and Joe Fletcher. They played jazz the way it was in their hearts. A singer like Chippy Hill just stepped up, clapped her hands, and gave out with the blues. That's what made it great. They played and sang as they felt.
I see.
Second-rate musicians picked up something that was fine and clean and took it to the big cities in the north. But they weren't playing for the sake of music. They were playing for greenbacks.
And is that what's wrong with my singing?
Afraid so. I reckon you had too many teachers, Vicky, and they all taught you to sing by the book. It may be popular, but it ain't good.
Do you think it's too late to go back?
Hard to say, Vicky. Do you want to start all over?
Oh, yes, Jeff, yes. Would you let me stay on here and sing with your band?
Well, if you feel...
No, Vicky.
Alex!
You're not singing with the band. We're leaving New Orleans at once.
Alex, be reasonable. You
It's
know
no use, Vicky. We're leaving New Orleans today, and that's final. I'll get your suitcases from the closet, Vicky, so that you can start packing.
I tell you, Alex, I'm not leaving New Orleans. Not only am I staying, but I'm going to sing with Jeff Becker's band.
Vicky, are you blind? Can't you see what's happening? You're losing all sense of perception, of values. Life to you has come to mean only Jeff Becker's cafe.
I don't care. That's where I belong, where I really feel alive. If you loved jazz, felt about it the way I do, you'd understand.
I do understand, but there are other things besides Jeff Becker and his music.
Not for me, there aren't.
Now, here's a suitcase. Start packing.
It's no use, Alex. I'm not leaving.
You'll have to choose between Jeff Becker and myself, Vicky.
Well, I'm sorry it's come to this, Alex. But I'm still going to sing with Jeff Becker's band.
It was at that moment I knew that I had lost Vicky. As she turned away from me, an overwhelming hatred for Jeff Becker surged up within me. Had he been in the room at that moment, I would have killed him without any hesitation. I left the hotel, walked the streets of New Orleans. I knew that Vicky would never be mine as long as Jeff Becker were alive. And I also knew that I couldn't go on without Vicky. There was only one answer. I returned to the hotel, told Vicky I would remain in New Orleans with her. Night after night, we continued going to that waterfront cafe. And each night after the place had closed, Vicky would sing with the band. As I listened to Vicky sing, even I, who knew very little of music, could sense that her singing was superb. The musicians in the band looked at her approvingly and accepted her as one of themselves. Under Jeff Becker's almost hypnotic guidance, she sang with warmth and feeling. And as much as I hated Jeff Becker, I couldn't help but admire his genius for bringing out talent. The music ended, and Jeff rose from the piano and patted Vicky on the shoulder encouragingly. He left the bandstand and started walking through the cafe towards his office in the back. This was the moment I had long waited for. I quickly eased out of my chair, which was in a darkened part of the cafe, and slipped out into the balcony. I then ran quietly along the balcony until I reached the French door that opened into Jeff Becker's office. I got there just as Jeff sat down at his desk. He was alone. I opened the door and stepped into his office.
Oh. Hello, Alex. What can I do for you?
I've come for my wife.
Your wife? But Vicky isn't in here.
Vicky is wherever you are, and I can't have that, Jeff. She's got to be mine.
She is yours. You know that.
No, she belongs to you now. She said as much. As long as you're alive, Vicky will never be mine. I know that.
You're wrong, Alex. Believe me. It's music.
She's got to be mine.
She's got to be. Alex, no.
I felt Jeff's body go limp in my hands. And I knew he was dead. I quickly picked up his slight body in my arms and carried it out to the balcony. There was no one in sight. I leaned over the balcony rail and dropped Jeff's body. It fell into the river with a small splash and was gone. I quietly walked to the other end of the balcony and slipped into my seat in the darkened cafe. The musicians and Vicky were still on the bandstand talking, and I knew they hadn't missed me during the few minutes I'd been gone. The ordeal was over. A week passed, and Jeff Becker's disappearance was the talk of New Orleans. The police questioned everyone, but were unable to solve the mystery. Vicky was inconsolable and locked herself in her room at the hotel, refusing to see anyone.
Who is it?
It's Alex, darling. Please let me in. Darling, you can't stay in your room like this day after day. You know it isn't good for you. Vicky, let's leave New Orleans. Go to New York.
No, I'm going to wait until Jeff comes back.
Vicky, Jeff isn't coming back.
What? What do you mean?
A body was found floating in the Gulf this morning. The police think it's Jeff's body.
Oh, no!
After a week in the water, naturally, it was hard to identify.
Jeff! Dead?
Yes, darling. It's in all the papers.
Oh, Alex!
You mustn't cry, darling. Here, let me wipe your tears. Don't you think it would be better if we left New Orleans?
All right, Alex. Anything you say.
A few days later, we were back in New York. There was snow on the ground, and the air was invigorating. What had happened in New Orleans seemed like a dream, a bad dream. At first, Vicky was melancholy, but as days passed, she grew better, and I felt confident that in time she'd be her old self. We saw all the shows in town and dined at the finest restaurants. And then one night I took her to Carnegie Hall to hear the Philharmonic Orchestra. Here, darling, here's the program.
Thank you.
Oh, I see they're going to play the Rachmaninoff First Piano Concerto with Andre Duval as soloist. You've always liked that concerto, haven't you?
Yes, Alex.
Look, Duval's just come up on stage. Young, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
Happy?
Alex, they're going to play now.
As I sat there in that great concert hall listening to the orchestra, I became aware of discordant playing. I looked at Vicky, at other concert goers, but none seemed aware of it. The discordancy grew. And then suddenly I realized it wasn't the music of Rachmaninoff I was hearing. It was the music of Jeff Becker, being played faster and faster, louder and louder. I fought the impulse to scream out. As I put my hands to my ears, I became aware of my arm being shaken. It was Vicky.
Alex, what's the matter with you?
Vicky, the music. Listen to it.
Alex, be quiet. Everyone is looking at us.
I can't stand it anymore. Let's get out of here.
All right, Alex, but please be quiet. Everybody's looking at us.
Hurry, Vicky, hurry. Oh, it's gone. Thank goodness I can't hear it anymore.
What's gone?
The music.
Alex, you aren't making any sense. We came to the concert to hear music. What's wrong with you?
Wrong? Nothing. Nothing at all. I just suddenly felt ill in there and had to get out.
Perhaps we'd better see a doctor. You look so pale.
No, I'm all right now.
Are you sure?
Yes. Let's go home now, Vicky, huh? All the way home, I kept thinking of the amazing hallucination I'd had. Obviously, it was the result of the mental strain I had undergone in New Orleans. But with sufficient rest and relaxation, I would soon forget the horrible events that had occurred there. Arriving home, I went to bed, but found it difficult to fall asleep. Hours later, I drifted off into an uneasy sleep, and then I started dreaming. I dreamt that I was in Jeff Becker's cafe, and the only people there were Jeff and myself. He was seated at the piano playing, smiling at me. I walked over to the bandstand, and he spoke to me.
Hello, Alex. How do you like this number? Pretty good for a dead man, huh?
You can't play if you're dead.
Yes, I can, Alex. You hear my music, don't you?
Yes, I do.
You're always going to hear it, Alex, always, because my music will never die. Even if you did kill me, it'll go on and on.
No! Stop! No! I don't want to hear it! Stop! Stop!
Alex, wake up! Alex, wake up! Wake up! Alex.
What?
Alex, what is it?
What is it?
You were having a nightmare. You screamed and woke me up.
Yes. I remember now.
What were you dreaming about?
New Orleans.
New Orleans?
Yes. Go back to sleep now, Vicky. I'm all right. I'm all right, I said to her. But I wasn't. That was the beginning of a series of nightmares and hallucinations in which I heard Jeff Becker playing that accursed music of his. When an attack came, I would flee from room to room, pressing my fingers against my ears, but there was no escape. I could hear the rhythmic pounding of Jeff Becker's music in my head, growing louder and louder, relentlessly hammering away. I knew that it would only be a question of time before he drove me mad. I fought for my sanity with the...
Good morning, Mr. Drake. How are you feeling today? Oh, I see you've done quite a bit of writing. Good. I'm glad you followed my suggestion.
It's all written down, Doctor. Everything that happened to me.
It's fine, Mr. Drake. I'm sure it'll be of great help to both of us. Do you feel in the mood for a visitor?
A visitor?
Yes, your wife.
Yes, I'd like to see Vicky.
She's just outside. I'll have her come in. Will you come in now, Mrs. Drake?
Hello, Alex. How are you, darling?
Vicky. Oh, it's good to see you again and have you near me.
Oh, Alex. Dr. Mitchell says that you're much better.
Yes, I'm much better.
Doctor, will you tell him?
Yes, Mr. Drake.
Tell me what?
Well, won't you sit down, Mr. Drake? Yeah, that's it. Now, what I'm going to tell you will come as a shock, but I'm hopeful it'll rid you of the hallucinations you suffer from.
Yes, Doctor?
Mr. Drake, you did not murder Jeff Becker.
But I did. I choked him until he was dead, and then I threw him into the river.
No, Mr. Drake. Jeff Becker was not dead when you threw him into the river. He was only unconscious, and the water revived him.
His body made a splash, a small splash.
Jeff Becker is alive. He was picked up by a fishing trawler going to sea. Do you understand, Mr. Drake? Jeff Becker is alive. Will you come in, please?
I didn't want to do it, but he made me.
Hello, Alex. How are you?
No! You're dead! You're dead, do you hear? But your music, it goes on and on. I can't get away from your music. It follows me everywhere.
Doctor, can't you do something?
I'm afraid we've failed again. This feeling of guilt is overwhelming. However, we shan't give up.
It's getting louder and louder, and I can't escape from it. Stop it! Stop it!
This is the mysterious traveler again. Too bad about poor Alex, wasn't it? It just goes to prove you may be able to escape the law, but there's always your conscience to reckon with. What happened to Alex? Oh, he finally responded to medical treatment, and today he and Vicky are a very happy couple. However, there are still two things Alex can't stand. Jazz and the sight of rivers. He's strictly a long hair these days. Now, I recall another young man once who decided that 2 murders are better than 1. And so... Oh, you have to get off here. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at the same time.
You have just heard The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. All characters in tonight's story were fictitious, and any resemblance to the names of actual persons was purely coincidental. In tonight's cast were Maurice Toplin, Frank Behrens, Joan Alexander, and John Gibson. All recordings heard in this program were played by Miss Hazel Scott and may be found in her latest album, Great Scott. Organ music was played by Paul Taubman. Sound by George Cooney, broadcast engineer Al King. The Mysterious Traveler is written, produced, and directed by Robert J. Arthur and David Cogan. Listen next week to a tale titled
The Little Man Who Wasn't There.
Another strange and suspenseful tale of the Mysterious Traveler. This program has come to you from our New York studios. Another program of tense and dramatic action will follow in just a minute. Stay tuned to the station for Official Detective. Carl Caruso speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
And now, tonight's presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Tonight, Suspense brings you a repeat performance of one of the most controversial plays ever presented over your radio. It is called 0 Hour by Ray Bradbury. After the initial performance, a great number of letters were received. Some comments were highly complimentary, and an almost equal number were not. However, because so many of you did write asking to hear this provocative work of fiction again, we present it, and hope that those of you who have not heard it before will write us your opinion. So now, starring Miss Isa Ashdown, here is tonight's suspense play, 0 Hour.
What a game. Such excitement they hadn't known in years. Mink talked earnestly to someone near the rose bush, though no one was there. Then the 2 little girls, shouting, laughing at each other. Such fun, such tremulous joy. Mink ran into the house all dirt and sweat. For her few years, she was loud and strong and definite. And her mother, Mrs. Morris, peeling vegetables at the sink, watched with amusement as her daughter threw into a sack old pots and tools and things which were relegated to child play.
Oh, my goodness, Mink, what's going on?
Oh, the most exciting game ever, just ever.
Oh?
It's all right, I take these things, Mom.
Well, just don't dent them and it's all right.
Thanks, Mom, we won't. Bye.
All right, dear. Oh, what's the name of the game, dear?
Invasion.
Invasion?
Invasion. And in the garden now, a serious concentration. Mink with an assortment of pots, pans, and wrenches, forks, spoons. And her friend Anna, a little younger, tongue in teeth, taking notes on a pad.
This, and this. What's it say next? Wait a minute, Mink. Well, hurry up. 4, 9, 7, A and B and X. 4, 9, 7, A and B and X. A fork and a string and a hexagonal. A fork and a string and a hexagonal. What do we do next, Mr. Drill?
And then Mink talking to the rosebush again. And to her own satisfaction, at least, receiving some kind of answer which she relayed to Anna.
Triangle. How do you spell it? Oh, any old way. Doesn't matter. Now write beam. I haven't got triangle yet. Well, hurry. 0 hours by 5 o'clock. We haven't got all day.
Then time out from invasion for lunch. Mink bolted down the soup and coincidentally crammed a sandwich into her mouth.
Now you slow down, Mink. Whatever's waiting will wait a few minutes longer.
But I can't. Drill's waiting for me.
Drill? Well, that's a peculiar name. Is he a new boy in the neighborhood, dear?
He's new, all right.
Well, I don't think I've ever seen him. Which one is Drill?
Oh, he's just around. You'll make fun. Everybody makes fun. All the kids do.
Well, I don't think that's very nice. Is Drill shy?
Well, yes, in a way. I don't know. I gotta go now, Mama, if we're gonna have the invasion.
Now, you finish your milk, miss. Who's invading what?
Martians invading Earth from up there.
Oh, I see. And, Drill's a Martian?
I think so. He's had a very hard time getting here.
I should imagine.
They couldn't figure out a way to attack Earth. How to get in or something. And Drill says they have to do it by surprise. And even get help from your enemy.
Oh, a fifth column, huh?
Uh-huh. And all this time they haven't been able to figure out how to attack until one day they thought of children.
Well, that was bright of them.
And they thought of how grown-ups are so busy, they never look under rose bushes or on lawns.
Oh, that's where Drill is now, under the rose bush?
Uh-huh, with all his friends, too. And there's something about kids under 11 with imagination. It's real funny to hear Drill talk.
Well, it must be. You better run along out if you want to have your invasion before dark. Oh, and bath tonight. School tomorrow, you know.
Drill says I won't have to take any more baths.
Oh, he does he?
And we can stay up till 10 o'clock.
Well, your friend Mr. Drill had better mind his P's and Q's, or I'm going to call up his mother.
That's just it. Drill says you're dangerous because you don't believe in Martians. Just like you think Drill's a kid. Well, he's not. And they're going to let us run the world when they get in. All of us kids. And I might even be queen.
Well, that's nice, dear. Now run along.
Mom?
What is it, dear?
Mom, when the invasion comes, we'll have to get rid of you and Daddy. But I'll be sure it won't hurt very much.
Well, thanks. Thanks a lot. Hello?
Hello, Mary. How are things in New York?
Oh, Helen, how nice. Are you in town?
Oh, no, I'm in Danbury. I was just thinking of you and thought I'd call.
Oh, it's long distance, though. You shouldn't.
Oh, I can afford 3 minutes. How's Henry?
Fine. And Bill?
Oh, just fine. What about Mink?
Oh, wonderful. Noisier than ever. Oh, she's got a new game now. It's taken the place of hopscotch. Invasion.
Is she playing that, too?
Well, yes. Are yours?
Same thing. Some kind of geometric jacks, I suppose. Isn't it a scream? You know, all the kids their age are playing it up here. Timmy's got a crush on some guy named Drill. I think that's what it is.
Oh, it must be a new password. Mink likes him, too.
Oh, I didn't know it got to New York. Word of mouth, I suppose. You know, kids. Funniest thing, I got a letter from my sister in Boston. She says her kids are playing it, too. It's just sweeping the country.
Well, I wonder where they learned it.
Don't ask me. All I know is what Timmy told me at lunch. 0 hours at 5 o'clock.
When?
Today. That's when the invasion's going to be. Oh, these kids and their imagination.
And they talked a little more. Schoolgirl friends. Casual woman talk. But Mrs. Morris was thoughtful. She was thinking of other things, of adults, of children with imagination, rose bushes, dimensions. She thought of how much she had forgotten about being a child, and she wondered about Mink and all the kids who were at that moment playing Invasion.
A kiss for Mink.
I will, and to Bill and the kids.
Thanks. Bye.
Goodbye.
An hour drowsed by. It was 3 o'clock. There was an occasional hum inside the coolness of the house as a car passed outside. The street was lined with good, green, and peaceful trees. And all across the city, in other gardens, in other places, children under 11 were excitedly playing a game, talking to rose bushes and grass lawns, trees and shrubs. Even children in apartment houses, high in the air, conferring with potted plants, cactus and ivy. Mrs. Morris finished her housework and went to the kitchen.
Oh, hello, dear.
Hi, Mom. Can I have a glass of water?
Of course, I'll get it.
Pi r squared, 27. A over 56 to the 7th degree, xt7.
What, dear?
Oh, nothing, Mom.
Oh, here you are.
Thanks.
How are things going?
Huh?
The, invasion.
Oh, that.
Yes, that.
Almost finished. When everything's right, Drill said we should be ready on time.
5 o'clock?
That's right. How'd you know?
Helen called me from Danbury. She says that, Timmy's playing it, too.
Hey, that's keen.
I guess all the kids are, aren't they?
No, not all of them. Not guys like Jimmy Wood and Bob Wilson. They're growing up and they make fun of us. They're worse than parents. They just won't believe in drill. They're so smart just because they're growing up. You'd think they'd know better. They were little only a couple of years ago. Well, we'll get rid of them first. Drill says it's okay to kill them first.
Minka, I don't like that kind of talk. Do you hear me? I don't like it at all.
No,
now,
Mom.
I mean it. You keep on that way and there'll be no more playing. You'll have to tell Anna to go home and you'll stay inside until bedtime.
I'm sorry.
Well, I should think so.
Thanks for the water, Mom.
Mink,
Yes, Ma?
what did those numbers mean?
What numbers?
Those numbers you were saying to yourself before.
Oh, that. They're the things we have to do to get Drill and his friends out. That's all.
Look, dear, why don't you and Anna go down to the drugstore and get some ice cream? You don't even have to use your allowance. I'll pay for it.
Haven't got time, Mom. Thanks.
Well, I'd never believe I'd hear you say that.
I gotta go now, Mom.
Oh, wait a minute. Mink, I want you to tell me the truth. What is this invasion silliness?
It isn't silly. It's just a game. That's all. Mom, we're just playing an invasion. Excuse me, I gotta get back now. I'll see you later.
It was a game called Invasion. Mrs. Morris's little girl, Mink, was playing it. So was Mink's friend Anna and all the other children under 11. It was called Invasion, and the 0 hour was to be at 5 o'clock. Mrs. Morris was disturbed. She wasn't sure why, but there was something about parents shutting ears and eyes to what was happening. And because she was disturbed, she did something she didn't usually do. She called her husband at the office.
Hello, dear.
Oh, hello, Henry. I'm sorry to bother you, but Miss Maxon said you weren't busy.
Oh, not too. I should be able to get home early today. Everything all right?
Yes.
You all right?
I'm fine.
Mink?
Oh, she's... Henry.
What?
Oh, nothing. I just wanted to talk to you for a minute. That's all.
Listen, are you sure you're all right?
Oh, yes.
Mink been getting on your nerves?
Not really.
Well, you tell her to behave, or when I come home, she and I are going to have a talk. As a matter of fact, she's been a little fresh lately, and I don't think it's good.
Well, she's playing outside. She's fine.
Honey, is something wrong?
Why, no, I told you I was just thinking about you and wanted to talk, that's all. Nothing wrong with that.
Not a thing.
You go back to your work, dear. I'll see you soon.
All right.
What time do you think you'll be home?
Oh, about 5, maybe a little earlier.
5. Oh.
Hey, what? Come on, what?
Well, I was just thinking. Nothing really, just Mink and you and me. Goodbye, dear.
You are okay, aren't you?
Yes, I'm fine. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Another hour passed, and it was 4:30. The day began to wane. The sun lowered in the peaceful blue sky. Shadows lengthened on the green lawn. Outside it was quiet, the two little girls more intent than ever upon their endless movement of design and pattern with the implements before them. Mrs. Morris watched from the window, and she had never known Mink to have such powers of concentration. She had turned on the radio and sat drinking a cup of coffee and turned over her thoughts.
Children. Children. Children love and hate side by side. Sometimes children love you and hate you all in half a second. Strange children. Do they ever forget or forgive the whippings and the harsh, strict words of command? I wonder. How can you forget or forgive those over and above you? Those tall, silly dictators. Those parents.
Mom!
Oh, what is it, dear?
Have we got a piece of lead pipe and a hammer?
Well, I don't know. There might be in the garage. What do you want them for?
We just need them.
Well, if you tell me what for, dear, maybe I can...
Thanks, Mom.
Is something wrong?
Drill's stuck halfway. If we get him all the way through, it'd be easier. Then all the others could come through after him.
Well, can I help?
Thanks, Mom. I can fix it.
You better get through, Mink. I want you to take your bath before your father comes home.
All right.
Now, he's coming home early. And Mink... Mink!
Mink had disappeared behind the shrubs, and Mrs. Morris knew it was ridiculous to make an issue of it. Besides, what was the issue? Invasion? Drill? 0 hour? Unaccountably, a cool breeze came up, and although normally for that time of year it would have been a relief, Mrs. Morris felt a chill. She closed the window. Time passed. A curious, waiting silence came upon the street, deepening. Then from the living room, Mrs. Morris heard... "5 o'clock. 0 hour. 0 hour. It had come, and now it had gone. But was the clock right? And Mrs. Morris, knowing how foolish it was, knowing it, went to the phone and dialed.
Silly. It's silly.
When you hear the tone, the time will be exactly 4:54 and 20 seconds.
"4:54 and 20 seconds. And Mrs. Morris knew that it wasn't as silly as she had thought, because it wasn't 5 o'clock yet. Not 0 hour yet. Then the car drove up into the driveway.
Hi, Mink. How's it going? Hi, Anna.
Hi, Daddy. Bye, Mr. Morris.
Got a kiss for your old man?
Haven't got time now, Daddy.
Well, that's a nice thing. What are you doing?
We're playing Invasion.
Oh, swell. Your mother in the house?
Uh-huh.
Okay, be good.
I will. There are in a few minutes, Daddy.
All right, I'll be ready.
Mrs. Morris heard him chuckle. Then his steps up the walk to the front door.
Mary?
I'm in the living room, dear.
Oh, hi. Our daughter didn't have time for a kiss. How about you?
A hard day?
Not particularly.
Would you like a cocktail?
Oh, you read my mind.
Martini?
Perfect. Anything exciting happened today?
No. Oh, Helen called.
Oh?
From Danbury. I told her she was crazy, but she just felt like calling.
Like you calling me this afternoon crazy, huh? Hey, what was that all about?
Well, I told you. I just wanted to.
Hey,
Incidentally, what's this new game the kids are playing? Invasion. That's a nice, depressing thought. Is she all right? Come to think of it, she looked kind of funny.
She's all right. What's the time, Henry?
A couple of minutes after 5. Why?
No, the clock's wrong. By your watch.
Oh, I've got 2 minutes, too. I'm probably slow. You got something on the stove?
No, I just wondered.
Honey. Hey, look at me. What's the matter?
Nothing, really.
No,
really.
Mink's been up to something.
No, of course
Then
not.
What?
I guess I'm a little tired, upset, that's all.
You want to go out for dinner?
Oh, no, I've got a steak here.
I'll tell you what, I'll barbecue it. How'll that be?
Oh, fine. What was that?
What?
Well, I thought I heard something.
Well, I didn't.
I must have been imagining it.
Hey, you are jumpy. Why don't you have a drink? It'll do you good.
No, I don't want one. What's the time?
Mary, what is this? Now, I mean it. Something's wrong, and I want to know.
Oh, it's silly. It's so silly. I'm on edge, that's all.
Mary.
I am.
I don't like this. That kid's done something, hasn't she? I'm going to get her in.
No, Henry, please, don't. She hasn't. It's nothing at all. I just...
What's that?
I don't know.
Those kids haven't got anything dangerous out there, have they? I noticed a lot of junk lying around.
I thought it was a game. She wouldn't have done it herself. They made her do it.
What the devil?
Oh, maybe you better go out and tell them to stop playing now. It's after 5. You tell Mink to put off the invasion until tomorrow. Tell her.
It is coming from outside. What are they up to? I'd better take a look. Mink! Mink! Good Lord! Bombs! Bombs! They're bombing!
No, it's upstairs. I know it is. In the attic. That's where it is.
Mary! Mary, it is not up there! Mary!
He ran after her, confused, not a little frightened. She seemed to know something.
In the attic. That's where it is.
Her mind had worked that quickly. Any excuse to get him away from the outside, to get him upstairs to the attic in time. And outside there were more explosions, and they could hear the children screaming with delight.
It is not in the attic, it's outside. Mink's out there. What's the matter with you?
No. I'll show you. Hurry! Get inside, quick. Now we're safe until tonight.
Are you crazy? Why did you throw that key away?
Oh, maybe we can sneak out later. Maybe we can escape.
For heaven's sake, the kid's out there. Do you want her to get killed?
Oh, you don't know. You don't. We've got to stay here. We've got to. It's horrible. We've got to. You've got to stay here with me.
At this point, I don't know how the devil I can get out. Where's that light?
Oh, be quiet. Please, be quiet. They'll hear us. They'll find us. Oh, Henry, please.
Well, who's going to answer the telephone? There's that noise again. It's in this house. Mary, what is this? Mary, what's happening? You know, now answer me. Stop it, Mary, stop it. Somebody's downstairs. Who's down there? Who?
Oh, no. Oh, hush. Please be quiet. They might go away. Please.
And between his wife's terror and the electric humming from below, Mr. Morris felt a great fear. They trembled together in silence in the attic, Mr. and Mrs. Morris, parents of the little girl. Then they heard steps coming up the stairs, and a voice.
Mommy, Daddy, where are you?
And a queer, cold light became visible under the door crack. A strange odor and the alien sound of eagerness in Mink's voice was almost more than they could bear. Each wanted to scream.
Mommy, Daddy.
And another sound. And the attic lock melted. Mink, with bright little eyes and tousled hair, peered inside. And behind her, tall, wavering blue shadows. Frightful shadows. Suspense, in which Miss Isa Ashdown starred in tonight's presentation of 0 Hour. Next week, Suspense will bring you the story of a bomb and the man who carried it to its ultimate destination. We call it the Lunch Kit. Be sure to listen to Lunch Kit next week on Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed by Anthony Ellis. Tonight's script was written by Ray Bradbury and adapted by Mr. Ellis. The music was composed by Leith Stevens and Lucian Morwick and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear, Paula Winslow, Eve McVeigh, John Daner, and Beverly Handley. Sound patterns were by Bill James and Ray Kemper. This is the CBS Radio Network.